Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Hate Vow by Nicole French, narrated by Cindy Kay. Prelude. Tick, tock, tick. The gong of the antique clock rippled through the air at exactly 10 a.m., Eastern Standard Time. Eric knew this because it was synced to his watch, and his grandmother, Celeste DeVries, always had the correct time. She was nothing if not punctual, and she demanded the same from everyone else. Normally, he wouldn't have minded the familiar old clock. It might have been a comfort, considering he hadn't heard it for so long. But today he was hung over like a piece of wet laundry, a headache splitting his temples in two. Now, that wasn't particularly odd for his average Sunday morning. Usually he'd be wrapped up in a pair of shapely legs, sometimes two pairs if he'd played his cards right the night before. But emergency tea with the DeVries clan matriarch at 10 in the morning? In New York, 4 hours from his apartment in Boston? Not Eric's modus operandi. Not by a long shot. It didn't help that he hadn't seen his family in close to 10 years, and the last time wasn't pretty. Call me when someone's dying. Famous last words to Celeste DeVries, the formidable head of the DeVries family, right before he'd stormed out of this very penthouse to make a life of his own, separate from this tangled web of power and manipulation. Well, she did. Madam will see you now, Master Eric. Eric looked up to find Garrett, grandmother's butler, waiting for him in the hall. It was amazing. The man really hadn't changed in a decade, despite being as ancient as ever. Eric was 32, with the filled-out chest, occasional gray hair, and 3 fine lines over his forehead to show for his time away. But Garrett was just as much of a well-maintained antique as the Ming vase sitting in the foyer, or the salmon-colored wainscoting of the penthouse's halls. He was an anachronism, something frozen in time. A butler in New York City in the 21st century. But that was grandmother. Tradition or death. Thanks, Garrett. Eric followed the butler to the parlor at the southeast corner of the apartment. Yes, his grandmother had a parlor nestled in a maze of hallways, crisscrossing the complete top floor of a building she owned on 87th Street and Park Avenue. In New York City, one of the most crowded places on the planet, his 90-pound grandmother occupied more space than the mayor. Nothing in that room had changed either. Not the priceless antiques, the Chesterfield furniture, not even the family portrait that was painted 25 years ago at her famous rose garden in the Hamptons. There was Eric's father, mother, and him as a child, next to his aunt, uncle, and their daughter Nina, plus a whole host of extended family, all presided over by grandmother, sitting in the middle of them like a brood hen. Their smiles were the opposite of genuine. The kinds of smiles where people stare imperiously at the camera without showing their veneered teeth, blue and gray eyes vacant in the summer sunlight. Despite the life blooming all around them, everyone was dead inside. A flood of memories washed over Eric. Him at 5, in knee socks and a sweater vest, trying not to fidget while grandmother lectured all the ways he was expected to fulfill his destiny as the heir to the family fortune. Nina, his younger cousin, listening curiously while she tugged at her braids and clutched a stuffed panda. Eric at 11, arguing over playing fucking polo in Westchester instead of baseball in Central Park like he wanted. Like his father, deceased just a few months prior, had promised. Nina had cried and been shuttled to her etiquette lessons. 18, howling his decision to attend Dartmouth instead of Princeton like the rest of the DeVries clan. Nina, watching with wide eyes while she focused on her homework. She would attend Smith, of course, like her mother, Violet. And the last time, 22. Fresh out of school with a degree in English instead of finance, Eric was expected to take the reins of the family business, but instead he gave it the finger and went to Harvard Law instead. He had enough money in the trust from father's death to pay for it himself. Okay, so it wasn't much of a rebellion, trading one white-collar career for another. But he did it himself, and did it without being held under the cranky, wrinkled thumb of the resident tyrant of the Upper East Side. Celeste Annika Van Dusen de Vries. Grandson. Her voice sounded exactly the same. Sharp, but rough around the edges, like a serrated knife. But when Eric turned toward the leather armchair under the original Van Gogh, he found the one thing that had changed completely. Grandmother herself. She was never a big woman, but now she stooped like a vulture, withered like a half-sheared, weather-beaten branch. She wore a scarf around her head, Hermes, no doubt, though wisps of white hair slipped under its edges. She still wore matching Chanel coordinates, but the tweed pantsuit hung off a frail body that seemed mostly skin and bones. When she breathed, something rattled in her lungs from across the room, like a brewing storm. "Sit down, Eric," she ordered, gesturing toward the couch with a thin fingernail still polished a tasteful, girlish pink. "Grandmother." He greeted her with a stiff nod, but obeyed. Old habits die hard. "It's a pleasure to see you again." It was not. But Eric's manners were too well entrenched to say anything else. He might not have forgiven her for what she did, but he was too well-bred to be rude. Fuck. Grandmother balanced her hands on the oxygen tank in front of her, then appraised her grandson openly. Eric willed himself not to look away or fidget with his clothes. "You're a man, Eric. Remember that." Because he was not the scrawny 22-year-old she last saw. Since telling his family where they could stick it, he had gone to the best law school in the world, worked his ass off at a top 20 firm, and then started his own shop with one of his best friends. Eric was proud of what he had accomplished without his family's money or connections. He didn't need this frail woman's approval anymore. He didn't need any of them, and hadn't for a long time. "You've grown up." Grandmother waved at Garrett to bring in the tea. "You've done well with your little law firm, I understand, although I see it hasn't taught you to stop dressing like a pauper." Eric crossed one foot over his knee, ignoring her jibe at his t-shirt and jeans. He generally preferred more tailored looks, to tell the truth. A whole rack of designer suits hung in his closet at home. Armani, Boss, Tom Ford, Burberry. He liked a nicely cut lapel, a well-chosen pocket square. He had a tailor in Boston on speed dial. The worn denim and concert t-shirt were for her. He knew they would piss her off. "I have done well," he agreed. There was no point in being modest. Since he, Skylar Crosby, and Kieran Beckford started Copley Associates 2 years ago, the firm had gone from 3 attorneys to 10, and they were looking to hire 2 more. They'd already developed a reputation for being ruthless and savvy in a city chock full of lawyers. Grandmother nodded. Yes. Although I'm sure it's helped to have the Sterling and DeVries names behind it, hasn't it? Nothing like new money to get things started. Isn't it Sterling's wife, that little no-name from Brooklyn, who nearly ruined Ellen Chambers' family, who's your partner? Pity. His first wife came from such good family." Her eyes gleamed in that way they always did when she talked about other members of her station. Always conniving, always judging. She wasn't stupid. She likely knew all the details of Eric's business arrangement with Skylar and her husband, Brandon Sterling, a former investment magnate and now inventor. Brandon divested from his company 6 years ago to play in his lab, but the guy still had one of the biggest stock portfolios on the Eastern Seaboard, and his new company's legal needs initially kept Copley afloat. In Grandmother's estimation, Sterling was a fish worth watching. Or, Eric wondered vaguely, was Brandon a whale? Would that make his grandmother Captain Ahab? Instead of answering, Eric remained quiet. He knew that game, and he wasn't there to play it. It would be easier, though, if he actually knew why he was there at all. Garrett wheeled in the tea tray and fixed them cups, while they eyed each other over the porcelain. By the time he parked it on one side of the room, even Grandmother was ready to be done with the silence.
"Leave us, Garrett."
It was not until the old man was gone that she turned again to Eric, taking a deep breath through her oxygen mask before speaking.
"I'm sure you're wondering why I requested your presence."
Request is a bit generous, but sure, I'm curious. He had received a phone call 2 days ago from her personal assistant, who simply said Eric was expected for tea. To deal with an emergency. That was it. He could have ignored it, just like he ignored all of the embossed invitations for Christmas dinner or sporadic phone calls to join the family at the Hamptons. They had an arrangement. She could pretend Eric hadn't told his entire family to stay the fuck out of his life, or he'd air their dirty laundry to the press. And he could pretend they didn't say anything to him at all. But this was different. The assistant's voice, curt and cold, had simmered with desperation. Grandmother took a leisurely sip with shaky hands.
"You might be stubborn like your father, but you were never an idiot. Clearly, I am not in good health."
Eric pressed his lips together. "Of course. I'm sorry to—"
"Let's not play coy, Eric," she interrupted. "You loathe this family. You made that perfectly clear when we saw you last, and have continued in the years hence."
Eric gritted his teeth but didn't argue. When your family works together to split up you and your fiancé because they don't think she's good enough for them, you get pretty pissed off. And when their actions cause her to kill herself, well, that's pretty fucking unforgivable. So yeah, he had a bit of a grudge. "What do you want, Grandmother?" he asked, setting his untouched tea on a gilded tray balanced on the sky-blue ottoman. "Julie said it was an emergency."
"Isn't it, though?"
She gestured at the oxygen tank in her dilapidated body.
"I'm dying, Eric, since apparently your senses are failing you. The doctors, fools all of them, say I have 6 months at best. Cancer, apparently. It's so pedestrian, isn't it?"
"I'm sorry to hear that. Did you ask me here for some kind of absolution? You want forgiveness for what you did to Penny? Because I'll tell you right now, it's not coming." Eric swallowed hard, but ultimately was unmoved. He knew it was cold, but he had truly lost all love for this woman a very long time ago. It was she, after all, who led the crusade that caused Penny to slit her wrists that terrible morning in May. Grandmother just scoffed, waving her paper-thin hand.
No, she said. "I expect that's a lost cause, particularly since I don't regret it. Not her death, of course, but that wasn't really our fault. We couldn't have known she was so delicate."
Eric's face flamed. He was determined to keep his cool when he arrived, but he should have known better. Grandmother took sadistic pleasure in getting under people's skin. So instead, he rose. "I think that's enough." Without a backwards glance, he started out of the room, not giving two shits whether or not his sneakers left tracks on her precious floors.
"Eric, stop right there."
Her voice rang out, though it was quickly swallowed by the thick Aubusson carpets. And damn it, there was something in it that made Eric obey once again. A terror. A weakness he'd never heard before. not coming from her. Slowly he turned around but remained in the doorway.
"I'll be gone in 6 months," Grandmother said. "And just who do you think is going to get all of this?"
She meant the opulence around them. The DeVries fortune was older than Manhattan, having started with the New Amsterdam Shipping Company that became one of the biggest conglomerates in the world. The name was on containers and boats worldwide, although no DeVries had done more than sit on the board of directors for nearly 100 years. But money made money, and the DeVries family had more than just about anyone. Not that Eric wanted a goddamn cent. He crossed his arms and glared. "I'm not going to help you play inheritance games with your kids, Grandmother. You want Mother and Aunt Violet to jump through hoops. You talk to them about it. Or talk to Nina, your other grandchild, the one who actually speaks to you."
"That would be all fine and good if I intended them to have it. But I don't."
Grandmother paused to take a long siphon of oxygen, then offered a smile that could only be described as sickly sweet.
"It's for you, Eric. All of it."
Eric's heart stopped. Completely. He was dead for at least 2 full seconds. "What?" he finally croaked. "But that's... You have one other child, who is alive, I might add."
"Violet is not a DeVries," Grandmother said, "and therefore neither is Nina. Now, before you say anything, they've always known that's how it would go. Girls can't continue the family name, Eric. Astors and Gardners can't own a company called DeVries Shipping. But you can, my boy. You're the last one."
It was true. Eric was, in fact, the last in a long line of DeVries men. His father was the only son of Jonathan DeVries, Grandmother's husband. They were both gone. Grandfather to lung cancer well before he was born, and father to a freak sailing accident when Eric was just a child. It wouldn't have mattered if his mother married again or had other children. None of them would have been DeVries. They wouldn't have had pure blood. Eric was the one and only man in the family who still bore the name. "I don't want it," he said finally. "I don't need this family's money or the company. I meant it when I said I was done with all of you." Again, Grandmother just snorted.
"You have no idea what you're saying. That's a $17 billion corporation you're tossing away, like old crudité. You'd attend board meetings as chairman, a controlling shareholder, that's all, and let the money do its work."
She snapped her papery fingers.
"Simple."
Eric's jaw opened and closed like one of those nutcrackers that always adorned the massive Christmas tree Grandmother set up every year in the ballroom. He knew his family's net worth was estimated to be high by Forbes, but never as high as that. $17 billion? "Why me?" he asked thickly. "Just because of a stupid name? Have one of the cousins change theirs if it means that much to you. Nina went to business school, for Christ's sake, and she's just as much a DeVries as I am, even if her last name is Gardner now, and she always did bend over backwards to please you. This family is everything to you. Why would you hand $17 billion over to someone who turned his back on it?" But Grandmother just quirked an eyebrow and shrugged. An oddly casual movement for her.
"Tradition was important to your grandfather, and your father, too. So was strength of character, and you appear to be the only one in this family who has it besides me. I've watched you over the years. You're a force in corporate law now, which would be a boon for the company. Your father would be proud."
It was the only guilt trip that ever worked on Eric. The invocation of his dead father. He knew the pictures on the mantel by heart. The clean-cut man who always showed his teeth when he smiled. who did things like sail the Atlantic and learn to fly prop planes, who swept Eric's mother off her feet with random trips to Paris or obscenely expensive jewelry. The man had swagger. He was everything that, as a boy, Eric wanted to be. Everything that, as a man, he was not. Well, except for the swagger, maybe.
Of course, I'm not just going to hand it to you.
Grandmother shook Eric out of his memories. And there it was, the caveat. There was always one. Eric clenched his jaw. Let's have it. She took another gulp of oxygen, intentionally drawing out the conversation.
I want to know the DeVries name will go on, she said. It's what they both would have wanted. Therefore, it's also my dying wish.
Eric's mouth dropped open. Are you for real? Is this a joke out of some Thomas Hardy novel? Dying wish? Grandmother grinned again. It was alarming. She'd lost some teeth, and others were badly decayed, likely from the chemo. A woman like her wouldn't go without a decent set of veneers or dentures without any company whatsoever. She must have really been in pain.
I assure you it's very real, she said. Marry Eric within 6 months, and stay married for at least 5 years, long enough to produce an heir if you can. Should you succeed, the company is yours. And if you truly don't want it after 5 years, you may abdicate your position to your Aunt Violet or your cousin Nina.
She sucked in another round of oxygen, like the thrill of the announcement was too much for her.
Say no, and I'll sell everything, leaving the family penniless but for their current trusts. And as you know, those have never been as generous as they would like.
His first instinct was to tell her she was off her goddamn rocker. Even with one foot in the grave, she was still up to her old tricks, playing with people like marionettes. And if it were just him she were trying to manipulate, Eric would probably have said so. But his family didn't deserve to have their entire future ripped from them. Nina, to whom he'd barely spoken in 10 years, what would her life be like? And as much as he couldn't stand his mother or aunt, weak and self-absorbed as they were, they didn't deserve it either. None of them deserved to be pawns in this Machiavellian game Madame DeVries was playing.
Marry, she repeated, and as the good Lord said, be fruitful and multiply.
The words rang through Eric's head like the gong of the grandfather clock, chiming on and on. Any instincts he ever had for marriage died with Penny, seeped out of her veins and down the bathtub drain along with her life. Eric just wasn't the marrying type. He was more the never let them into his apartment type, the screw them and leave them before it gets light type. And even if he weren't, there was no one who would be willing to go along with this crazy scheme. No one he could stand long enough to try. Except one. One woman whose wit and audacity could possibly make this arrangement bearable. She was one woman in the world Eric could ever see himself marrying, even if it was just for show. Jane Lee Lefferts. A woman who completely and utterly hated his guts. Part 1. The Question. There once was a girl from Chicago whose lips were as red as a cardinal. To kiss her was bliss, but her bite was to risk, being maimed by her killer bravado. Jane's Limerick, from the Journal of Eric DeVries. Chapter 1.
You ready, baby girl?
I scrunched my eyes shut in pure, unadulterated anticipation. I might have been way too close to 30 for my liking, but in that moment, I was like a child locked in her bedroom on Christmas morning.
The utter sweet tooth who has to wait until last to have a piece of cake at a birthday party. A lottery winner about to collect their winnings. I am so ready I'm about to pee my pants, I declared to Frederick, my hairstylist for the last 5 years. Please don't, he said in a British accent that I was pretty sure was as fake as his name, considering it seemed to change regions every couple of months. More because you'll ruin those fabulous leather pants, and I thought those were the centerpiece of your makeover, darling. 2 years ago, Freddie here sounded like John Lennon. Last month, he was Eliza Doolittle. Today, he sounds more like Posh Spice. But Frederick could pretend he was the Queen of England for all I cared. The man was the best colorist in Chicago. You don't fuck with your colorist, my friends. Just do it, I said as I stared into the mirror, knees shaking in anticipation. With a beige towel over my head and the way my nose was all scrunched up with excitement, I looked more like a Shar-Pei than a 29-year-old half-Korean former lawyer. I grabbed my glasses off the counter and shoved them on. I wanted to see the goods. With a flourish, Frederick whipped off the towel, and suddenly my face was surrounded by jewel tones of purple, turquoise, blue, green, and most of all, pink. Glorious, carnation-y, Pepto-Bismol-branded pink, all falling around my shoulders in a waterfall of rose-hued color. A wet, unstyled waterfall, but oh my God, a flood of damn color after years of plain, boring black. Ah! I screamed, wringing my hands like a teenager while Frederick smirked behind me. Like it, love? He asked. Please. He knew I did, the cocky fake cockney. Like it, I parroted while I clapped my hands together. Like it! I freaking love it, you sarcastic gay monkey! I love it! Frederick grinned. Well, calm yourself so I can blow it out properly, will you? Then you'll really see what it looks like, okay? Now then, off with the specs. Obediently, I ripped off my cat-eye glasses while the blare of the hairdryer started. I hadn't colored my hair in 5 years, since I started my first job out of law school at the Cook County State's Attorney's Office in Chicago. 5 years of abiding by strict court dress codes that made me look like a funeral director on her way to the library. 5 years I had to shop at Ann Taylor, Banana Republic, and Macy's while my soul slipped away with every swipe of my credit card. So This was almost enough to make up for the fact that after 5 long years, the state had tossed me to the curb like old garbage. It helped me ignore the fact that, as of yesterday afternoon, I was out of a job and out of an apartment, with no way to pay over $200,000 worth of student loan debt. Everyone said a law degree from Harvard was supposed to be the ticket to success. Ha, right. Everyone lied. Maybe I should have seen it coming. I started fresh with one state's attorney who is now moving on to greener pastures. It was nice to have a congresswoman's name and number on my resume, I guessed. But when the next essay arrived, I ignored the way everyone else in my office started sending out resumes. I assumed that if I just kept my head down and did a good job, I'd carry over. I was an idiot. 1 year into the job, and it was the red wedding in there. Except it wasn't people who were murdered. It was our burgeoning careers. I was the only one who didn't have a job lined up when the bloodshed occurred. And yet, the only thing I could think was, fuck me, I can dye my hair again. I blinked into the mirror, watching with glee as Frederick made quick work of the blowout, brushing me free from the chains of public service tyranny. He twisted his brush around the candy-colored waves, and when he finished, I looked like a character from Jem and the Holograms. Truly outrageous indeed. All that glitters is not gold, Jane Brain. A sudden lump formed in my throat, the way it did whenever my dad's voice, complete with the cliched sayings and corny nicknames, popped into my head.
It was happening less and less frequently these days, 9 months after his death. Heart attacks kill. Who knew? Clothes don't make the man either, Pumpkin. I could still see his half-disapproving, half-amused expression, the way his lips curved under his thick gray beard while he crossed his stocky, gingham-covered arms, the way his eyes twinkled with humor under his ridiculous bucket hats. "Whatever you say, Santa Claus," I'd tease him during the months when he'd been eating too many of my mother's dumplings. "Where would you be without your red suit, huh?" But Dad would just smile because he knew his point was made. "It's the inside that counts, Ms. Austen," he'd say, calling me after my namesake, my mother's favorite author. And immediately, I'd feel guilty for teasing him about his belly. I'd feel guilty for thinking disparaging thoughts about his hat. After all, this was Carol Lefferts we were talking about. Psychologist to war vets, captain of community service. The entire reason I had not only pursued a law degree instead of fashion, but used that degree for a career as a public servant. "Sorry, Dad," I thought as I watched my reflection. I couldn't shake the feeling that even now, he was disappointed in me. After all, I was hiding from the career he had always encouraged me to follow. And now, without a job, with no future ahead of me, I was the worst thing of all in his eyes. A loafer, a dilettante, a waste. "Please tell me you're going out tonight to show off this fantastic work of art I've created," Frederick said after he turned off the dryer. He tousled my hair around my face and looked expectantly at me through the mirror. "Hair this sexy deserves an orgasm, love. You know it's true." He leaned over. "I live vicariously through you now that Colin and I tied the knot. So come on, give me the dirt on my Jane's latest conquest." I smiled grimly. This was a request I heard a lot from my coupled-off friends, of which there seemed to be more and more these days. It was a parlor trick. If, people actually had freaking parlors. Tell the sad married people all about your sex life so they can pretend to have one. Or maybe it was just that their lives made me sad. I knew exactly one couple who seemed to have better sex the longer they were together. And that was probably because Skylar and Brandon basically combusted whenever they didn't see each other for more than a few hours. I mean, I was happy for my best friend, but she and her husband bordered on codependent. It worked for them, but that would drive me crazy. It wasn't natural. The fire was supposed to go out when you were together for that long, not create a damn inferno. But what did I know? Maybe I would have wanted to see a guy for more than one night, too, if he was a billionaire with a six-pack. Who looked like that at 42? Really? I didn't know how my best friend did it, but she basically fell in love with Tony Stark. If I didn't love her so much, I'd have hated her for it. Frederick waited impatiently as he fluffed my hair. Once upon a time, I'd have been ready to play this game. I was the best at this game. A year ago, I had stories to tell, probably ones from the night before. When the sun went down and the courthouse was closed, I lived my life as God intended a young, sexually active woman to live, without fear or boundaries. But here was my dirty little secret. I hadn't actually taken a dip in the sea since Dad's funeral. The worst of the grief had passed. But my mojo? She hadn't come back. But that didn't mean I didn't have memories I could rehash. "Go forth and rock," Frederick said, after I finished telling him about James Carvey, the public defender I met at my first trial out of law school. The entire day was like pure foreplay. All that sparring, cross-examination of each other's witnesses, shaking my hips back and forth as I offered my closing statement. By the end of it, I was about ready to combust right there in front of the judge. And when the verdict came, we didn't even care. James and I were locked in a closet in the basement of City Hall within an hour. It was hot. And then it was done. Just how I liked it. Or at least, how I used to. "See you in 6 weeks, Freddie," I said after I paid. "You better," he said. "I don't want to see those roots, girl." Now it was back to my mother's condo, where if I was smart, I'd spend the rest of the day sending out resumes, so I'd be able to afford a new apartment before I killed my sire. But who wanted to be responsible with new hair the color of a bag of Jolly Ranchers? Fuck that. Tomorrow I could go back to being Sad Sally. Now was the time for Tinder. Time to celebrate the present. And with that thought, I walked out of the shop and right into my past. A chest of hard muscle. The smell of cologne and fresh linen. The face of the one person who almost convinced me to go against my better nature and settle down. What the Oh! I looked up, fixing the glasses that were knocked off my nose. Eric? He was the last person I ever thought I'd run into on a random street in Chicago. The man with a mouth sweeter than chocolate, and a dick that tasted even better. The man who ordered me around like crazy, and more than that, made me love it. The man who, 5 years ago, utterly shattered my heart. Eric DeVries. Eric? Eric in Chicago. Eric wearing a gorgeous gray linen suit, with a jaw like an ice sculpture and eyes like a storm cloud. Eric Sebastian Franklin Stallsmith DeVries, standing in front of my hair salon exactly 984 miles from Boston. I scowled. I hated that I still knew that. I hated that after 5 years after we split up, I still knew the exact distance between me and the only man who made me forget about every other man out there. Because for a short period of time, he really was all I could see. Rich, entitled, blue-blooded. He hid it as best he could. But Eric's Upper East Side pedigree was one of the worst-kept secrets at Harvard. You can't really mask that kind of breeding. And Eric always radiated the calm, poised confidence that only people from very wealthy backgrounds have. He was a mystery in every other way. And there were rumors he had done something terrible back home, which was why he wouldn't talk about his family. Like, ever. But unlike the other trust fund brats at Harvard, Eric actually worked his ass off. He built his own legacy after school, rather than depending on jobs from his family. Regardless of what happened between us, I always respected him for that. Dad would have respected him too. Damn it. We met during our first year in law school, about 1 month into our second semester. Total opposites who fell into bed one night after binge drinking the way only overworked, overstressed Ivy League students can. I woke up the next morning in his apartment, wondering what the hell had happened to me. This wasn't unusual. It wasn't the strange apartment that got to me. It was the feeling like I don't know, belonged there. I kept trying to figure it out. By going back, that is. For exactly 1 month until the stressors of our torts class got to both of us, and we chucked each other to the curb. 2.5 years later, we reunited in another frenzy. There was no other way to put it. That crashed and burned like a NASCAR explosion. It was bad. Horrific. Life-alteringly horrible. That was 5 years ago. And now, holy shit, he looked good. Eric was always a tall, handsome fucker, if a little on the gawky side. Well, that gawky boy had definitely disappeared since the boy exited his 20s. All that was left was the handsome, and he was 100% man. Eric had the kind of face that could change on a dime. Fair and blonde, but not overwhelming. One second, he looked as ordinary as could be. The next, you couldn't stop looking at him. Skylar always chalked up that shift to his lady killer smile. But Eric had a whole repertoire of scene-stealing expressions. And the most effective wasn't the smile that could light up a room, though it could. It was the one where he looked at you like he wanted to spank you black and blue. And he knew you wanted him to do it. Bad. From Boy Scout to yes, Daddy in less than a second. A shiver practically tossed me 2 steps forward. Whoa, that was a trip down memory lane I hadn't visited much in the last 5 years. So I did what I did best. I deflected. What the hell are you doing here? Eric cracked a sly smile and raised an eyebrow. Something else that hadn't changed. That infuriating unflappability. Nice to see you too, Jane. Once again, my vision was clouded by another memory. That wide, soft mouth drifting over my navel just before he... Stop it, Jane. What in the hell? 9 months of the Sahara Desert, and all of a sudden, I was a river. Of memories and mojo alike. I couldn't go there. Not with him. Not now. Not ever. I folded my arms. But when I didn't say anything, I was finally rewarded with something more than a smirk when Eric rubbed the back of his neck and straightened the collar of his starched white shirt. I'm here to see you, he admitted. Skylar told me you were having your hair done today. He glanced over my now flaming rainbow pink tresses. At least that looked amazing. Skylar told you? I murmured to myself, only then remembering our conversation the night before. God, Anne of Green Gables is such a damn blabbermouth. She can't ever keep her mouth shut. So what, you just hopped on a plane to witness my makeover? This wasn't random. That much was obvious. It wasn't like Eric and I had never seen each other in the last 5 years. We had morphed into used-to-fuck acquaintances, locked in an antagonistic truce because Skylar Crosby, his partner and my best friend, was an important part of both of our lives. I still visited Boston whenever I could, especially now that Skylar and Brandon had 2 adorable kids to whom I happened to be godmother. And the Crosby-Sterling household loved to entertain their Auntie Jane. When Eric and I had been forced to be around each other, we'd maintained wide circles, wary and mostly tolerant. You know, like cats. The ones who might pounce on each other in a dark alley and tear each other's fur out. But generally, Eric and I just avoided situations where we both might be present. He got them full-time, so when I was in town, he made himself scarce. Our feline truces were few and far between. Eric cracked another smile at the nickname. Skylar tended to be a bit of a know-it-all and had bright red hair, just like the titular character of L.M. Montgomery's classic. Well, I was in town, and I asked her what you might be up to, he said. Do you always tell her when you're having your hair done? Seems a little codependent to me. Says the guy who stalked me to the salon, I retorted. God, look at us. We look like fucking spy versus spy, you know that? Eric looked down at his light gray pants and white Oxford shirt, then back at my all-black ensemble. It was a little warm for them, but I was enjoying the fact that I could wear leather pants, a black concert tee, and my favorite combat boots in the light of day again. We were dressed like opposites, yin and yang, except, you know, for the pom-pom hair. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. I'm wearing perfectly appropriate clothes for mid-May, he returned, though his mouth twitched again. No one said you have to walk around looking like the Grim Reaper on acid. Whatever you say, Zach Morris. Eric mimicked faux horror. Saved by the Bell? Really? You've lost your touch, Jane. I am way better dressed than Zach Morris. I just shrugged. He really made this too easy. Fine, Preppy. You look like Zach Morris after he dropped out of high school and started selling used cars. We chuckled, letting the string of jokes settle. The truth was, I missed this kind of back and forth. Most guys couldn't take my particular brand of caustic humor. It always amazes me how women were constantly accused of being the more emotional sex, because most men I knew could barely take a joke. Eric, on the other hand, never seemed to mind. He wouldn't always trade barbs exactly. He just sort of absorbed it all without a response, which, of course, just made me taunt him more. If it bothered him too much, he had ways of making me pay for it later. Ways that frequently included rope or some kind of restraints. Maybe a gag if he was feeling creative. Hell, sometimes I wanted the payback. Eric would get this gleam in his steely eyes, and I'd act like a toddler about to knock over her block tower. Then I'd call him Petri dish and find myself with my hands tied behind my back, ass in the air in about 15 seconds. I shivered again, this time with a shock of delight. More memories. Shit. When I said I wanted my mojo back, this was not what I had in mind. So, what do you think? Eric interrupted my daydream. Do you have some time for coffee? I blinked. What? Oh, wait, why are you even here? You couldn't have just called me like a normal person? He swallowed visibly while he shoved his hands into his pockets a little harder than normal. Inwardly, I threw a mental fist into the air. I was getting under his skin. Ha! It's not really the kind of thing I can talk about over the phone. Color me intrigued. I tipped my glasses down my nose, noticing for the first time the signs of clear distress. 2 days of stubble on a normally clean-shaven jaw. His shirt was slightly wrinkled from travel. Had he come straight from the airport? And his deep gray eyes, which still sparked as he watched me, bore tiny wrinkles at the sides and dark circles underneath. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Is that so, Petri dish? I said, using the old nickname I gave him in law school. It was the best I could come up with. Eric got around even more than I did in those days. He was basically an STI incubator. But there was no twitch in his mouth at the jibe. No sudden appearance of the dimple I used to lick from time to time. And immediately I regretted it. Not just for the way it clearly irritated him, but also for the next wave of memories that washed over me. The bad ones. Starting with the last time he was in Chicago. Eric, showing up to tell me he loved me after one of our many breaks. The other dude lying in my bed from the night before. Me flying back to Boston to beg him to try again. And after I finally thought we might be able to make it work, finding the red, fake satin thong shoved in the bottom of his sheets. Every fear I'd ever had about committing to a man who had already slept his way around half of Boston bubbled upward until I was shouting at him loud enough for the entire building to hear. He wasn't good enough for me. He wasn't worth my time. Now, on the street, Eric didn't move. Just kept his hands in his pockets and waited, patiently as ever, for me to respond. Eric would wait. He'd always wait, as long as it took for someone to talk. Some things never change. I flipped my hair over my shoulder with more attitude than was strictly necessary. Fine, I said. There's a cafe around the corner. We can talk there. Chapter 2. I couldn't help it. I kept sneaking glances at him as we walked the few blocks down to the Red Rose Cafe. He just looked... Shit, he looked so good. My mojo wasn't just back. She was slamming her foot down on the gas of a 1960s Mustang so she could stock up on post-sex cigarettes. This was a problem. Eric still had the talent of making the most normal clothes look like he'd walked off the cover of GQ. In the mid-May sun, he wore a simple white button-up shirt and perfectly tailored gray slacks that would be dad pants on anyone else, but looked indecently good on his long, muscular legs and what right now appeared to be the tightest, most grabbable ass this side of the Rockies. Jesus. Men in suits were Skylar's thing. I preferred joysticks and jeans, the kind that were wrinkled from 2 days on the floor. Not perfectly ironed slacks. Slacks. Ugh, just the stupid word was a total boner killer. And yet, here was Eric, making me want to tackle him down the next alley just to see what he wore underneath them. I needed to stop immediately. I did not need to go down that rabbit hole again. Since the last time I got involved with this man, he broke my heart into a million pieces. Once a player, always a player. A wolf in sheep's dad pants. I tripped again. "Everything all right?" Eric asked. His stupid gray eyes twinkled, like a fucking Disney character. Yeah," I said as I stared at the sidewalk. "Just clumsy. You remember." Eric shrugged. That nonplussed shrug that always made me want to throttle him. And we continued down the street and into the cafe. By the time we ordered our drinks, black coffee for me, a bone-dry cappuccino for Eric, because he was clearly still a peculiar, pretentious bastard in the most random little ways, the unperturbed facade had evaporated again. In fact, Eric looked more nervous than I'd ever seen him. And that included the weeks before we took the bar exam and we were boinking like bunnies to get rid of the tension. He didn't even notice when the barista wrote her number on his cup sleeve. "Don't tell me you're taken," I said. "She was hot to trot for you, Casanova. She'd probably give you a blowjob in the stockroom if you asked nicely." Eric just smiled grimly, no teeth, but didn't give the number a second look. Always the well-trained gentleman, he held the door for me to walk outside. It was a gorgeous spring day in the Windy City, and I wanted to take advantage of it. It wasn't because being outside gave me more things to look at than Eric's soul-deep eyes or the wall behind them. No, that had nothing to do with it. "All right," I said after we sat at a sidewalk table. "Spill." Eric surveyed the street. "Couldn't we go someplace more private? This is kind of personal. What about your place?" I snorted. "My place currently consists of the couch in my mother's condo. If you would like to meet Una Lee Lefferts, be my guest. But beware, she is the equivalent of the Bermuda Triangle for boyfriends. Once you go in, you may never escape." He just blinked. "We could go to my hotel room." Me and Eric, alone in a hotel room? With the way I was feeling, there was absolutely no way I could trust myself alone with the man. And by the doubt in his voice, I was guessing he felt the same way. "Hey, you came to me, Don Draper," I pointed out. "What's the big deal? You worried you're going to get caught? Got a wife at home who wouldn't appreciate you sitting with the town whore?" The words spilled out before I could help them. He wasn't wearing a wedding ring, but maybe he had taken it off. I didn't know why the idea bothered me so much. Although I'd had my share of accusations thrown at me for my extracurricular activities, I didn't usually internalize them that way. The world was a shitty place for women like me. Women who wanted to have just as much fun as men. I tried not to let it bother me, but apparently sometimes it did. "Don't talk about yourself like that, Jane.
Eric's voice didn't raise a decibel, but the authority was clear. He didn't move, just stared at me for a long time across the table, daring me to challenge him. And I couldn't. Not just because he was right, but because that dark expression whisked me right back to other times when he made that authority even more known. 5 years ago, when one steely look had me running for the bedroom to enjoy the many talented things he could do with that mouth. Particularly when I said and did things he told me explicitly not to say or do. Things that had me on my knees, or tied up to the... I shook my head. Stop it, you hornball. So what if I'd never been able to recreate anything like it since? And not for want of trying. Eric and I were bad news together, drove each other crazy. We were either fucking or fighting. There was no in-between. Neither of us were relationship material. It was as simple as that.
Fine, Eric said, pulling me out of my X-rated visions. It's like this. I'm in a bind, and I need some help.
He then proceeded to tell me the craziest story I've ever heard about his grandmother, his dead father, and a plan to blackmail him and his kin out of a whole lot of money if he didn't get married within 6 months and try to produce an heir within 5 years. Produce an heir? I repeated loudly when he was done. Who are you, Prince William of the shipping industry? You have to protect your family's divine right to trade routes? Shh. Eric sat up straight with a glare that had me squirming all over again.
The whole fucking city doesn't need to hear this, Jane.
Let me get this straight, I said, setting my hands on the table. The cluster of rubber bracelets on my wrist fell forward, their silver clasps clinking lightly. You're not just Eric DeVries, generically wealthy Harvard graduate. You're Eric DeVries, as in DeVries Shipping? Heir to one of the largest companies on the planet? Have I got that right? Again, that shrug. A tacit denial of my utter shock. It was a nonverbal form of gaslighting, and it had never ceased to infuriate me.
It's just a name, he said.
I scowled. You don't need to act like I only found out you drink whole milk instead of 2%, Mr. First in Line. It's not just a name. And we're not talking a few measly million, are we? We're talking Jackson Anderson levels of cash, aren't we? As much as Brandon, even? Again, that stupid shrug. Now I wanted to punch him on that razor-cut jaw of his. More? I demanded, though the word was faint. How much? Eric expelled a long sigh.
Jane, you can look up this information easily on Forbes or WSJ.
Yeah, but I want to hear it from the super-rich horse's mouth. How much does it cost to buy eternal playboy Eric DeVries with a sweet church wedding? His eyes shot up, nearly black. Whether from the insinuation or the challenge, I wasn't sure.
$17 billion.
The words escaped between clenched teeth. What? I tried to speak, but all that came out was a choked squawk like a dying turkey and a spray of coffee. Eric dabbed at the mess with distaste, but relaxed once he was sure nothing had marred his pristine clothes. Then he just sat there, a solid statue next to my quivering ball of shock, waiting patiently for me to process the magnitude of the numbers. All 17 billion of them. Good God, you're really not just a random rich kid, I finally managed after coughing twice more. You're a fucking dynasty. I looked up in alarm. But who requires a marriage contract to grant an inheritance? The Tudors? Is your grandmother completely batshit or only beginning her decline into dementia?
She's an old, rich, dying sociopath, Eric said dryly. So it pretty much amounts to the same thing. But it's not about the money. The firm's doing fine with Skylar and Kieran. It really is. I don't need or want to chair the board of directors of DVS.
Okay, I said. Then why do it? You already told your family where to stick it once before, though for what, I don't know. Why pander to this medieval bullshit? You don't even like these people. It wasn't a story I knew a lot about, but I knew some. Something had happened that Eric couldn't forgive. He had lost someone, somehow. One of the many little pieces that had broken off his stalwart personality in the dead of night.
I never thought I'd feel this again,
he said as he traced a finger around my cheek.
I never thought I'd ever have this again.
We lay together in his bed, streams of moonlight through the blinds striping our bodies. Both of us glistened in the wake of pleasure, but my heartbeat picked up all over again. I didn't dare ask more. He never mentioned anything about his past. Ever.
And I really never.
His hand dropped, but before he could pull it away, I captured it and pressed his palm against my cheek. Never what? I asked. My voice was a breath. I was almost afraid to hear the answer. Eric's eyes glossed, but they speared right through me.
Never thought it could be so much more. I don't even know most of them, Eric agreed, yanking me out of the memory. They're terrible people, all of them. But I don't think that means they should lose everything they have. No one deserves that.
He shrugged. Again. I wanted to smack him. Feigned nonchalance about something that arguably deserved more chalance than anything. He should have been the chalantest of chalant people right then. And yet he sat there, acting like his grandmother's ridiculous request was on par with taking out the trash or doing an extra load of dishes. Okay, I mean, it's your choice to sacrifice 5 years of your life, I guess. But how come you never told me before that you were the crown prince of New York City? Jesus Christ, Eric. You once invited me home to meet these people. Were you ever going to tell me who they really were? One more shrug. I scowled.
I would have gotten around to it, he replied. But who they are didn't matter then. It matters now.
Honestly, Petrie, I feel like I never even knew you. It was meant as a joke, but the words didn't hit as lightly as I wanted. Maybe because they echoed the moment when things really ended before. I feel like I never knew you at all. I stared at the red panties dangling from my index finger. They were thin, polyester, lined with lace that had a few threads of overstretched elastic fraying off the edges.
Jane, it's not what you think. Those were from before you and I.
You and I what, huh? Before you and I split up for the 19th time this summer? Or got back together for the 20th? Before what, Petri dish? Eric's face clouded with a look that normally would have portended me on my knees, arms tied behind my back, within the next 5 seconds. But my face must have said something very different, because the ferocity disappeared, leaving only irritation.
I said, don't call me that, was all he replied.
If the shoe fits again, might as well put it back on, don't you think?
I don't even know what that means, Jane.
It means you've been a whore since I met you. A tiger doesn't change his stripes. A rose is still a rose by any other name. Pick your fucking cliche. It all means the same thing. People don't change. I hurled the underwear at him, and the stupid ass didn't even move. Just let the cheap faux satin smack him in the face before it fell back from whence it came. Eric's immaculate white sheets. He stared at the lingerie for a long time, but when he looked up, that mask had resumed its place. The mask that made him look like he didn't care, like nothing mattered, like everything wrong in the world could slide right off his golden shoulders. I turned around so he couldn't see the sheen covering my eyes.
"Well, how's this for another cliché?" he asked as I shoved my things back into my overnight bag. "Takes one to know one, right, pretty girl? After all, it was maybe 1 week ago that I found you with another man. How long had we been broken up, Jane? 5 minutes?" I straightened and pulled my bag over my shoulder,
willing myself not to cry as he invoked the name. That name. The one that meant, in no uncertain terms, that I belonged to him. Except right now, it went the other way. Right now, it meant I belonged to no one? Everyone? I swiped under my eyes before turning back around. No man had ever been worth my tears before. And this one certainly wasn't. I stared at the panties. Gauche, bright plasticine. Eric was as tall and stolid as ever. Arms crossed and head tipped with that subtle superiority that made me want to punch him in his stoic, straight nose. My heart turned to stone. Keywords, broken up, I said as calmly as I could. I never did this to you. I never did it, and I never would. His condescension dropped along with his arms, and apologies flew from his mouth. A tumble of anger and sorrow and frustration that were so unlike his normal collected self. But I didn't stop to listen. My heart was already out the door.
I sighed. I didn't really want to think about that pair of red panties in his bed. God, I really hated that word. It was worse than slacks. Panties. Panties were different than underwear. Underwear was what I wore. It was cotton, comfortable, made for normal people who didn't want to pick fabric floss out of their ass every 10 seconds. Panties came in all colors of the rainbow. Or my hair. They came in lace, satin, poly-blend spider webs that itched and pinched so you could look the perfect picture of a male fantasy. Trussed and tied up for his pleasure. Certainly not yours. I knew we weren't technically together at the time. We weren't official like that ever. Just people who fucked on weekends. And talked a lot. And maybe even considered moving back to Boston to be together. But that shit still hurt. And at the time, I didn't really care that it made me a hypocrite. It hurt that it wasn't my underwear I found. It hurt that I was no longer the only girl he had ever brought back to his place. And it hurt even more because the other girl he did bring back wore fucking panties. I realized in that moment just how easily Eric DeVries could hurt me. And I promised he would never, ever do it again. "You knew me better than anyone, Jane." Eric's words were frank and open. Disarming. I blinked. "Did I?" He nodded. "By a long shot." I sipped my coffee, looking for something beneath his words. But there was nothing but honesty in those deep gray eyes. "Which is why," he continued, "I'm hoping you'll be the one to do it." I frowned. The one to do what? Carefully, he set down his cup, folded his hands on the table, and looked straight at me. "The one who'll marry me." I sat back, suddenly confused. Okay, not just confused, fucking bewildered, flabbergasted, bamboozled. Every other weird, old-fashioned word that could explain just how crazy disorienting it was to hear those words coming out of his mouth. After that entire story, somehow I'd missed one central piece. That he was actually sitting there, wanting my help to fulfill the terms of this ridiculous contract. Eric DeVries was asking me to marry him. "It was 5 years ago," Eric continued. "We were stupid 20-somethings, The timing was off. Now we're grown up, become more accomplished, and there's nothing keeping you from coming back to Boston and marrying me.
Wait. You're asking me to be your bride? The statement was so preposterous that I immediately burst out laughing and collapsed on the table so loudly that a number of passers-by startled. Eric just sat like a statue, rubbing his brow, which only made me laugh harder. Me? I repeated between gulps of breath, though I was nowhere near done laughing. Marry you? Playboy? Consummate bachelor? Super bro lawyer? And soon-to-be shipping magnate? You? You don't even believe in marriage. It was the one thing we'd always had in common. I believed in marriage, just not for me. And Eric felt the same. We were birds of a feather that way. We knew ourselves well enough to know that regardless of what others did, neither of us was ever going to be the type that could be with someone forever. Eric checked his watch.
We've been over this. I do now. I have to.
Still, even if you wanted to have a sham marriage and fuck around like other men of your station, those men don't marry women like me. They marry the e-girls. He quirked a brow.
E-girls?
I snarked. Yeah, future Stepford wives. The ones whose names all end with the sound E. Lindsay, Katie, Sherry, Lori. They have black Amex cards and love their pearl necklaces. And I don't mean the dirty kind. Well, not unless you give them some Tiffany's first. Then you'll get a nice prim BJ before they let you come all over their surgically perfected tits. Eric didn't reply, just crossed his arms and listened. I ignored the way the movement made his forearms flex under his rolled sleeves. What did he do, bicep curls while he gave his opening statements? No lawyers were that fit. And you want to take me, confrontational, unfiltered, half-Korean, candy-haired me, home to marry? Now I was crying, and I had to take off my glasses to wipe away the tears and keep them from spoiling my eyeliner. Oh, God, I creaked. Oh, God, that's good. Can you imagine it? They'll think I'm a mail-order bride. I'll be the end of your poor grandmother. Your uptight family would freak. When I finally stopped crying laughing, Eric had a very satisfied look on his face. He leaned over the table, bending down so we were eye to eye, then reached out and twirled a strand of my newly dyed locks around his finger. The tug pinched slightly, sending a current of something other than mirth down my spine.
That's kind of the point, pretty girl.
That shut me up. What? Eric smiled, and it was the first time I had seen that panty kryptonite in 5 years. Good God, I'd nearly forgotten that curious, bright smile that transformed his face from someone average and almost plain into someone who could get into any girl's pants in a matter of minutes. Sweet and full, but with an impish edge that let you know he was completely capable of trouble. It had worked on me plenty of times in the past. Hell, it was working on me right then. Shit. He leaned even closer so I could smell again that intoxicating combination of cologne and fresh linen. Like a magnet, I couldn't help but mirror the action until we were almost nose to nose. Pretty girl. How long since I had heard that?
It'll be mutually beneficial, he said as he dropped my hair and took my hand. Jane, you're the only one who could make it bearable.
His fingers were long, and a few more memories flashed through my head of the things I knew he could do with them. He curled two into my palm and applied just a bit of pressure, like he used to, somewhere else. Hot damn, Batman.
I can save my family's fortune and stick it to my grandmother at the same time, he said. What's not to like about that?
Right. Well,
As funny as the Christmas cards will be, I'm not sure I want to be a tool for you to engage in some delayed teenage revenge, I said, transfixed by the way his thumb pressed into my finger pads, one at a time. What's in it for me? $20 million. I froze. Come again? Eric replaced my hand on the tabletop and sat back, crossing his arms once more with a satisfied half-smile. The action made his biceps bulge. Lord above. $20 million, he enunciated. You move back to the East Coast. We get married. You live with me for 5 years. That's it. I grimaced. How romantic. None of this is romantic. That's also the point. I don't need someone who's going to get attached, Jane, who thinks I'm her knight in shining armor. I need someone who knows the score, who knows exactly what kind of person I am. You mean the fact that you're a heartless bastard? I shook my head. I really had no filter around the man, for better or for worse. But his face remained immovable. I wouldn't call it that, he said softly. But sure. Someone who knows what I'm capable of and what I'm not. He nodded, agreeing with his own words. And at the end of 5 years, you walk away with $20 million to do whatever the fuck you want. Practice law or don't. Design clothes. Open up that shop you used to dream about. My jaw dropped. I hadn't thought about that pipe dream for a very long time. I was honestly shocked he even remembered. Eric took a drink of his coffee, scowled, and set it back down. Clearly, it was not up to Mr. Fresh Roasted Beans' impeccable standards. Then he folded his hands on the table and fixed me with another one of those deep gray, infuriatingly unreadable stares. Come on, Jane. Say what you want. But you and I always did have a good time. For once in my life, I was speechless. I had literally nothing to say. It was ridiculous. I couldn't just up and move my life. I had friends, family. Family who drive you crazy, my subconscious reminded me. Since my father had died, my mother was close to sending me to the funny farm. The fact that Chicago never really seemed to fit, even though I grew up and went to college here, wasn't helping. My best friends lived in Boston. Who were my friends here? A hairdresser I saw every 6 weeks, and some work acquaintances I no longer worked with? I'd been too focused on my career to be that social beyond a one-night stand. Or 20. And now, what career? You just got canned, you idiot, and you owe hundreds of thousands of dollars that you have no idea how to pay off. Jane, Eric said, pulling me out of my sudden panic. I looked up, filled with surprise at my own conclusions. This was crazy. I couldn't really be considering this. Could I? Well, Eric looked more nervous than I'd ever seen him. And that was counting when, ironically, he also asked me to meet his family as his then-girlfriend. Talk about blowing us both out of the water. What do you think? I downed the rest of my coffee, wishing that it were laced with something stronger. Then I opened my mouth, prepared to say, absolutely not. You can take your weird fake marriage and go fuck yourself. That even if I could use that money to pay off my loans and so much more, nothing was worth sacrificing my dignity and driving myself crazy by being married to Eric for 5 whole years. Petri dish. A penis in a suit. No. But sometimes we surprise even ourselves. I'll think about it, I said, instead of hell fucking no. I'm due for a trip to Boston anyway. Give me a week, and I'll tell you then. Chapter 3. I still don't understand. Why do you have to go to Boston now? You have to find a job, Jane. You have to work. I swiped another 3 dresses off the rack behind my mother's couch and tossed them on top of the suitcases. I flipped through the other clothes that had been hanging there since I'd had to vacate my apartment. Almost all of them were black, with a few red and a couple olive green pieces. None were particularly nice, with the exception of one red and black number I got a few years back. I stared at it for a moment. I'd received it by virtue of association when I attended a gala with Skylar and Brandon, my one brush with the world of the rich and famous. Eric had gone too. The look on his face when I walked out wearing it flashed through my memory. He didn't need to say pretty girl in that moment, but his expression told me exactly what I could expect later that night. I left the dress on the rack. I grabbed 2 other dresses that were acceptable and tossed them on the pile. Suddenly in a hurry. I really needed to see my best friend right now. So much that I didn't really care if I was maxing out the last of my credit card to do it. Skylar's curt, cut-through-the-bullshit sensibility was exactly what the doctor ordered. It had been 3 days since the chat on the sidewalk. 3 days since Eric had stared at my mouth, making small talk for another 3 minutes before he went back to Boston. 3 days of nothing but one short message asking when I thought I'd be coming to town to discuss the agreement. Like it was a real estate transaction, not a marriage proposal. I need a nicer shoe to go with these, I muttered to myself. Then, finally, I turned around to where my mother stood on the other side of the couch, glaring at the contents of my suitcase. Oma, do you have a pink heel that would go with my hair? The glare lifted to me, and I swear if I hadn't already been wearing glasses to protect me from her death rays, she might have straight up turned me to salt. I was pretty certain at one point that my mother was part basilisk. It was a little eerie reading about the giant snake in Harry Potter that could kill people with a glance and being reminded of my mother's formidable stare. Harry Potter beat the snake, but could he have beat Una Lee? Hard to say. Okay, I said to the suitcase when she didn't reply. No pink heels. Message received. I'll check out the garment district when I get to Boston. Jane! I turned around again. What? You do have a pink heel? Oma, make up your mind. My flight's tomorrow. With that, she flew into a rush of Korean, of which she was fully aware I could understand about 1 word in 10. My Korean was never that great, especially since Dad never learned it either. You just don't pick up the family lingo in quite the same way when no one speaks it in the house unless they're angry. But you do learn the classics, especially when they're aimed at you on a regular basis. Oma, slow down, I said as I folded my clothes into the suitcase. You're going to give yourself a heart attack. What is wrong? Why is it such a big deal that I'm leaving right now? We've been at each other's throats since my lease expired, and literally all you've been talking about is how much you need space. I would have thought you'd be jumping at the chance to be rid of me. What's wrong? She demanded, with a face flushed beneath the mask of makeup she wore daily. 4 days you've been with no job. 1 month you've been on my couch. Now you show up yesterday with hair like a lollipop, and you're packing your bags. What are you trying to do to me? I rolled my eyes. Leaving the cap off the toothpaste, forgetting to turn off the lights in the kitchen. My mother talked about everything like it was a life or death situation. Una lived like a soap opera heroine, and without my father to calm her down, the habit had gotten worse. I turned around. Oma, it's my hair. It's my life. Why is this about what I'm doing to you? Because it's embarrassing, that's why. It was bad enough when you were younger, coming home with ripped jeans and spiky hair. Bad enough you had to ruin good clothes from Macy's or dye your hair like crayons. But I think she will grow out of it. My Jane will grow up, like her mother and dad taught her the right way to be. And it took you a long time, but you did. Finally. Now you are almost 30, Jane. Too old for pink hair and running away. Self-consciously, I touched the messy bun piled on the top of my head. I had my mother's hair color, black-brown, but whereas hers was straight, mine was unruly, unless I took the time to dry it properly. She made it sound like I looked homeless with this hair color. But in all fairness, I hadn't done it yet this morning. Like her, I wasn't usually one to step outside without makeup and a nicely coiffed head. I was the daughter of an esthetician, after all, and it was just 8 in the morning. I hadn't even had coffee. "The hair looks fabulous," I informed her for the 10th time since she'd seen it. "And since, as you remind me, I am almost 30, I'll wear it any way I damn well please, just like I'll get a job when I'm good and damn ready. And I'll visit my friends whenever I damn well like, without my mommy's damn permission." "How do you talk to your mother like that? Damn this, damn that. Where's the respect?" She tossed her hands up toward the ceiling. "What am I going to tell my friends? They ask about you all the time. They say, 'Jane, is she married yet?' No, she don't have a boyfriend, so how can she be married? But I tell them she has a good job, a lawyer in the city. Now you don't have that. No money, no apartment. What do you have now? Pink hair and a bunch of ugly black clothes, sleeping on your mother's couch. What kind of life is that?" I threw a pair of gladiator sandals into the suitcase, a little harder than necessary. I really, really needed to get out of this apartment. I would have stayed with my cousin in Albany Park, but her spare room was now occupied by a baby. Everyone really was growing up. Except me. "That's enough, Oma. If I wanted to be berated by your friends, I'll play Gadori with you guys or watch the soaps with Jiyoung. I'm going to live my life the way I want, so kindly can it, or butt the hell out." When I turned back around, my mother was gawking at me like I'd just told her to lick a toilet seat. "What?" she said. "Would your father say to that?" "Easy now, plain Jane. You know how she gets." And there it was. I knew it would happen sooner or later. The constant reminder that now, in death, my father was likely ashamed of me. That in these moments, it was up to me, not her, to assert control. That he knew I could do better. His memory had been urging me to take care of her, to manage this situation since he died. Though my mother had no problem invoking his memory when it suited her inconsistent arguments, the reality was that her worries extended beyond my life to hers as well. See, we learned a lot from Dad's death. Lesson 1. VA psychologists don't make much. And Dad only had a measly pension and never took out a life insurance policy. Lesson 2. It's a lot harder to get a job when you're 53 than 21. And most nail salons weren't interested in hiring an out-of-practice esthetician with a lapsed license. Getting work took my mother a while. Lesson 3. The house in Evanston was worth a lot more than when my parents originally bought the place in 1980-something. And that, unfortunately, came with property taxes that my mother couldn't afford, especially on top of the lavish funeral she insisted on having. The sale of the house covered the funeral, this small apartment in Skokie, and enough for her to grieve for about 6 months before she had to go back to painting nails for a living. Reality came for her, too. There was no way around it. My mother was bitter. It didn't help that on top of being the provider, Daddy was also the peacemaker between Oma and me, the diffuser between two women with opposite values and identical tempers. He loved us both and had made it possible for us to tolerate each other. Not anymore. Just walk away, Peanut. You know she doesn't mean what she says. Daddy would probably tell me to ignore you, I shot back, which is exactly what I'm going to do. In Boston. I finished zipping up the bag with a flourish and stood up. I'm going to take a shower, and then I'm going out. And when I'm done, you and I are not going to talk about this again. Why? Like a jumping flea with coral lipstick, She followed me into the kitchen.
Why do you have to go to Boston now, Jane? You need a job. You need a place to live. It makes no sense when you have no prospects.
For a second, I almost told her, just to get her off my back. Just to see her head explode in surprise confetti of dyed black hair and rouged cheeks when I broke the news that not only did I have a prospect, but he was probably the best goddamn prospect in the entire world. For 3 nights, I had considered Eric's indecent proposal. But I still didn't know what to do. I needed the person who cut through the shit in my life like I did for her. I needed to look my best friend in the face and ask her what she thought about this bullshit, especially since it was coming from someone she also knew very well. Eric was her friend and her business partner. Skylar would tell me the truth. So then why fight, kiddo? Jane Brain, you're better than this. It wasn't fair. I knew that. I couldn't have this fight with my mother if she didn't know everything. But I couldn't tell her. Not yet. Part of me didn't want to know what she would say. On the one hand, she might jump for joy. After all, who wouldn't want her daughter to marry into obscene wealth, especially when both of us were dealing with our fair share of money issues? But on the other hand, she might be ashamed. It was bad enough that I acted absolutely nothing like an ideal Korean daughter would. I wasn't sweet. I wasn't obedient. And I wasn't quiet. Acerbic, discordant, loud. Disappointment. That was me. Let's not play that game, Jane Brain. Your mom loves you. She just doesn't know how to show it. How many times had I heard my dad say that? Guilt squeezed my stomach. But it still came back to the same conclusion. What would Una Lee Lefferts think of her daughter selling 5 years of her life for $20 million? Just how shamed would she feel? I stood there for a minute, staring at the contents of her fridge. Leftover rice, 3 types of kimchi, cheap cuts of chicken for 2. She bought for both of us now, not just herself. My anger faded. I turned around and surprised my mother when I wrapped her in a hug and kissed the top of her head, like she was the child and I was the parent.
Jane!
She squawked, but her squawk was laced with love. I released her. It's just a week, Oma, and then I'll be back. I have a Harvard law degree and 5 years at the Cook County State's Attorney's Office behind me. I'll figure something out, I promise. Slowly, while I held onto her short, squat body, the sharpness of my mother's face softened too.
Okay, she relented. But you shower and fix your makeup, okay? You look like one of those people in the circus with that hair.
She picked up my hand and clucked her tongue as she examined my nails. And before you go, I'll give you a manicure. Chapter 4. Imagine my surprise when I walked out of Logan Arrivals the next morning to see a tall drink of water in a Tom Ford suit waiting in front of baggage claim. Imagine my further surprise when he presented me with an emerald-cut diamond ring and a blood-red rose to go with it. 5 different women gasped, and at least one squealed like Babe the Pig. "Get off your knees, you asshole," I said before his knee even touched the dirty airport floor. Eric smirked. "That happy to see me, huh? Are you really that desperate for me to say yes? What do I look like, a Hallmark heroine? Stop that, Petrie. You'll ruin your suit." Eric rose with a cheeky grin that bewildered our audience. "I'm offended. I came here like a gentleman to give my maybe fiancé a ride." He fingered the still open box in his hand. "You might as well take this." I ignored him as we made our way through Logan. "You know I hired a shuttle to take me to Brookline, right?" I held up my phone app, already ready. "You owe me $25. Stopping at 10 houses on my way to Skylar's isn't cheap, you know." "You're so sentimental," Eric remarked dryly, though he did what I said. He flipped me 2 20s, which I snatched. I can be sentimental, I retorted, just not with garbage manipulation. Did you really think I was just going to hand you 5 years of my life with that trite little stunt? If you had, I probably would have taken it back. I rolled my eyes. Games. You're an asshole, you know that? Eric just laughed. Get rid of that, I told him, waving away the tiny velvet box containing something that sparkled under the fluorescent lights. And toss that rose in the trash. He dropped the rose in a bin as we passed, but tucked the box into his jacket pocket. Don't pretend like you're not a sap at heart, Petrie, I said as I followed him out to the curb, where a town car was waiting for us, rumbling beside a grouchy police officer. I've seen all those poetry books in your bedroom. I'll never be ashamed of being well-read, pretty girl, he said with a sideways grin. Especially considering how much you used to like those books, too. Now I am all one bowl of kisses, such as the tall, slim votaresses of Egypt filled for a god's excesses. I lift to you my bowl of kisses, and through the temple's blue recesses cry out to you in wild caresses. And to my lips' bright crimson rim the passion slips, and down my slim white body drips the shining hymn. And still before the altar I exult the bowl brimful, and cry to you to stoop, and drink most high. Oh, drink me up that I may be within your cup, like a mystery, like wine that is still in ecstasy, glimmering still in ecstasy. Commingled wines, of you and me, in one fulfill the mystery. Eric clapped the book shut and tossed it to the ground before turning to me with satisfaction. And it was well earned. I was speechless. Lawrence, he said as he drifted a hand over my collarbone. Wow, I said. I never knew. I mean, you hear the shit college students write in their creative writing classes. Hey, I was one of those college students once. Of course you were, Eric. Of course you spent your time in college swimming in bullshit verses instead of studying econ like a good boy. What, Playboy wasn't good enough for you? Poetry, he said, is better than porn. It's nothing if not erotica. The rhythm, kiss. The play, kiss. The tension. He delivered 2 slow, deliberate kisses along my collarbone. I couldn't help it. I arched toward them. A finger drifted down my sternum, playing between my breasts and down my stomach. We make poetry all the time, he whispered as he watched his fingers progress. You and me. You are this bowl of kisses, and look at me, filling you up. His hips thrust slightly toward me, reminding me of how many times he had done just that. I peeked up at him. You're so gooey. He just licked his lips, then leaned down, and with his tongue, followed the path his fingers had started. I don't think so, pretty girl, he said. Just ready to fill you with kisses again. A chill slid over the back of my neck as the echo of the verse faded. It felt now, as it had for years, that those kind of moments had always been for his pleasure, not mine, no matter how much I loved them at the time. At one point, I had thought they were the only way Eric could ever say how he felt, and how I could bear to hear it. But now, well, I knew just what kind of heartless bastard he really was. Cool, calculated, a complete asshole. Eric DeVries was about as sentimental as a colonoscopy. I needed to remember that. Where to? He asked as he shut the car door behind us. My thigh tingled when his hand brushed it. Where else? I asked as I stared out the window, dearly needing the grounding of the blasé gray exterior of the airport. Your office. I need to see Skylar. This is insane. An hour and a half later, Eric and I sat in front of Skylar Crosby's desk, looking at each other like a pair of naughty teenagers who'd been sent to the principal's office. Skylar had a way of making people feel like idiots. Imperious. I'd heard more than one person call her that when she was out of earshot, and it served her very well as a family law specialist. After we finished law school, she began as a divorce attorney, and soon after started her own shop with Eric and another shark, Kieran Beckford. Skylar didn't put up with anyone's shit. Ever. But you hate each other, she exploded like a sputtering red-headed teapot. I've barely been able to get the two of you in the same room for 5 fucking years. Eric, anytime I bring up Jane's name, you change the subject. You say you have plans. Last time we invited you both to dinner, you literally booked a trip to London for the weekend just to get out of it. Eric raised a finger, but Skylar cut him off. Eric, I heard your assistant making the travel reservations, you idiot. It was after I asked. I snorted, but she immediately swiveled to me. And you still call him Petri dish because you think he's such a man whore. How many variations on that nickname do you have for him, Jane? 10? 20? 34, I whispered, earning a curious look from Eric. Exactly, Skylar practically shouted. She took some deep breaths while the color of her face faded from a tomato red to a more normal flesh tone. I don't hate her, Crosby, Eric said mildly. I'd hardly have asked her to marry me if I did. Sky, I'd probably marry an actual Petri dish for $20 million, and so would you. So wipe that judgmental smirk off your face, I added. Her indignance made me want to grab that ring out of Eric's pocket and shove it on just to piss her off again. I'm not judging. You're totally judging, I snapped. You're Judge Judy. I feel like I'm on an episode of Night Court with a very special message at the end. And I'm over it. Eric and I are grown adults who both think the institution of marriage is an antiquated sham. I turned to find Eric fighting a smirk. Right, test tube? He shrugged as if I hadn't addressed him like another lab experiment. Sure. So then, he's asked me a question. I just have to decide if I want to help him game the system for a few years. Again, his face flickered to mine mischievously. It made me want to smack him and kiss him at the same time. Lab rat, can I screw who I want? Infuriatingly, his jaw didn't drop. In fact, he showed no signs that the question, or the name, bothered him at all. Fucker. So long as we keep it on the down low, sure, why not? We can sleep with whomever we want, he replied, though that half grin reappeared. The subtext was clear, including each other. Well, Eric had another thing coming. That smug son of a bitch wasn't getting anywhere near my magic garden. And at the end, I prodded, it's done. We'll both walk away clean and simple? Eric nodded. We'll be like roommates, he said. And at the end of a 5-year lease, you'll be free. Except you'll have a baby to take care of, Skylar inserted. Did you ever think of that? She just said I have to stay married long enough to procreate, Eric said. She never said it had to happen. And you think your grandmother is going to be okay with that? She asked. Honestly, Cross, she'll probably be dead before it's an issue, Eric said. And it was hard not to flinch at the chill in his voice. I swallowed. What the prodigal son here is trying to say is that no one is having any babies. So let's not count chickens, all right? It sounds like you've already talked yourself into this, Skylar huffed. Eric turned to me, victorious. I just glared at him. Not at all, I said, enjoying the way his triumph faded. If he thought he had me wrapped up, he could think again. I'm just trying to get my bases covered, know what I'm really deciding to do. Well, I think you're both idiots. Getting married for $20 million? Who does that? Give me a break, I retorted. Don't pretend like you didn't win the jackpot with Brandon. Eric snorted. Brandon Sterling was worth at least a few billion and adamantly refused any sort of prenup when he married Skylar. The hilarious thing was that he married the one person who would probably hurl all his money to the bottom of Boston Harbor if she could. I had a front row seat to that shit show when it first started. Skylar slapped him exactly 3 separate times. Once because he tried to surprise her with a trip to Paris. My friend was amazing, but she had some serious issues with money, despite now having gobs of it. "You know that Brandon's money had nothing to do with why I married him," she snapped. Understandably defensive. That was an accusation she'd never totally be rid of. You don't go from being a garbage collector's daughter to the wife of one of the richest men in New England without people throwing around the term gold digger behind your back. I shrank, feeling appropriately guilty. "Sorry, Sky, you're right." Part of me wondered if I should insist again that Eric do this with one of the unnameable girls who would probably drop everything in their silicone-lifted lives to pretend to be his wife. This wasn't me. I had watched my friend struggle to adapt to the world of the ultra-rich. It had made her a target, and it was really only after she and Brandon had both withdrawn from it that they found calm and happiness together. But she had also never worried about where she was going to live. She had coasted through school on the money her mother had left in a trust. Skylar had been raised by humble people, but she'd never been in a situation like mine, where she had to make a choice out of real necessity, not just personal desire. The student loan statements in my purse suddenly felt like they weighed several pounds. So did the very low balance of my mother's bank account. A large hand landed over mine on the chair arm. Eric didn't say anything, his face as unreadable as ever. But his thumb stroked lightly over my knuckles, offering a smidge of... what? Comfort? Foreplay? Manipulation? I pulled my hand away. "Look, Sky," I said, with an edge I couldn't quite hide. We'd been in this office for over an hour now, going round and round, while Skylar poked and prodded and cross-examined everything about the arrangement. I was done. "We didn't come here to ask your permission, and I haven't made a decision. I just wanted your advice on the prenup, all right?" "My advice is that you need to walk the fuck away." Skylar shook her head, sending a few strands of bright orange hair into her face. Janie, I'm sorry, but I have to ask, do you really think this is appropriate given everything you've been through this year?" I stiffened. God, if it wasn't my mother bringing up his memory, it was my best friend. What happened to letting the dead rest? "The dead are never gone, Jane Brain." Eric turned. "What is she talking about?" I couldn't meet his eyes. "My dad passed. About 9 months ago." All levity vanished. "Oh, shit, Jane. I'm sorry. I didn't know." "No, you wouldn't have. So really, don't worry about it." My words were fast. Too fast. And because I had no desire to see anything resembling kindness on Eric's smug face, I glared at Skylar. "And it was 9 months ago, so it's not like I'm wearing black out of mourning, Sky. This isn't a snap decision out of grief." "But, God damn it, Mr. Rooney, are you going to be my lawyer or not?" Skylar's green eyes blazed. "What did you just call me?" Eric snorted, but passed it off as a cough. I smirked. With her red hair, bullet-sharp gaze, and sanctimonious attitude, Skylar totally resembled the principal from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It was one of my better nicknames, especially since she was lecturing us like we were errant teenagers. "We could go with Principal McGee," Eric suggested. "I think she had red hair too, Cross." "Oh, Grease. Yeah, I see it," I said as we both appraised Skylar, who was starting to resemble a tomato again. "I could get you your own xylophone to play on your voicemail too, Sky." "Is going back to Anna Green Gables too easy?" Eric offered. "You mentioned that the other day, but I don't think she was ever a principal, was she?" "Why, Eric," I said as he turned to me. I tugged on my thick, multicolored braid. I didn't know you were so well-read in tween girls fiction. I have a cousin. We were bored stiff at the vineyard one summer. Eric's eyes twinkled with each traded barb. This kind of back and forth was never our problem. We always had it in spades, even if he ended up the butt of my jokes. And then he'd repay me tenfold. I couldn't lie. I'd been thinking about it since the second I ran into him outside the salon. The strange thing about Eric and me wasn't just that neither of us seemed to have a problem coming back for more, when we were easily bored with other partners. It was also the way certain tastes came out when we were together. He said he wasn't a dom, but he sure acted like one sometimes. And I'd never call myself a submissive. But something about Eric made me want to prostrate myself on the floor. Like it or not, Eric was the closest thing I'd ever had to a real relationship. Otherwise, sex was a long series of one-night stands. Men who wanted to believe I loved them for a night before they took what they wanted and let me take mine too. Fun, sure, but shallow. And not exactly the stuff dreams were made of. It took exactly one night after a long day of studying before Eric and I were doing things together neither of us had ever done before. Maybe it was the stress of the bar exam. Maybe it was 3 years of tension between us. But the second he called me pretty girl, it was like a direct line to my G-spot. I wanted him to gag me, bind me, fill my mouth with something besides insults. He knew it, too. And more than that, he liked it. You don't get to that point with a one-night stand. Though I'd tried a few times, I'd never been able to find it again. Someone who knew how to bring that out of me. Who knew how to take what he wanted and take care of mine, too. Eric winked. That gleam was back, though not as bright as I remembered. I shifted in my seat. My thighs were getting a little damp and tight underneath my black miniskirt. This was supposed to be strictly business, purely platonic, a marriage of convenience. Except Eric crossed his legs, and the fabric of his Italian-cut pants pressed over powerful thighs and a bulge that looked a little bigger than was strictly decent. Shit, he was feeling it too. I shook my head. Get a hold of yourself, you idiot. Eric and I blurred the lines between love and hate too many times. That was, at our core, our biggest problem. It was a mistake I wasn't going to make again. I think I liked it better when you hated each other, Skylar grumbled, still annoyed by the mean principal comments and completely oblivious to the sexual tension that had just blossomed in her office. Cheese and rice, Sky, you're not talking us out of this, I cried, more loudly than necessary, conveniently ignoring that I hadn't decided to do anything yet anyway. Hadn't I flown here for her honest opinion? Janie, I'm not. And obviously I'm going to serve as your legal counsel. So give me $1 now so this conversation counts, all right? I'm going to make sure your prenup is ironclad so Grand Dame de Vries doesn't try to weasel out. If for some reason, and I think we know there are many, things don't last 5 years, you both need to have your dumb asses covered for even trying. A stepped payout, maybe. I sighed. Yes, this is what I needed. Skylar's disturbingly practical mind. I'm not deciding anything, so do what you think is right. I'm not sure I want to be judged for my poor decisions every step of the way. Otherwise, I'd hire my mother. Suddenly, I was exhausted by this conversation, by the idea of any of it. Skylar just shook her head virulently. I'm doing it, or else Kieran is. She shot Eric a knowing look. Your choice, hotshot. Eric blanched. I sympathized. Kieran was one of the scariest people on the planet. Fine, John Grisham, I said wearily. You, just try not to lord it over me too much, all right? Good. Skylar held out her hand for the crumpled $1 I fished out of my purse.
I happily accept you as my client. Now please take my advice and don't do this.
Skylar.
Fine.
Skylar sat back, her hands held up in surrender.
I had to try. Now, 2 more things. If you do actually go through with this idiotic plan and don't make Jenny your flower girl, I'm going to throttle you both. And Eric, I'm going to need to take Jane for lunch to harass her some more. Actually, I'm going to need the rest of the afternoon, so you get to take my appointment with George Barrett.
Eric groaned. Skylar, come on. I took Kieran's meeting with him last month, and I had him the month before. I can't.
Yes, you can,
Skylar said, as she grabbed her purse off the back of her chair.
You want me to get your messy marriage scheme figured out? I get to take the bride-to-be to lunch.
Chapter 5. I woke up the next morning in the giant guest room in Brandon and Skylar's house in Brookline, with the pitter-patter of little feet serving as my alarm clock. Except they weren't really pitters or patters. They were quick, jerky taps up the hardwood stairs and down the hall, followed by loud, elephant-sized thumps. Brandon chasing Jenny, their daughter. Jenny, it's time to go, hon.
No, I want to see Aunt Janie before she and Mama go to work.
I pulled my sheets up to my chin and smiled. Jenny was basically a mini-me of Skylar. Small, spunky, with bright red hair and a genetic ability to piss off her dad, but command his devotion all the more for it. I loved my goddaughter to death, if only for her attitude. She was really getting under his skin this morning, if his emerging South Boston accent was any indicator. Peanut, Jane's asleep. She was up way too late last night with you, Ma. It's time to go.
No!
Come on, Peanut. Up and at 'em. I smiled, hearing my own dad's voice in the common nickname. It was from that, after all, that I'd acquired my penchant for them in the first place. Jenny, I'm not playing. You need to get your ass downstairs in 3, 2...
Daddy?
Her voice dropped to a near whisper, but was still loud and clear.
You said ass.
I didn't have to be in the hall to imagine Brandon's face as his daughter corrected his language. The guy might have been a billionaire, but he had a mouth like a trucker from Dorchester, the neighborhood in the South End where he was born and raised. Brandon Sterling was as Boston as they came. But if you gave the guy a beer, or apparently women in his life who pushed his buttons, he went from Ted Kennedy to Marky Mark faster than you could say Red Sox. I said arse, Jenny, he corrected her. It's different.
How is that different? She asked in her tiny 4.5-year-old voice. It sounds the same to me.
I snorted. When Brandon was stressed, the middle R's in his sentences basically disappeared, so arse really did almost sound like ass coming from him at the moment. Over the years, it sort of became a game for me and Sky to see which of us could bring out that accent first. Skylar always won. Arse is British, P, he said, so it's the fancy kind of ass.
So I can tell Teacher Mandy that she's an ass when she tells me to clean up the pickup sticks?
Hell no. I mean, heck no. Jen, no.
Daddy?
There was a bit of a scuffle, but I could tell by Janie's tinkling laughter that she wasn't totally upset when Brandon picked her up, and from the sound of it, smothered his daughter in kisses. Don't tell your mother, he said. Now come on, P. I'll be right here when you get back. I lay back into the pillows, listening as his footsteps and Jenny's giggles receded. The sounds were oddly familiar, taking me back years, back to when my dad and I would share similar conversations, when he'd be leaving on one of his many business trips and I'd wrap myself around his ankle, letting him drag me across our long wood hallway as I clung to his leg, giggling helplessly while his laughter filled the air. I'd beg him to stay, and he'd promise me a treat, a sundae, a walk in the park, maybe even a movie. And he'd promise he'd be back. He'd always come back. Until 9 months ago, when he didn't. He'd left for his last appointment at the VA, collapsed on his desk, and ended up dying there before the EMTs even arrived. Peanut, you can't be worried about that now. It's in the past, Jane Brain. Time to move on. Grow up. Christ, this really was one hell of a hangover. I usually kept those moments firmly shoved in the other, non-conscious side of my brain. But just then, they rang like a gong. Fuck. Lunch yesterday led to dinner that night with Skylar, Brandon, and their kids, which turned into another 2 bottles of wine after the little ones went to bed. I was pretty sure all of us were probably nursing substantial hangovers this morning. But I'd freely admit that I had easily consumed at least a bottle by myself. Anything to take the edge off the game of good cop, bad cop the Crosby Sterlings played for 3 hours, trying to convince me not to get married. My headache surged. Raggedy Ann and Andy probably worked off their hangovers running around the nearby reservoir. Both of them were exercise junkies. I had no such morning discipline. My phone, plugged in on the nightstand, buzzed loudly while LL Cool J proceeded to shout, "Mama said knock you out," until I slapped a hand over the speaker and picked it up. I didn't even like that song, but since my mother hated all things rap and made a face like a screwed-up lemon when I told her about that one, it was only appropriate that I made it her ringtone. It was hilarious, really. Una Lee Lefferts had no idea how appropriate a metaphor of boxing was for the way she'd been coaching me since I was little. I rolled over. Oma, it's 8 a.m. What the what?
What the what? What does this mean, Jane?
My mother's shrill voice screeched through the speaker, forcing me to hold the phone a solid 4 inches from my ear. $10 says she had forgotten I was in Boston for the week already. She had been like this since Daddy died, scatterbrained and anxious. Without someone to fret over her in her own home first thing in the morning, she had to transfer that nervous energy somewhere. And that somewhere was usually me.
Where are you, Jane? She demanded. 4 times I called you last night. 4 times.
Yep. $10, some cosmic force was coming my way. I set the phone on the bed and put her on speaker so I could cover my eyes with a pillow. Oma, I told you. Boston. Skylar, 1 week, remember?
Boston? You just saw Skylar 2 months ago. You need to come home.
I examined a pink strand of hair while my mother prattled on about how I never told her anything. Why did I do this to her? Did I expect her to follow me around everywhere? Yeah, I stopped listening pretty quickly.
Jane!
Oma, what? I asked irritably, switching to my side and rubbing my forehead. The room was blurry, and my head throbbed. I had absolutely no desire to bicker with my mother this morning.
You are almost 30, Jane. Roaming the world is no good. Bad enough your father never got to see you have babies. How are you going to have any now with your eggs all dried up like raisins, eh?
Good Lord. Was the woman a witch? How the hell did she even know that was on the menu when I hadn't even mentioned the real reason I was here? Oma, stop, I croaked, glad she couldn't see my face as I sat up and glared at the phone. You act like I'm a decrepit old hag. I lost my job. I'm just taking some time to see friends and figure out what my next move is. Take a second to be free.
Free? What does this mean, free? What man is going to want to go with no home, no job, no nothing, huh? Are you going to travel like a gypsy? Is your man going to catch you in the air like a butterfly?
You mean like you? A thick silence dropped. Shit. I knew better than to reference her past life as a flight attendant. Flying made her think of Korea, and all the people she had left there to be with my dad, who was now gone, leaving her alone with a recalcitrant, pink-haired daughter. Come on, Pumpkin, where's your compassion? For yourself, too. Oma, I'm sorry, I said quickly. I was wrong. Please forgive me. To show her I meant it, I repeated the 3 phrases in my halting Korean. I knew enough to kowtow to the queen bee. I knew enough to make amends. The silence continued, and I waited with her, knowing that she would push until the last possible moment before, finally,
"It was my husband that died, Jane."
I ground my teeth together. It always came back to this. Like she had some kind of monopoly over our grief because she was the wife and I was only the daughter. Like I wasn't allowed to feel sad. I wasn't allowed to mourn. "Well, he was my dad," I said. "For some people, that might count for more. Blood and all that." "Jane?" His voice was only a word, but his disapproving face appeared right in front of me. I smacked my forehead and closed my eyes. Once again, there was a long silence. Fuck. I was an asshole. A real bona fide asshole. They should give me a certificate.
"You need to come home," she said finally. "Be a good daughter for once."
I flopped back onto the pillows.
"Oma, I'll be home when I'm home." "No, Jane, you have to come now." "No." "Yes." "No." "Yes."
"Why?" I exploded. "I'm gone for a few days, and I obviously drive you crazy. Watch your soaps, get your nails done, play some cards. You could just enjoy yourself, for Christ's sake. Tell me, why the hell is it so damn urgent that I come home right this very second?"
"Because I have something to tell you."
"Oh my God, then spit it out," I shouted. Silence. Nothing important to say, and she wouldn't shut the hell up. Something with legitimate gravity came along. Suddenly she was Fort Knox. "Careful, Peanut." "Oma," I tried again. I leaned toward the phone, staring at it like it was a crystal ball that would reveal what in the fuck Lord's name she was trying to say. "Just tell me, what's so important?" The babble returned.
"I pray, and I don't care what they said. I have to tell you. You need to know. No, you need to come back, Jane. Come home. I will explain."
But I sat there, feeling crazy in the middle of these posh surroundings, while the whole of me started to shake. This was crazy. She was crazy. There was something wrong with this woman, something that had broken in the last year. And now she was sicking her misery on me.
"Jane."
Across the room, I stared at myself in the mirror. My hair was matted in the back, and I had dark circles under my eyes. Eyes that weren't deep brown like my mother's, or my father's blue, but something closer to hazel. I had always chalked that up to being mixed. Hapa, like some friends from Hawaii called themselves. But as I stared at my face, the nose that was a little too long, the lips that were a little too full, cheekbones that were a little too sharp, I searched for remnants of Carol Lefferts in my face, a telltale stamp that he had left behind. And I found nothing. "I don't have time to walk you through another breakdown, Oma," I said with a mouthful of sandpaper.
"Jane, come home. We will talk." "I'll see you in a week."
Skylar and Brandon were both gone by the time I padded downstairs. After spending most of the morning applying half-heartedly for jobs in Chicago, and perusing a few in Boston and New York, I left the big house in Brookline and spent the rest of the afternoon poking around my old haunts in Boston, doing my best to ignore the decision I still had to make. I had coffee at Trident while I indulged in a novel, the first one I'd read in years, listened to the newest punk records at Newbury Comics, then took the Red Line to Porter Square and poked around some of the new boutiques that had appeared in the up-and-coming area. I visited Boston plenty, but I rarely had time to be alone here. I really did miss it. Skylar and I met for drinks that evening, but I could tell she was in a hurry to get home to see her kids. I, however, still felt restless. I wasn't ready to go back to the mansion of marital bliss and melt into pea soup out of jealousy. So when she returned to Brookline, I resumed my wandering of the city under the moonlight and the street lamp light that bounced off the cobblestones. Okay, yeah, so I was jealous. Maybe I was annoyed that now, when I was 29, I was basically in the same place I was 5 years ago. I sacrificed the last 5 years of my life doing what I was supposed to do. I put away baddies in the great city of Chicago. I was the do-gooder that Dad taught me to be. Like a superhero, I used my superhero powers, which came by way of a Harvard degree, for good. But what had that gotten me? 5 years later, I was jobless, homeless, futureless, and fatherless. I considered the warm house in Brookline. Brandon and Skylar had thrown themselves into building the kind of safe haven for their family that neither of them had growing up. They would let me stay there as long as I liked. But it wasn't my safe haven. It wasn't my family. I kicked a stray rock as I meandered through Government Center. I had thought, for the longest time, that family wasn't in the cards for me. I was Jane, a weirdo. If some people marched to the beat of their own drum, I had my own damn orchestra. Family, marriage, commitment, me and these things, we didn't get along. Except once. Once I had considered it. Once I had thought that maybe, just maybe, I had met someone who didn't care that I had a tendency to speak before I thought. Eric had once made me feel like I was enough. Just me. Skin and angles. Big mouth, small tits. Spikes and high heels. Jane. Enough. Until I wasn't. A flash of red. Fake silk. White sheets. Eric's guilty face. My broken heart. I turned to a shop window in Quincy Market and examined my reflection. I was casually dressed in jeans and my favorite black ankle boots, but my hair looked wild, a mane of color floating over the black and white polka-dotted top that spilled off one shoulder in a way that was very day to night. I pulled out my lipstick, drew on a fresh coat of red that matched my glasses frames, then blew myself a kiss in the window. I had other ways of feeling like I was enough. I didn't need a man, or any other person for that matter, to make me feel valid. And if I had a restless itch, which seemed to be coming on tonight, I had ways of scratching it myself before going back to doing my favorite thing in life. Whatever the hell I wanted. Chapter 6. Don't ask me how I ended up in North End that night. Also, don't ask me if it was because a certain Alexander Skarsgård lookalike lived there. By the time I stumbled into Marley's, a lounge on the quieter end of Hanover Street, I'd already consumed 3 other gin and tonics at 2 other bars, and had promised myself that if I didn't strike gold there, I was going home. No one seemed right. No matter what, I couldn't break this damn streak. This was Boston. So people either had no education or too much, no money or all the money in the world, too stupid or too smart. There was no in between. The other thing about Boston was that it was basically all ladies. When a third of the city falls between 20 and 35, and close to half of that number are students, and more than half of them are girls, the odds are definitely in the dudes' favors. If they offer more than cup of noodles for dinner, most girls are dying for a ring. Wear a collared shirt and she'll be yanking that collar into her bedroom before midnight. The flip side was certainly not true. Here I was, a lawyer from the best school in the country, educated, smart, cute as fuck, if I do say so myself, and a certified kick in the pants. But if I wanted to get laid, the guy either had to be drunk enough not to care about any of those things, or he had to be arrogant enough to think he was better. And tonight, I really wasn't in the mood to pretend. Buy a drink? The stool next to me at the long-mirrored bar was suddenly occupied by a guy who looked like he should be named Stuart. I didn't know why, but in his worn flannel shirt topped with suspenders, his carefully groomed beard, and the thick tortoiseshell glasses, he looked just like one of those hipsters who fronted jangle pop bands and ironically assumed the middle names they got from their grandfathers. Stuart Jenkins, or Barry McPhony name, something like that. "I suppose," I said. "What's your name?" "Henry," he said, signaling the bartender. "Henry Felliston." Close enough. "I'm Jane," I said, offering a hand. "What's your story, Henry?" You know what? I don't remember what he said, so I'm not going to tell you. And you know why? Because he was boring. This was made worse by the fact that the second Henry started talking, a few people stepped away from the bar, clearing it all the way down its reflective top, and revealing one of the few people on the planet who had never had a problem holding my attention. Eric. He wore a simple outfit of black pants, white shirt, and a skinny black tie, and his bright hair gleamed even under the dim lights. Simple, but classic. Well cut. It made sense now that Eric came from money, of course. If I hadn't been so sex-addled, his spare yet pristine apartment would have told me everything. What kind of law student has a closet full of Tom Ford and Zegna? How did he always know the right thing to say, and do it at those events we attended with Skylar and Brandon? At one point, I remembered people approaching him and asking him if he was getting involved in the business, too. I had thought at the time they meant Brandon's brief flirtation with politics, since Eric was a new associate at Brandon's law firm. But now I wondered if they were asking because they knew who Eric really was. While Henry blared on and fucking on about the differences in hop species, apparently this guy went full-on cliché and brewed craft beer on his rooftop. I couldn't stop staring as Eric accepted his customary 2 fingers of top-shelf vodka. Hell yes, I remembered that. And smiled at the female bartender. My heart sped up. My newly sweaty hands knotted together. Damn it. Our repartee, unspoken, already echoed through my mind. How easy it would be. "You look like a waiter, Gaston. Are you ready for my order?" He'd turned slowly, that familiar twinkle in his eye. "I have an order for you, pretty girl. Can you take it?" Why couldn't it ever be like that with anyone else? I watched, suddenly riveted by the sight of Eric making casual small talk with both bartenders, female and male. It was like watching an animal in the wild. See the preying jackal in his native habitat. When he thinks no one is watching, he interacts with the other jackals too with charm and ease. But is it all a show to lure the female into his den? Only time will tell. "Uh-huh," I said as Henry began a diatribe on malt preferences. "Please say more about that." Eric smiled at the lady bartender. She was very attractive. And my polar opposite. Tall and blonde, with boobs that practically smacked her customers in the face. Eric laughed at some kind of joke she made, and jealousy practically hurled me off my stool. Christ on a cracker, why did I care so much if he laughed at someone else's jokes? Because he used to laugh at yours. It was the one thing I offered, wasn't it? I wasn't blonde or buxom. I wasn't anyone's idea of a cover model. I was smart, quirky, and sometimes a barrel of laughs. Men like Eric didn't love women like me, but they could be entertained by them. And for a second, I hated myself for ever settling for that. I had never been anything but a passing dalliance for him. And wasn't that why he was asking me to marry him anyway? To make it Bearable, he said. Translation: to entertain him. Fuck that. The male bartender slid an arm around the female's waist and kissed her on the cheek. She cupped his face, and I watched as Eric smiled at them, not with that predatory look I remembered, but with genuine affection. The male bartender fingered the woman's hand, and a ring on her left hand reflected in the bar top. Eric grinned, then stood up and kissed the woman on the cheek and shook the man's hand. I recognized the way his mouth formed the word congratulations, and the way he clearly meant it. Oh, hell. Jane? Henry pulled me out of my stupor. What? I said, would you like another beer? I could get us a flight so you could really see the differences in hops I was talking about. It's a lot better than the stuff you're drinking, I promise. I blinked down at my half-empty PBR. This guy was really nice. Henry was probably the kind of guy I should be seeing if I wanted a relationship at all. I bet he made his own compost, too, and grew rooftop kale in Somerville. One day, he'd build a chicken coop in the alley and bring eggs to his neighbors out of the goodness of his heart. He'd be a good boyfriend for a while, too. Dutifully learn all my favorite indie rock bands, call me his partner instead of some horribly gendered word like girlfriend. And no matter what, he would probably always request very politely whenever he wanted to remove a piece of my clothing before we made tender and compassionate love, approximately twice a month. And he would always remember lubricant, because there was no way in hell I'd ever be the slightest bit turned on without it. May I please remove your bra now, Jane? I shuddered. You know what? I said. But I couldn't even finish the sentence. Poor Henry. Someday he really would make some woman a wonderful partner. But that woman wasn't me. And then, in that strange way that everyone does when they know someone is watching them, Eric turned. His eyes zeroed in on mine, and the side of his mouth quirked in recognition. Because there was nothing else to do, I raised my pint glass, which was now almost empty. Henry the beer guy was still jabbering away, but I had no clue about what. Eric picked up his glass and raised it in a silent toast. Then, almost imperceptibly, he tilted his head. No one would have known it for what it was besides me. A call. A summons. That minuscule movement carried all magnitude of promise. Once I would have jumped at the thought of it, found the nearest empty room I could, and willingly surrendered to whatever the man had planned, to my knees, against the wall, bound, gagged, whatever he wanted, because it would inevitably become what I wanted to. The man somehow always knew my desires before I even thought of them. Eric blinked. His steely gaze hadn't moved, and as the bartender stepped away to help other customers, I found myself smiling. Eric was alone. Hey, where are you going? Henry asked, his voice a distant blur as I slid off my stool. I slapped a $10 bill in front of him. For the drink, I said. Your next one's on me. While Eric, watching with an inappropriate display of satisfaction, I patted Henry on the shoulder as if he were nothing more than a puppy, and started toward Eric as if in a trance. Pretty girl. The term floated back to me once again. I couldn't let him go there, but by the way he was watching me, silvery gaze sparking over his glass, it would be pretty hard not to. It was, one might say, a challenge. You look like a waiter, Gaston, I recited as I joined him at the bar. Are you ready for my order? That depends, he said without missing a beat. On whether you've checked the menu. I smiled. He grinned, but this time there was nothing innocent about it. "Who's this?" the lady bartender asked, reappearing with all her boobular awesomeness. Eric wrested his gaze away. "This is Jane, Viv." He turned to me. "Jane, this is Vivian. She and Tom, her fiancé, own Marley's. I come here a fair amount." Vivian snorted.
"Try every night. I mean, I like the business and all, but you should probably step out of your box sometimes, Eric."
I sniggered. "Still don't like breaking your routines, huh, Petrie?"
"Petrie?"
Vivian blinked between us.
"Who's Petrie?"
Eric hid his eyes under one palm. "Jane, really?" I leaned in.
"Tell me, Vivian, does Howard Hughes here have a tendency to pick up random tail at your fine establishment?"
Vivian raised a blonde brow at Eric.
"She knows you well, Deevee."
Eric just groaned into his hand. "Yes," he said. "She does."
"We go back a ways," I told her. "I know all his dirty secrets." "Well, as his bartender, I'd like to think I know a few too."
Vivian glanced at my nearly empty glass.
"Need another?"
I nodded, and she left to refill my glass. Eric just watched me, his face settling back into a placid non-expression. I looked him over, taking in his shirt, the way the slim-cut tailoring showed off a narrow waist, broad shoulders, and those damn biceps all over again.
"Have we been doing a few extra sets of push-ups to impress the ladies, Casanova? I don't remember you being this jacked."
"I try to take care of things when necessary."
He was smug, which told me I wasn't hiding my admiration very well. Asshole. What right did he have looking like that? Did men take a secret class in college that taught them exactly how to roll their sleeves up just haphazardly enough to make a woman's mouth water? Did they share tips on how hot and bothered a well-placed forearm would make her? Bastards. All of them.
Vivian returned with my beer. Eric examined the PBR with obvious distaste and told Vivian to put it on his tab along with another drink for himself.
"Yes, I still like my PBR," I said as I took a welcome sip. "So you can take your condescension and shove it, Eric."
"I didn't say anything," he murmured, but accepted his next drink from Vivian too. This one had olives.
"Dirty martini with beluga gold line," she said,
and Eric nodded appreciatively. "Damn," he said after he took a sip. "Tom's really trying to expand the clientele, isn't he?" Vivian shrugged.
"He's shooting for the after-work crowd. He thinks that if a smug son of a bitch like you shows up 3 or 4 times a week, there are others who'll do it too."
I snorted again, but Eric didn't answer.
It seemed like Vivian enjoyed baiting him too. I liked her already. "So how do you two know each other?" Vivian asked.
"I added my sample to the dish," I said. When Vivian just looked confused, I elaborated. "We used to hook up sometimes, and after that spectacularly crashed and burned, our relationship became one of boisterous animosity." Eric just sighed.
"You're kidding," Vivian said almost gleefully. "No offense, Stevie, but she doesn't really seem like your type." I hated how much the comment stabbed.
"Then whose type does she seem like?" Eric asked, a little too sharply.
Was it possible he was just as annoyed by that statement as I was? "Well, that guy's, to start." Vivian pointed a rag at Henry, who was now talking hops and malts to another unsuspecting lady.
She looked about as interested in them as I had been. All 3 of us watched with almost academic curiosity as Henry pushed his glasses up his nose and gestured empathetically at the row of beer samples between him and the girl. Eric turned back to Vivian. "What's the difference?"
"Come on, don't tell me you don't see it. Look at you. every weekend I see you in these pristine shirts without even one wrinkle, with your shiny hair and your fancy watch. That guy looks like her. A little, I don't know, rough around the edges. No offense, Jane. A little rock and roll. I guffawed. He is the furthest thing from rock and roll. I can promise you that. He's basically Gordon Lightfoot. Vivian giggled. I sound like my mother when I say that, but you know what I mean. I'm sorry for laughing, I said, but I promise you, that guy is about as rock and roll as the Osmonds. Eric was still staring hard at Henry.
If he looks like a rock star at all, it's off the cover of Spin magazine circa 1997.
He took another sip as Henry pointed excitedly at one glass of beer.
The girl was looking around the rest of the room.
Vivian snorted. Why 1997? Yes, Petrie, that's an oddly specific year, I chimed.
The ill-fitting flannel shirt, the overgrown monk hair, the horn-rimmed glasses. I'd bet $5 he picked up at the Goodwill. I'll bet you 5 more they don't even have a prescription.
I chuckled. I see it. Henry does have that kind of 90s emo look going for him.
Henry? Is that really his name?
Vivian shrugged. If he's 90s, then so is Jane. She kind of reminds me of Gwen Stefani, like she should be his lead singer. We all looked down at my outfit. Thin black and white shirt slipping off one shoulder again, an armful of silver bangles, and the loud pink hair that I'd blown into waves. I guess the reference worked. Gwen Stefani wasn't Asian, but she did have pink hair at one point, and we both liked red lipstick. Eric seemed extremely interested in that last aspect of my outfit, too. But when I looked up, he glanced away and took another sip.
He looks homeless, like he lives on someone's couch. He's nowhere near good enough for her.
Who? The girl over there? Vivian asked.
No, Eric said. Jane.
Chapter 7. We were the last ones there when Vivian and Tom started closing up the bar, winding saran wrap around the tops of the bottles while Mazzy's star serenaded people out the door. Maybe it was the 3 more pints of PBR that made everything seem funnier than it was. Or the vodka that cracked Eric's careful mask and had him loosening his tie halfway down his shirt. Maybe it was the look on his face, half annoyed, half adoring, every time I stole one of his olives and chucked it at him for no apparent reason. But soon I found myself on the tail end of one of the best dates I'd had in a long time. The best date that wasn't even a date. I honestly couldn't remember what we had talked about for the last 3 hours. Hell, I couldn't even remember the last time I had talked to anyone for 3 straight hours. Not Skylar, my mother, my cousins. No one. And what had we even discussed? Nothing and everything. Our jobs, the shitty music from 1993 this bar insisted on playing, the ridiculous outfit Henry had been wearing when he walked up to me. Who wears suspenders and a belt? We asked again and again. The more we asked, the funnier it seemed. We laughed, joked, drank, even danced a little before camping at the bar again. And slowly, I let myself enjoy the fact that Eric's gray-brown eyes didn't waver downward when I spoke. I let myself fall into the simple grace of his smile, and though we never touched, sink toward the magnetic warmth of his body. I had forgotten how easy it was to just be with him, if I wasn't fighting it.
Seriously, though,
I slurred, after finishing the last of my beer.
You are such a damn dainty little princess. Between the specialty coffee and the perfectly mixed martinis, you're basically the Dauphin of France, even without the air thing.
Princess, he said, shimmying slightly on his stool for a second.
Come on, Jane. James Bond drank martinis. Shaken, not stirred, am I right?
His words were blending into one another, too.
I dress up as Bond every year at the firm's Halloween party, you know. My secretary said I do a great British accent. He smacked his lips, and those gray eyes twinkled as he nodded fondly at his own memory. He no longer looked the picture of pristine perfection, but somehow the rumpled, rolled sleeves and the way the back of his shirt had come out of his pants made him look that much more delicious. Loosened by vodka, Eric winked at me. I almost fell off my stool. God damn it. So I did what I always did when I felt out of my league with Eric. I teased. "Pinkies up, James," I said, gesturing at his fingers, which were pinching the fragile stem of his martini glass. Long fingers. Agile fingers. Fingers that had once given me no less than 3 orgasms in one night. Back to back. I quivered in my seat. Eric just looked at his glass. "Real men know how to drink cocktails, Jane. You want some PBR drinking Neanderthal. Maybe you need to go find your emo friend again. Grab him by the suspenders." Ha. So he was still bothered by that. "Maybe I should," I retorted, swinging around on my stool, as if I was genuinely interested in Captain Kangaroo and his lumbersexual beard. As if that guy had 1/10 of the sexual charisma of the man sitting next to me. As if anyone else but Eric, or maybe Bond, could make holding a martini glass look like a rated-R sex act. It was a ploy that might have worked better if we hadn't been the only ones left. A second later, I was twisted back around, suddenly caged by Eric's arms. His used-to-be lanky, suddenly wiry, steel trap arms. All humor had disappeared, replaced by a lazy, slanting smirk and an imperious gaze that lit a fire deep within my belly. "Who do you think you're fooling, pretty girl?" he purred, tipping his head to the side to examine me. "There's no one here but me." I opened my mouth, ready to launch another comeback at him, but none came. In my beer-soaked haze, all I could see was his mouth, full and wide. All I could smell was his cologne, that hint of Tom Ford, plus a clean, surprisingly earthy scent that zipped to the back of my head and the bottom of my heart with a twang. My mouth didn't close, and Eric, damn him, stared straight at it. He raised a hand like he owned the place. "Viv, we're gonna need another round." "No can do, you idiot," Vivian called from the till. "Last call was 30 minutes ago. Finish your drinks and take your girl home, DV." "DV?" I perked up, and the spell was broken. A giggle burst from my chest. "Did she just call you DV?" Eric sat back and shrugged. "She's been calling me that all night, you lush. It's an acronym for, my name, DeVries." "You do realize that's really just VD spelled backward? Good God, that's brilliant, Petrie." I slapped my hand on the bar, tickled, pink with my epiphany. "God." Eric tipped back the rest of his drink and yanked it away from my grasp when I tried to grab the final olive. "Oh no, Lefferts, I'm eating this one." The bar's overhead lights flickered on, and both he and I squinted painfully. My eyes, I moaned, though I was already laughing. "Viv," Eric twisted around, blocking his eyes. "You could warn us." "I did warn you, VD, 30 minutes ago. Go home." I started giggling uncontrollably. Eric just rolled his eyes, but this time his full mouth bit back a bigger smile. "Damn," I said as I set my empty glass on the bar top. "I honestly don't remember the last time I closed out a bar. God, I'm getting old." "Time flies when you're having fun, right?" Eric replied. "I can't tell you how relieved I was to see you sitting over there. You saved my night, Lefferts. I was bored to damn pieces." "Please, Petrie. People don't change that much, and the only thing that's really different about you these days is that you have a bigger paycheck, nicer clothes, better hair,
You didn't come in here looking for me. I just happened to be in your line of sight. I started looking through my purse for nothing in particular, ignoring the way that particular statement cut into my chest. Damn it. I'd fallen into that trap. That special Eric trap. The one where he made me, and countless other women, feel like the only girl in the room. Like I was special, when I was undoubtedly not. He had looked up because he was cruising for his next victim, and he had summoned me because I was a challenge. It was as simple as that. Eric watched me for a moment, then passed a hand through his hair, which, like the rest of him, was beautifully mussed. I'll have you know, I come in here for the excellent cocktails, not the easy tale. If that's all I wanted, I would have left you with your date. Sure. Right. Like I was going to believe that. I rolled my eyes and stood up. Okay, maybe I swayed a little. I need a walk. There are more enjoyable forms of exercise. When I looked up, he wasn't even trying to hide his leer, or his glass-cut jaw, or that goddamn sparkle. You? I said as I pushed a finger into his chest. Didn't used to be this corny petri dish. My finger, though, didn't move. It just kept pressing into that divot between those chest muscles, which I suddenly discovered were a lot more defined than I remembered. Stop it. Stop it. I am not going there. I don't care that you suddenly learned how to trim your stubble so that it looks like your jaw was chiseled by Michelangelo himself. I don't care that you look like you could still make me forget the days of the week with those well-honed bedroom skills of yours. Not going there. Eric just shrugged. Again, like a cataclysmic level of sexual tension hadn't just passed between us. I had to try. I wouldn't be living up to that fucking nickname if I didn't, right? He stood up and checked for his wallet and keys, leaving me wondering if I was the only one who had felt it. Shit. Come on, Lefferts, let's walk it off. Walking. That was unfortunately a bit more difficult. It took about 4 steps outside for both of us to trip on the uneven cobblestones on Hanover. I thought I had done pretty well, going with 3-inch heels instead of 4 tonight. And these were block boots, not stiletto. I should have been fine, even after ingesting the equivalent of a full pitcher of PBR by myself. But the cobblestones disagreed. Vehemently. Whoa! Eric caught me as I basically went flying into the street, clasping my shoulders between his broad palms as he set me upright. His scent floated past all over again. Damn him. Damn Tom Ford. It's like that guy bottled sex pheromones and had the audacity to call it cologne instead of Jane Lefferts' kryptonite. Steady, girl, he said. Come on, let me help. What am I, a horse? Get off me! I batted at him, but Eric just tucked one of my arms under his and forced me to walk alongside him until we were back on the sidewalk. It didn't take long for me to stop fighting it. His large, solid bicep did, after all, make it easier to walk. Right? We continued through the crooked streets of the North End, finally ending up by the harbor, where a few other last callers were doing the same thing we were, walking off their booze, restlessness, and sexual chemistry. A few were unlikely to make it back to their apartments. More than one couple pawed at each other on park benches. Don't fall in, I called as we passed one couple who were practically horizontal over the pier railing. They didn't stop. I bit my lip as we passed, trying to ignore the ache flowering in my lower belly. It had been humming there all night. Remember when that was us? Eric was watching the same couple with... Was that longing in his gray eyes?
He chewed absently on his lower lip for a minute and squeezed my hand a little harder. A bit, yeah, I said. We had a little more style, though. You were never one for PDA to start. I had you in that alley in Alston once, behind the bakery, remember? Had me? What am I, a pastry? The right side of his full mouth tugged up in a smirk. What do you want me to say? I pounded you like bread dough? I believe the term is fucked, sir, I proclaimed. It was a shag fest, especially the summer when we were studying for the bar. So yes, we fucked in that alley in Alston. But it wasn't really public because it was so dark. And late enough that they were already baking the croissants for the next morning. You got me one after we were done, if I remember correctly. And coffee. A true gentleman. Eric flipped his free hand and mimed as if he were tipping a top hat, and we were strolling around in an Edith Wharton novel. Not stumbling around, drunken Bostonians on a cool spring night. I would never do anything so pedestrian as fuck, Jane, he said. Especially not with you. Oh, really, Jeeves? Then what would you call it? Making love? Eric smirked again. What's wrong with intercourse? I mean, it's fine, I guess, if you're Mrs. Cleary, my 9th grade health teacher. Eric tipped his head from side to side, like he was weighing the options. You know, of all the euphemisms I can think of for sex, there aren't a lot of expressions that cover the whole bone-melting, earth-shattering, life-changing actions we did. His eyes flashed. At least in my opinion. I arched a brow. Oh? Making whoopee doesn't get you there? The smile broadened. How about Blitzkrieg Mealtime Fleischgewehr? I guffawed. Point for the obscure German metal reference. What about Beast with Two Backs? If we're averting pedestrian, there's nothing better than Shakespeare. Eric nodded, eyes shining with approval. The Bard's got a few good ones, I chuckled. Oh, good God. I should have known better than to start with the poetry. Do you really still quote that crap offhand? Why not? It's better than what most assholes have to say. Lady, shall I lie in thy lap? Sounds a hell of a lot nicer than want a screw. Hamlet, huh? You are keen, my lord. You are keen. Eric stopped, assuming a posture that once again took me back 5 years. Hands shoved into his pockets, eyes closed, nose tipped up while he searched his memory. I was jerked back to those moments, right after we'd both basically given ourselves up to the beast from Othello. He'd suddenly shift from a beast to a poet, quoting lines from his favorites. It matched his other pretensions, of course, and from anyone else, I might have found it insufferable. But from a man who, generally, was so apathetic and immovable, there was something very addictive about hearing words born of passion in his deep voice. It would cost you a groaning to take off my edge, he said with a rakish lift of his brow. But then he continued with the rest of the verse, which had a distinctly less playful mood. Doubt thou the stars are fire? Doubt that the sun doth move? Doubt truth be a liar? You're out of order, I said, cutting him off before he could get to the 4th and final stanza of the poem Hamlet writes Ophelia. Never doubt my love, he finished anyway, just as his eyes met mine. We locked gazes for a few seconds, and then he looked away. I gulped. That doesn't happen until the 2nd act. My voice wasn't nearly as strong as I wanted. Remember, I told myself. Sure, for all his calculated moves and pragmatic career choices, Eric was a poet at heart. Surprises, surprises. But these were surprises he must have shared with countless other women, before and after those brief months we shared. There was absolutely no way I was the first woman ever privy to his talents. Besides, I said as I scampered a few steps ahead of him.
They're both mad. Crazy. Hamlet and Ophelia. Both, am I right?
Eric's eyes opened, and then he smiled serenely. The moonlight made his teeth gleam, and my heart twisted in my chest. Crazy, he agreed. Yeah. Then, it was a good summer, wasn't it? He waited a long time, but I didn't answer, just looked out at the harbor as we continued to walk. Never doubt my love. The words kept echoing through my head, a verse unfinished. Hey, Eric called me back. Wasn't it, Jane? I stopped and turned around.
Well, yeah, you know it was, at least until the end. You don't need me to say it to pad your ego.
His eyes weren't shining anymore. Suddenly they burned. And that sense of déjà vu was back. Only now it wasn't Eric's inner angel I was remembering. It was the inner demon that appeared just as quickly. Maybe I just needed to know I wasn't crazy for remembering it that way, pretty girl. The words just slipped out, like they had before, and in a second, just as I had at the end of the bar, when a single tip of his head had me gliding across an entire lounge like a robot, I froze in his thrall. The light breeze blew off the harbor, but Boston wasn't asleep. We were at the edge of the North End, and the sounds of the other late-night denizens of the city echoed off the cobbled streets, just as they had for years in the heart of the city. Eric took my hand, and I let him. I let him weave his fingers in between mine, and then I let him stop. Let him tug me around to face him. His eyes sharpened and dropped to my lips. He took a step toward me, then another, and for a second, every memory I had of us flashed through my mind. Once it would have been so simple, or as simple as it ever was with Eric. A few words, a quick signal. My pretenses would drop, like some kind of magic password released them, and I'd go from mouthing off at every little thing to doing whatever he said, or bearing the punishment for it. Gladly. Pretty girl. That had been the phrase, the cue, which came as naturally to me as anything else had with him. With Eric, both my mind and body had acted on instinct. Perhaps the phrase worked so well because it wasn't true. Because I wasn't pretty. Not like Skylar, or probably most of Eric's family was. I was angles and length, wide-set eyes, a mouth that was a little too big, breasts that were a little too small. I was loud and without decorum, steel edges and torn knees. But no sooner would he say it that I'd become someone else, someone I'd never really been with any other. My hands, my arms, my mouth, my voice, everything moved in concert with the man who used that name. In those moments, we made poetry together. Or so I wanted to believe. Pretty girl. He whispered it this time, then watched with complete and utter joy as my face tipped toward his. For a second, I stood there, suspended. My mind swam, and I inhaled, suddenly surrounded by his scent of cologne, soap, linen. Eric. Easy there, Jane Brain. Don't run away with yourself. Dad's voice, strong and serene, and followed surprisingly by my mother's, the complete opposite.
Jane!
My mother hissed from 1,000 miles away, warning me to keep my head, keep my heart away from men like this, telling me to play it safe, telling me to be more like her. Jane. Eric's voice was deeper, more immediate, and yanked me back to the here and now. Tomorrow I could make the necessary decisions. I'd tell him no. I'd go back to my staid, boring life. find another job I barely liked, learn how to put up with my mother, and carve out a space for myself that was right back in the limbo I'd endured for the last 5 years. Tomorrow I could go back to that life, if you could call it that at all. But tonight I could do something else. Fuck it, I whispered, and kissed him. Chapter 8. They say don't stick your fingers in a socket because you'll get a shock. Well, I shouldn't have kissed Eric DeVries because it was like being caught in a lightning storm. His taste, his touch, the currents of life that flowed through this man galloped through me in less than a second. Every cogent thought in my head disappeared except one. Need him now. Was I playing with fire? Sure. But my self-preservation, which had never been my strongest sense to begin with, had pretty much evaporated at that point. What did it matter anymore if Eric and I had another one-night stand? What did anything matter? Right now, the world was flat, down was up, right was left. I was living with my mother, mourning my father, and actually considered getting married for a price tag. Letting Eric work his voodoo on my confused, fucked-up brain seemed like the most correct thing in the world. Besides, he started it with all that pretty girl crap. He started it the second he stalked me at a salon in Albany Park. As my brain moved into that sweet space where it stopped pushing so damn hard and just let things be, something in the air shifted. And then his lips, those full, suckable lips that always seemed halfway to growling no matter what, responded to mine. And my brain stopped working too. He just transformed. He stopped being calm, collected Eric DeVries and turned into him. Gone was the placid face as his hands ran up and down my back, grasping my waist, my ass, my legs with purpose and intent, hard enough to make me moan. His mouth, stunned at first, turned ruthless, sucking and plundering with every brutal kiss. It was like both of us hadn't just been starving for the evening, but for the last 5 years, and now we were making up for it. We weren't a meeting of two like minds. This was a fucking thunderstorm. He grabbed my ass and squeezed again, hard this time, and I moaned into his mouth. 2 more minutes, and I wasn't going to care if we were in the middle of Fenway Park. Eric would be able to tell me anything he wanted me to do, and I was going to do it. Sneak onto one of the boats bobbing in the harbor, bang on the door of Marley's to use that mirrored bar of theirs. Hell, I'd dart behind a dumpster in the mood I was in. I just wanted the man. Inside me. Yesterday. But instead of jumping him like I wanted, I pulled away, gasping. Eric's chest heaved, his tie hanging from it like a hangman's noose. His mouth swollen and red, like it had just been bitten. He stared at me like he was going to lunge all over again, like I had done to him. And he was definitely finding it hard to breathe, too. Good. My lower lip slipped between my teeth, and Eric winced. Other memories came flooding back. His hand on my ass whenever I did that. Bite it, he'd say. Bite it again, pretty girl. I would, of course, and he'd find flesh with a scintillating crack. 2, 3, 4. He'd make me count, shout them with him. You drive me crazy, he'd tell me at the end. So I'd do it once more. I blinked at him and slowly let my lip free. Even in the night, I could see Eric's eyes dilate. Come here, he ordered, and yanked me back to his waiting mouth. It was like the last 5 years hadn't happened.
like Eric and I were just out of law school all over again. Young and green and fucking unable to keep our hands off each other. His lips molded to mine frantically, and my hands traveled up and down his extremely hard body. This didn't feel like the body of someone who sat behind a desk all day. What did he do? Full-body planks while he read depositions? Narrate opening statements from a captain's chair? But I didn't care that his hands cupped my face, my neck, my waist, playing over my small curves like they were all he needed in the world. Even part of me, down to my bones, seemed to cry for his touch. It didn't matter that it was past 2 o'clock in the morning. It didn't matter that we were making out like kids in the middle of Government Square, where all of Boston could stare at us. As our tongues twisted around each other again and again, all I could think, feel, sense, was that I needed to fuck this man. I needed him inside me, right fucking now. Need. What? What? I exploded back all over again, feeling like I'd been punched in the gut. I knew that feeling. That wasn't just lust. Need went beyond getting your rocks off. Need was something much more visceral. It sank right to the heart of things, and what I truly needed was to stop that feeling immediately. If only he didn't taste so damn good.
Jane,
Eric managed to croak as I held up a hand. Somehow I managed to step back.
Jane, what are you doing?
We need to stop, I gasped. He stared at me, incredulous, as if I'd just asked him to give me a kidney.
Are you kidding me right now?
I shook my head, still gasping for breath. At least I wasn't alone. With his normally neat blonde hair a tousled mess, and his chest heaving like he'd just crossed a champion finish line, it was clear that I wasn't the only one who had just run a marathon with that kiss. Eric, I said again. Come on, we can't. He groaned.
So we're back to this.
Back to what?
This fucking push and pull. Will we or won't we?
He pushed his hands over his face and yanked at his hair.
Fucking fuck!
Be reasonable, I said, more to myself than to him. You just asked me to marry you. As an arrangement. We start sleeping together and it's going to complicate things so much more. You know I'm right, counselor. Eric turned.
And if I hadn't?
My brows knitted together. If you hadn't what?
Ask you to marry me. If you were just here visiting for the weekend, going back to Chicago tomorrow, what would you do?
I swallowed heavily. We both knew the answer to that. I'd yank his tie the rest of the way off and beg him to bind my wrists. I'd lift my skirt and yank down his pants and taste him right here just because I could. I'd take one night, and then I'd be done, because I'd know that was all he could give. My answer must have shown clearly on my face, because Eric stepped toward me with clear intention.
I'll give you what you want, Jane,
he said, low and sure, like he was soothing a scared animal.
One night only, like you always said. I'm not trying to use you. We just both know that this,
he gestured between us,
isn't going away unless we deal with it. So we might as well just get it over with and move on.
The fucked up thing? My heart skipped and fell at the same time. Because I did want him, more than anything. I was so tired of trying to figure everything else out in my life, and I knew that in Eric's bed I wouldn't have any space to think at all. But for one night only, right? And the next morning he'd go back to being as aloof as possible. And I'd have to remind myself that to him I was only ever going to be a good time. a means to an end, a way to retain his fortune and have a little fun while he was at it. Well, I hadn't said yes, and two could play at this game. You promise? I said as I took a step forward, too. Eric's hands dropped to his sides.
Don't play with me right now, Jane.
I took another step closer, but remained just out of reach. I mean it. A good time, right? And one night only? That's where it ends? One more step. I bit my lip again. This time on purpose. Eric's eyes grew darker.
Is that what you want?
What I want, I entered his space, slipped a hand up his chest and around his neck. Our foreheads touched, and his scent swept over me. A crazy, intoxicating combination of soap, cologne, and a hint of vodka. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. All I could do was want.
Be careful, Jane, Eric whispered as his dark eyes traveled over my face.
Be careful with what? I whispered back, suddenly entranced by the small divot in his chin. Should I? No, I shouldn't. But I did anyway. I licked it. Eric hissed. Once upon a time, I said as I slowly drifted my mouth around the edges of his lips, you used to know how to quiet this crazy mind of mine. You knew how to own it. Did you forget? Eric was a statue, but his eyes were stars.
Absolutely not.
I closed my eyes, almost like I was meditating. When I opened them, Eric's lips grazed mine. Then do it, I murmured against his mouth. For one night, make me your pretty girl again, Mr. DeVries. Gone. My self-control was gone. It was nearly depleted when I kissed him the first time, but the second his name slipped out of me like that, I knew I'd given up the ghost. For the next few hours, at least, I was his. Oh, the relief. Eric slipped a hand around the nape of my neck and then stared at my mouth for a good 5 seconds. My lips throbbed with want, but he didn't move. In fact, he seemed to enjoy the delayed gratification. Either his, or more likely, mine.
What do you say?
He said, his husky voice barely above a whisper. He didn't want me to ask. He wanted me to beg. I blinked, a slow sweep of lashes beneath flickering lenses. Please. Eric swallowed heavily and pulled at his collar, though it was already unbuttoned.
Come with me.
It took about 5 minutes for him to drag me back to Hanover, hand firmly around my neck. I didn't care that my boots were scraping on the sidewalk. If I couldn't walk, I had no doubt that Eric would have carried me at that point. Picked me up and slung me over his shoulder, without a care for my squawks or other pedestrians' gasps. That was a thought. We tore down the street, past Marley's, which was now completely closed, and 2 more blocks down to a large brick building, where a door was immediately held open by a portly man in a green suit with brass buttons. God, Eric was such a snob. Of course he'd live in a building like this now, with a fucking doorman. He probably didn't even know his name.
This is Jane, Paul,
Eric said as we swept inside.
She's with me.
Okay, so I was wrong about that one. His touch dropped from my neck, and he took my hand instead. And sure, maybe I sent him a sideways glance before smiling brightly at Paul, who waved politely, but said nothing. And sure, maybe I puffed out my chest a little when Eric said it like that. She's with me. I didn't want to think about how good it felt to be with him like that again.
To be claimed like that again. We rode the elevator in silence up to the 7th floor, and I followed him down a long hall, my hand tightly in his grip. Eric stopped outside the door at the far corner, keys dangling from his fingers. I waited without a word. But instead of opening the door, Eric turned. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. I quirked a brow. Eric almost looked like he might smile, but instead of fighting back with yet another snarky reply, the kind that would have earned me a quick slap on the ass 5 years ago, I just blinked. "No," I admitted. "I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what tomorrow's going to look like. I don't know what I'm going to say about all the questions I still have to answer. But, Eric?" I paused. "Sometimes you don't know you want something until it actually happens. Like a name. Like the look on his face when, instead of calling him Richie Rich or VD or Petri Dish, his given name came out of my mouth. The hunger on his face was threaded with something else that resembled an emotion both of us had once felt, but only one of us had said. And as I saw it, I realized then how badly I missed it. How badly I had missed him. Something in me broke. "What is it, Jane?" Before I could continue, Eric reached out and gently pulled off my glasses. My vision wasn't the worst. I was nearsighted, so I could actually see him pretty clearly up close. He knew that. He used to say, once upon a time, that he didn't want anything between us. After he made me lose all my senses, he would lie on his side and stare at my eyes. Memorizing, he said, their strange mix of greens and blacks and browns and yellows. Memorizing their beautiful chaos. Just like me. Oh, fuck. There went my heart all over again. Eric folded the frames and tucked them into my purse. "Tonight, I don't want to think," I said. "Is that all right?" I didn't know what was going on. This wasn't the confident, no fucks to give Jane I worked so hard to be. Gone was the almost Napoleonic bravado. I couldn't have made a joke if I wanted. Most of the time, I wrapped myself in humor like it was some kind of armor. It took a lot to break through that. But just like he had always done, Eric managed to pierce my careful defenses with little more than a few guarded words and some patience. He examined me for a few moments, then pulled me closer. Our bodies met, from chest to knees, and I closed my eyes at the sudden sensation of this tall column of muscle pressed against me. Wondered if I'd be able to handle it when there was nothing at all between us. "You got it." Eric's deep voice slid over my aching skin. Then he reached around my trembling body and unlocked the door. Chapter 9. Despite his taste for the finer things in life, Eric had lived modestly when I knew him before. Student housing through law school, and then a tiny 2-bedroom a few blocks from here that he actually shared briefly with Skylar before she and Brandon got married. I had no idea where he lived between then and now, but it couldn't have been this place. Then again, what did I know? Maybe he had owned it the entire time. "This is where you live?" I wandered into the apartment with wide eyes, honestly unsure of where I should even set my purse. The lucite entry console? The sleek silver counters? Maybe the white leather armchair positioned by a single bookshelf. Everything was sterile and utterly charmless. I turned around to where Eric was placing his keys in an empty glass bowl by the door. "You really are a petri dish. This is basically a laboratory." The entire apartment was white, silver, and glass. It wasn't huge. These places in the North End never were. But what it lacked in space, It made up with perfection. The stainless steel counters in the kitchen were spotless under rows of bright white cabinets. The 4-person dining table with steel legs and blonde wood looked like no one had ever eaten there. And the row of Harper's magazines on the glass and steel coffee table in the lounge were neatly fanned in front of an immaculate white mid-century modern sofa. It was the opposite of my former homely studio, my parents' messy house in Evanston, or the plastic-covered chaos of my mother's condo. He had obviously paid someone a lot of money to create this ice palace. Eric untied his half-Windsor knot as he strode into the kitchen, his black boots clipping across gleaming parquet floors. The Boston skylight twinkled against the clear night sky through picture windows. He fixed himself another finger of vodka, then turned to where I stood, somewhat nervously, in the middle of the room, much too conscious of the fact that I was the only drop of color in it. "Like one?" he asked, holding up his glass. Both strands of his tie hung down his chest, waiting to be tugged. My head felt fuzzy, but the PBR was wearing off. Beer before liquor, I thought hazily. "No," I said, to my surprise. I couldn't stop staring at his tie, thinking of all the things he could do with it. Then I looked straight at him. "You know what I want." No use beating around the bush. Eric's eyes didn't leave mine as he sipped on his vodka. His expression was blank, and again, the urge to shatter that smug demeanor coursed through me. Why did he always have to look like that? Like nothing ever bothered him? Especially when the whole world seemed to bother me? "I have to leave on Monday," he said. "That's when I told her I'd be there. Or, I suppose, that's when she said I have to start." I blinked. This was not what I was expecting. "She?" He took another long drink. "Grandmother." I frowned. "You know, I really didn't come up here to chat about dear old Granny and her maniacal marriage plot." Eric emptied his drink, then set the glass in the sink with unnecessary force. "No, but we're going to have to." When he looked up, his eyes had lost all humor. "I gave you a week, Jane. You've had time." His head tipped to one side. "Tell me, and I'll give you what you want." My jaw dropped. "You're kidding. You're going to hold out on me now, VD? After all that damn foreplay? 2 minutes ago, you had your hands all over my ass, and now you want to play hard to get?" His mouth twisted into a smirk that was half delicious, half infuriating. "That's right." I watched irritably as he rounded the kitchen island to where I stood, taking one measured step at a time. He tipped my chin up, forcing me to look at him. "I need an answer, Jane." I swallowed. Monday was in 2 days. Don't give a girl much time, do you? The hand on my chin didn't move. "I don't have much time, Jane." For a second, those deep gray eyes shuddered. "Such is life, I suppose." I swallowed. "Well, then I'd better decide, hadn't I?" He stared at me, hard, and then his hand dropped. "Jane, cut the bullshit. Yes or no?" I kept my chin where it was, lifted and defiant. His hands flexed by his sides. I could only guess what he wanted to do with them. It was too easy to imagine. "Turn around, pretty girl." I did. I had defied him enough tonight, and my ass was a bright shade of pink to show for it. Eric smirked as I placed my hand neatly on his counter, pushing myself out slightly for his viewing pleasure. "That's a very nice view," he remarked, circling halfway around me and back again. Though I couldn't see his face, his gaze seared my skin. Soft lips grazed the back of my thighs. drifting across the delicate skin like feathers. "So beautiful," he murmured as he slipped a hand between them. "So fucking beautiful." I arched into his touch as one finger breached my entrance. "You like that?" he asked from below. "You want more?" "Jane?" I blinked. "What?" His brows knit together in irritation. "Yes or no?" I exhaled and walked toward the windows. Below, Hanover still bustled in spite of the late hour. Boston was a city full of young, virile bodies trapped on its historic grounds. I watched as one pair toppled into a dark corner. The spot between my legs throbbed. "Jane." God, he was annoying. Stubborn, really. Like a dog with a bone. I turned, leaned back against the window, and crossed one ankle over the other. Eric approached, placing one hand on the glass over my shoulder so he could loom over me. A dark Adonis lit only by the sparkling lights of the city below. I glanced up at his hand. "Sure you want to leave a print like that?" His face didn't move. "Your answer, Jane." "What do you think, Petrie?" A second later, I was whirled around, my wrists cuffed behind my back by one of Eric's large hands, while the other wrapped around my chin, forcing me to look out the picture window. "I think," he said, staring at our reflections with an intensity that I couldn't believe I had forgotten, "you need to stop fucking around." "Let go of me," I said, struggling, but not. Just enough to make him fight a little. Give him something to control. Which he did. The grip on my wrists turned iron, while his other hand flicked open my jeans, then slid down the front with a harsh shove that had me gasping already. "Is this what you want?" he demanded as he tugged the material roughly to my ankles, suddenly baring my legs to the cold of the glass, the harsh chill of the room, and the warmth of his body behind me. "You know what I want, and it's not to be held hostage by your arrogant ass." His hand found my ass with a loud crack, and I jumped as he pushed me against the glass. My breathing came up short, and it wasn't because I was scared. It was because I was turned on. So fucking turned on. "Say that again," he said, as his palm now soothed the flaming skin. "That again?" Smack. I jerked, wanting to punch him and beg him for more at the same time. Again, another soft caress. "You really want this, don't you?" I twisted to look over my shoulder. "Don't I?" He was finding it harder to mask his frustration. I only found it more erotic. And if the long, hard bulge pressed against me was any indicator, so did he. He jerked me back against him, his teeth grazing my earlobe. "You are playing with fucking fire here, Jane. Don't toy with me. Or have you forgotten what I'm capable of?" In my experience, most men treated the clitoris like a light switch or El Dorado. It was either too common to treat nicely, or they acted like it was a mythical land no one could find, their fingers dancing around in itinerant, drunk circles until the girl faked it or took care of herself. Eric, however, knew exactly what to do. Slip his fingers under the cotton edge of my underwear. Dip his fingers into the sensitive, damp folds. Toy lightly. Tickle until my breath came short. Explore. Little by little. Not with the tips, but with the pads of his fingers, one at a time. And then, when he found the right spot, moved two fingers in a firm, insistent rhythm that quickly drove all rational thoughts out of my mind. This was just one of Eric's many gifts. I groaned, smashing my entire face against the window when he dropped my wrists. It was all I could do to remain upright. I needed the brace of his body behind me to keep me standing. One of Eric's hands slipped around my hips and down, past the flimsy material and into the warmth that awaited him. He found my clit with practiced skill, like it had only been 5 days, not 5 years, and began to rub in those slow, delicious circles I had craved for so long. "That's it, isn't it, pretty girl? God, you're shaking." His mouth hovered next to my ear, his breath hot, his lips grazing my earlobe. "I'd never forget this pussy. I'd never forget you." "Jesus," I moaned against the glass, my breath clouding it next to my face. The man was a genius. That was all there was to it. His other hand slid up my thigh from behind, taking a minute to massage one ass cheek, then the other. He pulled it away, and for a second I braced myself for a quick slap. "No, not this time, pretty girl." His deep voice vibrated against my neck. "But you want it, don't you? You always did." Don't get ahead of yourself," I said, but my retort was weak. I was too busy melting. He was completely correct. I did want it. This was exactly what I needed. The shadow of grief that had been shading me like a veil for the last 9 months was finally being chased away. Here in the dark, the world was bright again. Here, with Eric's slow, careful movements, I could finally... Smack. I jumped with a squeak, as pain and, yes, desire shot through my body. Eric rubbed his hand over my ass again. "That was for your smart mouth," he said. "Don't forget who's in control here." The fingers on my clit continued their steady drive, while his other hand slipped between my thighs. Up, farther and farther, until finally his thumb tickled my soaking wet entrance. "You want it, don't you?" he growled as he toyed with me. "My finger? Or you want my dick instead?" The man was literally driving the words from my mouth. I, mouthy Jane Lefferts, could no longer speak in complete sentences. Fucking Eric. Fucking delicious. Finger voodoo, god of sex, Eric. "Tell me," he said, as 2 of said digits slipped just inside. His other hand moved slightly faster, harder over that tight bud. I emitted a long, low moan. "What do you want, Jane?" I exhaled through my teeth, gritting them tight as he drew me toward the edge and pulled me away again just by adjusting his fingers' cadence. Slower, faster, then slow again. "I want... Jesus Christ, Eric." There was a low chuckle behind my ear, and then I felt the wet of his tongue as he traced its edge, then dipped inside there, too. He was penetrating me, just slightly, in 2 different places, but not enough. It wasn't nearly enough. "Your dick," I blurted, jerking my hips back toward him. "Eric, I need your cock, like, right fucking now." The chuckle returned as his fingers pressed harder, even faster now, and the fingers at my pussy slipped all the way in, forcefully enough that I jumped. "I want you to come first," he said. "I want to watch you fall apart in my hands before I split you in 2, pretty girl." His hand drove now, pumping mercilessly while his other absorbed the pressure outside, coaxing my ecstasy forward. I rocked against them, urging him to fuck me harder with his hands. Higher, higher. Oh, God, here it came. "I'm going to come," I moaned, as I felt myself starting to topple over. "Are you?" "Yes," I breathed, feeling that imminent ledge approach.
It had been so long. And then his hands disappeared. My body throbbed. It ached. But his body, his hands, his long, solid length pressed against my thigh. All of it evaporated. And I was left plastered against his fishbowl windows with my pants down to my ankles, while his footsteps receded. I twisted around to find Eric walking down the far hall, adjusting himself as he went. "Hey!" He didn't answer, just kept striding toward his bedroom. "Hey!" When he still didn't answer, I shimmied after him like an awkward penguin, managed to get my pants back up, then jogged across the apartment to catch him at the end of the hall. "Eric!" When he still didn't turn around, I kicked him. Right in the stupid, irritatingly round, perfectly placed tush. With my boot. Really fucking hard. Then the bastard whirled around. "What the fuck, Jane? Did you just kick me?" "Right in the ass, yep. I literally just kicked your ass. Because who the fuck brings a girl that close to an orgasm and then leaves her high and dry?" Eric shook his head like he couldn't believe it. "Like you're going to do to me? You just came to Boston to toy with me, didn't you? You don't give a shit about my problems, about this shitty situation. I ask you one fucking question, yes or no, and you're still toying with me. Well, two can play that game, gorgeous." My mouth dropped. "Are you serious right now? Who's been playing games, asshole? You flirt all charmingly, get me all hot and heavy, when really you were just trying to manipulate me into a marriage contract so you can get your precious billions. Is that what the banter was for? All the you know me better than anyone bullshit? The kiss, too?" Eric stormed toward me, forceful enough that I wanted to back down, but my pride wouldn't let me. Because fuck him. "No," he growled. "That was because I couldn't fucking not." He whipped my arms around my back and walked me backwards toward another window, this one looking out onto a quieter street at the end of the hall. My knees buckled as my ass slammed into the edge of a wood console. A few seconds later, my boots were hurled over his shoulder, and my pants were yanked completely off. I was hoisted bodily onto the sleek wood surface. "You really haven't changed, you know that, Lefferts? Always want to fight." He kissed me again, and this time it was hard, not soft. Fast, not slow. His hands cuffed my wrists on either side as he yanked me into him, attacking me with his tongue, his body, everything he had. "Is that what you want?" he demanded, breathless and chilly before he devoured me again. "A quick fuck? Someone who'll use you and put you out of your misery?" His breathing hitched, and his low voice was growing uneven. He was angry, just like me. "Or is it the fight you want? Well, like it or not, Lefferts, no one loves to fight you like I do." "Can't quite keep your cool anymore, can you, Petrie?" I jabbed back before nipping his lip. Eric yelped, but delivered each kiss, bite for bite, bruise for bruise. His hands flew everywhere. "You're a pain in the fucking ass, Jane." "You look like the dad from Full House," another growl. "You look like a Powerpuff Girl fucked by a Betty Boop impersonator." I yanked on his tie. "Cartoons, really? Come up with something better than that, you polo-wearing twat." The hand in my hair twisted. "Please, you have 10 different colors in your hair. You look like Rainbow Bride on acid." Better than a poster child for the Gestapo. My hand slid roughly into his pants and took hold of him. Anger, it seemed, turned Eric the fuck on. Well, that made two of us. "Fuck!" Eric shouted, and then, in about 4 seconds, kicked his shoes away, ripped his pants down, applied a condom from his pocket, and shoved into me with another animal cry. "You bastard!" I yelped as I clawed at his shoulder. Take what you want, is it? Is this how marriage is going to be too? Fuck the foreplay and use the girl? It was all for show. He knew it. I knew it. My cries were the only vestiges of control I had, since the simple shape of Eric's long, slightly curved cock was doing its work better than I remembered. "You're so full of shit, Jane," he said, as he found his punishing rhythm, one that included my head banging against the glass behind me and a screech of the console legs on the floor. "You love every fucking second of this. My dick, your pussy, stretching you, punishing you. You love that my fingers are going to leave bruises all over your ass in the morning, and your neck will be covered with bite marks. My marks." His teeth sank into my neck, just under my ear, hard enough that I yelped. He thrust even harder. "Fuck you," I gritted out, even as I snaked a hand around his neck to hold him in place. If he stopped, I really would kick his ass. "You are," he retorted as he continued to split me in half. Just as promised. And then it hit me. 1, 2, 3 more harsh thrusts. My body, which had already been brought to the brink before he'd walked away so cruelly, couldn't fight the tidal wave that crashed through me. It was always like this with him. It was why, even when I couldn't stand him, I could never forget him. I didn't just come with Eric. I fucking hurtled. "God damn it, motherfucker, holy shit!" I shouted loud enough that my throat hurt as my head slammed against the window behind me. Profanities spilled out of me one after another, again and again, as Eric rattled through me. He came with a shout, his iron grip on my body tight enough that there would be fingerprints, just as he promised. Both our tensed, angry bodies shook until every inch of animosity escaped. One violent shake at a time. It was like the glass walls didn't exist, and all the energy, the anxiety, the hate we both felt was free to fly out to the city, disintegrate into the atmosphere. And all that was left, shared skin on skin, lips on lips, was satiety, contentment, bliss. Eric. Chapter 10. "You're an asshole," I mumbled sometime later. "I know," he said, in a voice still searching for breath. Maybe it was seconds. Maybe it was years. But my voice was weak, and my nose was...
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
Smell. I sagged against him, finally satisfied. I felt like one of those big predatory cats that don't eat for days, then gorge themselves until their bellies drag on the ground. That was me. An overstuffed pussy. I snorted. If I could speak at all, I'd have made the joke out loud. Eric, in his blissed-out state, would probably have understood. Hell, he'd probably have started purring just to jump in. Still, there was truth to the analogy. I hadn't known it until then, But it was like there was an animal pacing inside me most of the time, and only Eric knew how to let it out. He gave it the space to be fierce, to yowl, to roar as it needed. And then he and his slacks-clad ass tamed it, so I was nothing but a sleeping feline. Goodbye, leopard. Hello, house cat. Meow. Tomorrow I'd hate him for it all the more. But right now, I was in an exceptional state of bliss. Clearly you've been keeping up your skills, I remarked, immediately annoyed by how much the idea bothered me. Like I had a claim on him. Like I should care at all about where he'd been for the last 5 years. He stood up straight so he could look down at me, and I watched with some sadness as his mask of indifference reappeared. You just can't help yourself, can you? I worried my lips together, but looked away. Maybe he was right. Maybe I couldn't. When he pulled out, though, instead of walking away, he swept me off the console and carried me in his arms like some idiotic rom-com character. And I, in my sex-hazed stupor, was too tired, too sated, too tamed to fight it as he toted me into a large, equally pristine bedroom and carefully laid me down on one side of the giant, cloud-like bed. I burrowed into the delicious 1,000-count sheets I remembered from years before. It was the little things that betrayed his tastes. It's the little things you miss. Eric left to clean himself up. When he returned, I watched dazedly as he started getting ready for bed, pulling his shirt the rest of the way off. Damn, he really had filled out. Like he could feel me staring a hole through his psychotically defined abs, he looked up, startled like a wild animal. Then a slow, satisfied smile spread across that square jaw. Enjoying the show? I propped my head up on one hand. I can't complain. I pointed up and down his body. I don't, remember all of this business. He looked down at his chiseled physique. I wasn't so bad back then. No, but you didn't look photoshopped either. He chuckled, but didn't respond as he finished undressing. It was almost like he was doing it deliberately slowly. Turning around, he paused like a model on a runway in front of his closet, so I could get clear views of his ass in those tight black boxers. Enjoy the way the lean muscle in his back rippled in the moonlight. Observe the way his abs crunched deliciously when he bent to pull on his pants. He stood up fully and turned back, giving me another head-to-toe view of his sculpted body. Good Lord, it was like staring at the David. Well, a fiery-eyed, ass-slapping, much better equipped David. Eric padded to the bed and sat on the edge. Are you planning to sleep in your shirt, Lefferts? Or should I take your clothes the rest of the way off? Not that they don't look good, but seems like they would be kind of uncomfortable. Who says I'm sleeping here? I asked, though a yawn was already overtaking me. This bed felt like a cloud, and the days of alcohol and sex was setting in. A few more minutes and I'd be completely immobilized, regardless of the way my blouse was bunched around my ribs. Eric chuckled, then crawled on his knees so he was close enough to undress me. Noodle-limbed, I let him remove my socks and lift my shirt over my head, then retrieved my other clothes from the hall. I put on my underwear and tucked myself under the covers, while he folded the clothes and set them neatly on another white chair in the corner of the bedroom. Then he returned to the other side of the bed. He didn't pull me close. He knew me too well for that. We hadn't exactly made love, just scratched an itch both of us had, and maybe tore off some skin in the process. Instead, he set a hand on my hip and turned me over, then draped us both with his comforter so we were cocooned in the plush cotton. We probably shouldn't do that again, I whispered.
suddenly mesmerized by the way his chest gleamed in the moonlight like it was covered in dew. Eric's eyes flashed, then closed. When they opened, they were collected again. Yeah, you're probably right. Not that it wasn't good. It was. I just think it complicates things, you know? He didn't reply, just continued to watch me with that unreadable face. But I found my vitriol was gone, at least for the moment. I knew in the morning I'd feel real regrets, not just the ones I thought I should feel. Right now, I had the space to ask the questions my pride wouldn't allow earlier. I just need to know one thing. I turned my back and studied the way the moonlight striped the ceiling through the blinds. Why me? I glanced back to see his expression. Eric's forehead crinkled with a few more worry lines at 32 than he'd had at 27. It was the only real sign of aging I could see. I couldn't lie. They worked for him. Just like every other change. What do you mean, why you? He asked finally. I sighed. That song and dance about me knowing you better than anyone? It's bullshit. I don't know you at all. I didn't know about any of this, and I bet there's a lot more about your history I'll learn if I say yes. So why me, Eric? Really? And don't you dare say it's for shock factor. Or for the hate sex. I'm not a dancing monkey or your courtesan. He snorted. I wouldn't have called you either of those things, Jane. Give me some credit. I flopped back to my side. And you better not say it's because I'm funny. He shook his head, but his mouth quirked deliciously. I found myself wanting to tackle him all over again. Down, girl. No, it's not that either. Though I usually enjoy that too. But if I wanted to marry someone for laughs, I'd find a poor comedian. He shook his head. I was engaged once before, you know. My eyes flew wide. What? His mouth pressed into a firm line, and the worry lines reappeared. It's not something I particularly like discussing. Well, tough shit, J. Edgar. Start talking. Eric gave me a hard look. Bright star, were I as steadfast as thou art. I screwed up my face. Let me guess. Shelley? Eric shook his head. Keats. And that's supposed to mean? He sighed. It means have a little fucking patience, Jane. This is gonna take a minute to get out. So I waited. And waited. And waited. Did I mention that waiting wasn't particularly my strong suit? Penny was my girlfriend in high school, he said. She was a scholarship student. A girl from Astoria whose parents owned a diner. He rolled onto his back and stared up at the 15-foot ceiling. Penelope Costas, he said softly. She was Greek? He nodded. She was. And sweet. And smart. And not particularly rich. And definitely not from the Upper East Side. He snorted. Not even close. I digested this carefully. Eric had been in love. Eric, king of the one-night stand, date for every night, dipped his quill in every fucking ink jar in Boston, had once been in love. Who would have thought? I wouldn't have believed it, but the reverence in his voice was clear, and the dreamy, far-off expression on his face couldn't be mistaken for anything else. He had once said it to you too, Jane Brain, came my dad's voice out of nowhere. Which was funny, since he had never even met Eric. I had never even mentioned him to my parents. She came with me to Dartmouth, Eric continued. She attended a community college across the river and waited tables in Hanover during my last 2 years. Her parents were furious. Well, both of our families were upset. I bet, I said. All that work to get their kid into prep school, and she follows your sorry ass to collect 50-cent tips from legacy frat boys? Fun. His mouth twisted sadly. Yeah. Well, I asked her to marry me during my senior year. It only seemed right, and I did love her, regardless of whether or not we were too young. The plan was to move back to the city so she could finish at CUNY while I took up my rightful place at DVS. That, at least, made her parents happy. But not yours? I think my dad would have liked her, Eric said. But since he died when I was a kid, I'll never know. I quieted again. How did I not know this about him either? How had we spent an entire summer fucking and 3 years of being classmates without knowing such fundamental things about each other? But the rest of them, no, he said. They hated her. My cousin, my mother, aunts, uncles, everyone. And most of all, the matriarch herself, my grandmother. This is the one who wants you to get married now? Eric nodded again. Ironic, isn't it? It was, I had to agree. So what happened? I asked. Obviously you didn't get married. What happened? He asked, his voice soft enough that it almost sounded threatening. What happened was, they made her life a living hell. I frowned. Like how? His jaw ground for a second, and a muscle flickered in the side of his cheek. Little things. They'd invite her to lunch, but no one would be there. Or they'd tell her how to dress the wrong way for a party. A costume instead of black tie, or someone spilled red wine all over her dress, that sort of thing. I tipped my head. Oh, nice. Your garden variety bullying, then. Eric nodded. I hoped it would die down the longer she was around them, but it didn't. They started to be more overt about it. Tell her to her face she was trash. Refuse to let her in the functions or family gatherings or make her take the service entrance. Later, they would convince her I was doing terrible things on the side, too. That I didn't love her. That I was ashamed of her. That she had no right to be a part of their world. Fucking vultures. All of them. I was quiet as he bit the words out. The hatred Eric so clearly nursed for his family was unnerving. That's awful. Eric worried his jaw for a moment. It was. So many small, seemingly insignificant moments. But they all came together, you know. Years of it. Until one day, Penny believed it all. And that was when I came back to our apartment and found her lying in the bathtub with her blood running down the drain. And then finally, he turned, with eyes that looked black as the night outside. She slit her wrists, left me a note on the bathroom sink. She was sorry, she said, but she knew it was the best thing for me. My hands flew over my mouth. Holy shit. Oh my God, Eric, I'm so sorry. I could imagine it, though I hated to. A young, strapping Eric, eyes full of love for this girl, walking in to find her dead. How his heart must have ripped in half. Had he cried? Howled? Run to her? My chest shook as each potential action coursed through me. Eric remained completely still. So you see, he said after a few minutes, there's no love lost between me and my family, because they took the only thing I ever loved to begin with. For a second, I hated her. I hated a dead woman, because the bitter pill of jealousy sitting on my tongue made me hate the fact that the world's biggest player, the ice-cold, empty-chested Lothario of the Northeast, did in fact have a heart.
had in fact met one person he could have loved.
Except he did say it to you, Peanut, my father's voice reminded me again. I shook the thought away. That wasn't love. A summer of sex? Endless fights and a string of breakups? That had never been love. I was a terrible person. I'm so sorry, I said again. Eric, I really am. I wish there was something I could do. Finally, his eyes softened a little. Jane, there is. I've already asked you to do it. My face screwed up with confusion. I don't get it. How is marrying you going to help this situation? God, it's an utter tragedy. But it happened 10 years ago. Maybe it would be better for you to move on, you know? Eric sighed. Again, I felt terrible. Who was I, a woman with her dead father chattering in her head, to dictate the limits of anyone's grief? This story is why I'm asking you, Jane, he said, turning onto his side. He took my hand, stroking the ridges of my fingers and lingering over the left one, the one that could bear a ring. I'm asking you because I respect you, and because you're the only person I've ever met who would be strong enough to bear it. Them, their ways, their fucked up forms of pressure. His hand returned to my hip and stroked lightly. It's bad enough they're roping me back into their lives like this. The fuck if I'm going to give them the satisfaction of marrying one of them, too. He sighed, and then his mouth quirked again. You don't give a shit about what anyone thinks of you. I've always envied that about you. But, I pressed my lips together. No, I shouldn't say it. It was so pathetic. So ridiculous. It would sound like I wanted his approval, which I didn't. Did I? But you don't even like me, I bit out, recalling Skylar's rant. I'd drive you crazy. Why would you want to marry someone you can't stand? Eric blinked. Is that what you really think? That I can't stand you? Out of nowhere, my lower lip trembled. Damn it, were those tears threatening now? I looked back up at the ceiling. I don't know. You've certainly acted like it. We might spar, Jane, but I think that's a strength. You said I was a pain in the ass. You are, but in the best possible way, I promise. I turned back. So I'm not a total nightmare. One side of his mouth hooked up. A sly smile that was forgiving, even warm. No, he said. You're definitely not a nightmare. I smiled back. I couldn't help it. That's good to know. His smile widened, brightening the whole of his face. Then it's settled, he said. I can stand you and you can stand me. Now the only question is whether you'll marry me. We fell asleep in the cozy nest of his bed, facing each other without speaking, letting the haze of memories and attrition settle over us like a blanket until we drifted off. But a few hours later, I woke again as the sun was peeking over the harbor, just evident over the rooftops of the North End. Careful not to disturb the sleeping golden god next to me, I slipped out of the bed, wrapped myself in a thin blanket, and crossed to the window to watch the sunrise. From here, Boston glittered. I felt like a queen surveying my kingdom. I kind of liked it. Queen Jane. There was a rustle behind me. I turned. Hey, Eric said groggily, pushing halfway up. Everything all right? I don't need more time, I said from where I stood at the window. Oh? I touched my hand to the glass. It was cool against my fingertips. I thought about it, And my answer is yes. On one condition. Eric's reflection tipped its head. What's that? I turned, full of determination. Not to fight him. To fight my own instincts. You keep that pretty girl stuff to yourself from now on. Eric studied me for a moment. The early morning light cast a golden glow over his body, and for a moment he seemed larger than life, a figure lifted from my ultimate fantasies, waiting to welcome me home. My heart twisted. You're sure? He asked. There was nothing sarcastic in his tone. We both knew what we had. Sex, hate, and maybe a little bit of fondness for one another in between those. And respect, apparently, nicknames aside. But if we got married, something was going to give. How many friends did I have, Skylar and Brandon notwithstanding, who complained about how much changed once they married their husbands, who talked about how marriage had turned them into objects, house cleaners and trophies, babysitters and models. They stopped being people. They lost themselves. All it took was a few minutes on top of a console to forget my name. What would happen if I was married to the person doing that? I had no idea. I just knew I couldn't lose the most important thing I had. My sense of self. So I nodded. Abso-fucking-lutely. You and I know that is not a good place for us to revisit. This isn't going to work if we do. Eric didn't say anything, just continued to watch me from the bed. His eyes were black in the early morning light, the sunlight creeping deep shadows over his perfectly chiseled cheekbones, the square pectorals, and the carved muscles of his deltoids and biceps. The man was a work of art. A work of art I had no problem defiling. That itself was the primary problem. I'm serious, Eric, I said as I returned to the bed and sat next to him. You try that dominant shit on me anytime and you can kiss your billions goodbye. No more sex. This has to be a business transaction. You help me out and I help you out. And maybe at the end we can come out friends again, okay? And if I do, he said just as directly. If I promise, you'll do it? No games. No push and pull? His voice was deep but trembled slightly. It wasn't until that moment that I realized the real stakes here. I was going to marry the new head of one of the most powerful families in the world, which meant I'd be at the head of it too. It didn't matter if this promise was false. It didn't matter if we were lying or not. If we were going to do this, it had to be all the way, with a partnership that no one, not even we, could shake. Yes, I said. I'll do it, if you promise. Somewhere, a gull voiced its lonely cry amidst the ships bobbing in the harbor. A foghorn blew in the distance, likely from a massive shipping container. Maybe even one of his. All right, Lefferts, Eric said solemnly. It's a deal. You marry me in 6 months. I won't touch you unless you ask. On my honor. I blinked, but he didn't. He meant every word he said. Cautiously, I held out a hand. Eric examined it, and we shook, like a couple of gangsters in a bad film. Deal, I said. Let's get married. Interlude 1. The helicopter landed in Midtown at 8:30, carrying a man in a simple but immaculately cut black suit, a garment bag containing another, a briefcase with EDV engraved into the soft leather, and a paper sack with 2 bags of single-origin, light-roasted Ethiopian coffee beans and an AeroPress. The briefcase was a gift, sent from his grandmother 2 days prior, when he'd called in the early morning hours to tell her that everything was settled. He was getting married, and he would be joining the family on Monday, off to start a newly created position with the CEO, that would essentially require him to shadow the day-to-day operations of his family's dynasty. Considering how quickly the briefcase was delivered, and the fact that, with the engraving, Grandmother had likely commissioned the custom leather piece weeks ago, he was almost loath to accept it. It meant he was a foregone conclusion. It was designed to convey his grandmother's wry intelligence as much as congratulations. The coffee was his own. He knew it would probably seem neurotic to his new office. Staff loved to gossip. And his entry into the company would cause ripples of it for months as people observed his every quirk and reported them to their friends at happy hour. But he didn't care. Most offices had terrible coffee, and just because DVS would soon be his didn't mean they would know how to caffeinate properly. Another man in a black suit stood at the end of the helipad, waiting for Eric to approach. His suit wasn't as nice as Eric's. Too boxy around his linebacker-sized shoulders, with a cheap black tie that didn't match tonally. Eric noticed these things. The bodyguard touched a Bluetooth headset lodged in his ear and made a comment under his breath before turning to the new arrival. "Mr. DeVries." Eric nodded and allowed the man to take the garment bag and the coffee, but not the briefcase. "Louis?" Louis was the other gift. Head of the security team Grandmother had insisted upon the second she was told her grandson had decided to obey the terms of her offer. For his protection, she said, as the new heir to DeVries Shipping and its subsidiaries. Eric would be walking around with a target on his back. But Eric knew the truth. Louis was a babysitter, pure and simple. A spy. "No Ms. Lefferts?" Louis asked as they walked through the port. "Ms. DeVries thought she might accompany you. She is eager to meet her, I believe." Eric shook his head. That hadn't taken long. When he informed his grandmother about the arrangement, her response had been curt. She wanted a name, a date, and the name of her lawyer. Now she was sicking bodyguards to fetch more information. "Jane's tying up a few loose ends," he said. "She's coming for Sunday dinner next weekend." The thought pricked his skin. Once, 5 years before, he had tried to bring this girl home. Girl, woman. She'd probably be indignant at the former and scoff at the latter. What the hell was he supposed to say? Female companion? Eric smirked. Fucking hell. He fought with her when she wasn't even there. She'd probably like that. But the last time he'd asked had been a catastrophe. This, at least, was more civilized. A quick, brutal fuck followed by a heart-to-heart about a life Eric would have preferred to keep in the past. But instead of running with a string of curses like he'd expected, Jane had instead extended an oddly formal handshake. And the following day, Eric had received a notice from her lawyer establishing contact. And since the lawyer was Skylar, that meant the letter was walked from the office next to his. It was one of Skylar's ironclad prenups that were quickly making her famous around Boston's elite. There was no way Eric should have agreed to anything without Grandmother's permission. So of course, he did right away, and immediately had to endure another meeting with Kieran, the other founding partner of their small firm, to discuss the terms of his 5-year leave.
"It's still your firm," Skylar said. "You're not selling your stake, and that's final."
Eric nodded, grateful for the gesture. His share of Copley's billing was a pittance compared to his new salary at DVS, but it was still nice to know that his percentage of the firm's earnings came from his own efforts, not a tangled inheritance. "I'll be back," he told her. "It's just time to learn and eventually oversee the business. I'm not stepping on as CEO, just shadowing." Skylar didn't look so sure, but she nodded. "I wondered if Celeste DeVries would pull something like this at some point," Kieran remarked as she sipped on what had to be her 6th espresso of the day, leaving a bright red lip print on the edge of the porcelain cup. Eric's favorite part of working with Kieran was their shared passion for good coffee. Otherwise, the woman scared the shit out of him and just about everyone else. It shouldn't have surprised him that his partner had done her homework, but he jerked his head up anyway. "You knew." Kieran rolled her eyes. Why do you think I agreed to start this place with you and Skylar? The two of you were still as green as the dollars in your trust fund, Eric. But between Brandon's billables and the fact that your name alone gets us half our corporate clients, don't argue with me on that point. You know it's true. This firm was never going to fail. She shrugged. It was just good business. And if you enrich our relationship with the New York business lead, even better. Eric frowned. You're not thinking DeVries Shipping is going to be a new client, are you? I might not work there yet, but I can tell you right now they won't hire outside of New York State. It wouldn't make any sense. Kieran turned to Skylar. When did he get slow? Skylar just shrugged. She was uncharacteristically quiet, and Eric wondered for the 10th time that week what kind of conversations had been happening with a certain pink-haired house guest. Kieran swiveled in her chair. If you're the chairman of the board at TVS, our profile is going to go through the roof, you idiot. Sending you off on this little sabbatical will be genius for our bottom line. We'll be able to compete with Kiefer and Grove. I'd bet you $500 that we'll need to hire at least 10 new associates by next September. I have a bit more news to that end, Skylar said. Brandon offered to step in last night. Fill your shoes, as it were. Or at least take on your pro bono stuff and some of mine if... Jane wants me to come down here and there. At that, Kieran's jaw dropped. You're kidding. I'm going to have to deal with his smartass every day of the week? Skylar chuckled. Kieran and Brandon were best friends, having grown up together in South Boston, but they definitely had a love-hate relationship, more like recalcitrant siblings than anything else. No one got under Kieran's skin like Brandon. You've said 1,000,000 times that my marriage to Brandon gets us business, Skylar pointed out. What do you think actually having him here is going to do? Make a damn mess, probably. Brandon hasn't stepped foot in a courtroom in years, Kieran returned. Skylar shrugged. We can put him on contracts, but I doubt he's forgotten how to do his job. He used to be the best litigator in Boston. Kieran couldn't argue with that. Eric turned back to Skylar. Does that mean Jane's coming tomorrow after all? He ignored the way his chest thumped at the idea. He didn't really care that much if she did. Or at least, he kept telling himself that. Skylar shifted uneasily and shook her head. No. She has to go back to Chicago to pack. But I'm planning to come next weekend with her. I just want to make sure she settles in all right. Dealing with those types can be daunting. Eric didn't have to ask what she meant. Skylar's mother was at Chambers, a similar clan to the DeVries on the Upper East Side, although they didn't have anywhere near the social clout his family had. Jeanette was a piece of work, though, and had definitely put Skylar through the ringer 5 years back. Eric sympathized with her worry for Jane. Really, he understood the threats even better than she did. So he didn't argue. The truth was because until she was there, he wouldn't actually 100% believe it. He brought pink-haired, smart-mouthed Jane Lefferts to Park Avenue as his fiancée. All of New York was going to explode. Jane would need an ally. Eric wouldn't be enough. Lewis stopped outside a stolid black Rolls-Royce and opened the shiny back door. Eric stared at it. You've got to be kidding. Sir? Eric looked up. I'm 32, Lewis, not 82. This is the same car my grandfather drove. It's time for an update, don't you think? Lewis cleared his throat. This car is 2 years old, sir. Eric sighed. Jane would get it. She would have taken one look at this fucking behemoth and made some crack about Mr. Burns and Lewis being Smithers. The thought brought a whispered smile to Eric's face. It was worth it. Even after getting this ridiculously high off their give and take, realizing that fucking her was even better than he remembered, and promising he wouldn't touch her again for the next 5 years. It would all be worth it if she would be there to keep him from feeling dead inside while he sold his soul to this company. Pissed off was better than dead. Crazy with lust was better than dead. Anything was better than that. Louis walked around to the driver's seat while Eric slid into the back seat. Fucking hell, this city was a noisy cesspool. Already Eric missed the comparatively quieter streets of Boston, the way the sturdy brick buildings of the North End insulated him from the sounds that, in New York, made him feel like he was in an echo chamber. At least the leather interior was butter soft. And the way New York's cacophony was practically muted after all the doors were closed might have been worth the near $300,000 price tag this car carried. It still made him look like an oil baron, though.
Mr. DeVries, hello.
A cheery, chestnut-haired woman popped her tiny brown head from around the passenger seat, making Eric jump. With her pointed nose and fluttering brown eyes, she reminded him distinctly of a hummingbird. Jesus, he muttered, clasping a hand to his chest. Who are you?
Bridget McAvoy, Mr. DeVries. I'm your executive assistant. Mrs. DeVries interviewed and hired me 2 weeks ago.
Ah, another spy. Like the briefcase, another sign the old bat had been preparing for this long before he said yes. To her, he never had a chance. The idea was infuriating. But just as Eric opened his mouth to fire the girl for it, she started talking a mile a minute.
So I tagged along with Louis to go over your schedule for the day. You're very busy, you see. And I also wanted to get a feel for when you thought you'd prefer to start most days. Today you have the morning blocked out with the CEO and the CFO, followed by a debriefing with the tariffs VP, Mr. Hartley. And then after that, you've got 2 other meetings with George Clarkson and Alex Pham, followed by an appointment with your real estate broker, then your tailor, then...
Tailor, Eric interrupted the avalanche of scheduling. The others I get, but why a tailor? I have plenty of suits.
Ah, Mrs. DeVries said you would need their services to represent the company fully, Bridget said meekly.
Her gaze traveled over him, as if searching for validation. Eric bristled internally but didn't move. She'd find none. He happened to like nice suits, and this particular Calvin Klein was one of his favorites. He wasn't interested in being remade into a version of his grandfather with a bunch of stodgy old Greenfields. He shook his head vehemently. I'm not a paper doll, Bridget, and I have a closet full of perfectly adequate menswear. But cancel the tailor. I have one in Boston we can fly in if we need him. Bridget bobbed her head nervously and used her stylus to scratch a note onto the iPad.
All right, then. After that, you've got drinks with the mayor.
Nope.
Followed by a board meeting at Lincoln Center.
Absolutely not.
And a dinner gala for the children's...
No. Bridget looked up like she was speaking to a small child.
Mr. DeVries.
But instead of getting angry, Eric smiled. Bridget quaked. He had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. He really didn't know what it was about women that made them respond that way to something as simple as a smile. But at this point in his life, it was getting, boring. At least Jane didn't do that. She'd probably tell him to stick his smile back in a test tube. Now the smile widened for real. When he first moved to Boston, a cocky shit of 22, the city was his oyster, and all the girls were pearls. Eric had absolutely no problem hopping from bar to bar, bed to bed. The chase was as much fun as the catch, and Boston, with over 35 colleges and over 150,000 students milling around, was basically a prime place to go hunting. Girls from Cambridge, girls from Southie, girls from Watertown, girls from Natick, Tufts girls, BU girls, MIT girls, BC girls, UMass, Emerson, Suffolk, Northeastern, and, yes, Harvard. All of them useful distractions from the broken heart he was trying to mend. Jane would have probably made another cutting remark right about then, about how he'd lived up to that irritating fucking nickname, Petri dish. Was it her insecurity? Was it because she liked the reaction it would provoke? With Jane, he never knew. But it took one to know one. If Jane hated his habits, then she'd have to hate herself. It took about 5 seconds at an orientation mixer to recognize each other for what they both were. Players. It took another 15 minutes to get back to Eric's apartment, and 20 more for them to collapse on the bed and gasping for breath. Rinse and repeat. And 2 years later, when it happened again, and again, and again, the memories came flooding back. Too many drinks, sex in the air, overloaded with stress, their friends' drama, the pending bar exam, and new jobs. It had started with a night out, dancing in a crowd of sweaty people, a cover of Rock the Casbah blasting from the stage, and when Jane turned around to look at Eric, some unknown barrier had broken. He had to have her again, and that was it. From then on, every time she visited Boston, she was in his bed, usually tied up, or provoking him into doing something else. The way her skin turned pink from his hand went from a novelty to a compulsion. She was the first woman who was literally game for anything. Anything he wanted to try, she was a willing participant. The challenge was intoxicating, addictive. And then, something unbelievably stupid happened. What started out as a casual, stress-reducing fuckfest quickly turned into something else. They should have known better. You can't really fuck your friend without falling in love. And you can't fall in love without breaking someone's heart. 3 months later, they were through. Eric should have known it was coming. For all their similarities, he and Jane were like oil and water. She was loud and outspoken, whereas Eric tended to keep things to himself. She dressed like every day was a Cure concert. He almost never wore black unless it was a suit. So even though it hurt, and yeah, it fucking hurt when they ended, Eric had to admit that it was probably for the best. Except when she left, he missed the girl. He missed the too skinny, spiky-haired, nose-ringed, punk-listening know-it-all who liked nothing more than to call him names and make fun of his idiosyncrasies. Was it just the give and take? The banter? He couldn't have said. But if he was really being honest, for 5 years, that feeling had never quite disappeared. No one wants to fight you like I do. God, it was true. Eric pressed his forehead to the cool glass of the window while Bridget chattered. Those little flights down memory lane happened from time to time, usually when he was tired or had too much to drink. They were easily chased away with vodka or women, but he didn't have access to either at the moment. He didn't need to rehash the disintegration of the relationship, the misunderstandings, the betrayals, the feeling like being stabbed in the chest every time some random thing of hers showed up in his apartment. One of her rubber bracelets, a half-used blue dye kit, the well-thumbed copy of the bell jar. New York flew by, a blur of gray and black and white and yellow. Buildings, pavements, people, taxis. With every passing block, Eric's mood grew darker.
Mr. DeVries?
Bridget's voice woke him out of his trance. Sorry, what? She was holding out a plain white envelope, her twittery bird face blinking nervously. Eric glared at it. I have messages already.
Just one. It arrived this morning. Same-day delivery from Paris, if you can believe it.
The skin on the back of Eric's neck prickled as he accepted the letter and opened it. Inside was a simple sheet of white paper. He unfolded the note, and immediately, dread wrapped around his rib cage and squeezed like an old friend he hadn't seen in years, as he clapped his eyes on the familiar slanted handwriting. Familiar, but certainly not wanted. Triton. Imagine our surprise to learn you were back from the dead after committing such unnecessary self-regicide. We rejoice at the return of our brother, and look forward to giving you a proper welcome at Portus. Soon. Noctus silentio tuater. Titan and the rest of Janus. Eric swore. It was under his breath, but Bridget clearly heard him. Her fawn-like eyes widened at the string of sudden profanity.
Everything all right, Mr. DeVries?
With a sick feeling in his stomach, Eric crunched the note in his fist tightly enough that his knuckles turned white, then shoved it into his briefcase. When he caught his reflection in the rearview mirror, he wore an expression he had not seen for a very long time. An odd combination of fear, dread, and rage, all at once. He gave Bridget a tight, flat-lipped expression, but said nothing. The Rolls pulled to a stop in front of the old store building 4 blocks from South Street, where 3 20-foot steel letters, DVS, guarded the revolving glass doors. Eric didn't wait for Lewis to let him out, just stepped onto the sidewalk, full of people, and confronted the destiny he had never wanted. For a long time, he stared at the behemoth letters. When he was a child, he had climbed on them, imagined they were towers where fair maidens were captured. Now he was on his way to the top floor to claim his place in the tower, where he would be trapped for the next 5 years. The letter in his briefcase felt as heavy as a rock. Fucking hell, he muttered to himself. Just call me Rapunzel. Except there would be no prince to save him. The only way out was to jump. Part 2. The tension. Please open that big red mouth one more time so I can crush those lips like 2 cherries. I'd destroy your name, your body, your mind, your soul. Just like you once destroyed mine. Taunt, from the Journal of Eric DeVries. Chapter 11. I couldn't deny it. Sometimes it was really, really nice having friends with money. Both Brandon and Skylar had insisted on coming with me to New York prior to my big debut with the DeVries clan. It wasn't necessary. I knew that. Eric assured me that he'd cover anywhere I wanted to stay. But their kids were staying with Skylar's grandmother, so the weekend was a bit of a getaway for the 2 of them, too. They'd gone all out with a giant suite at the plaza, 2 master bedrooms with their own entrances, split by a living room bigger than my old studio. Skylar wouldn't hear of me being anywhere but next door, and Brandon refused to sleep in a single room. I stretched out in the tufted back king-size bed and reveled in the pillow-topped mattress and the fact that absolutely nothing smelled like pickled vegetables or Febreze. Listen, you try spending 5 weeks on your mother's sagging couch and tell me a suite at the plaza isn't heaven. I could have died right then and been happy. Aside from the hotel room, though, I actually didn't like New York much. I'd visited with Skylar a few times in law school, since she was originally from Brooklyn and would bring me home on holidays to hang with her family. New York, well, at least Manhattan, just felt like a sanitized version of Chicago, and without the cool lake on one side. Chicago had better Italian food by a long shot, and yeah, I'll say it, better pizza too. What's wrong with these people? Who wants thin crust so floppy you have to fold it in half to eat? Especially when you can get a full meal in one slice of deep dish. The shopping, though. You can't be a fashion addict and not like that. Would being a DeVries give me access to Fashion Week? Maybe there were other perks to this gig that I hadn't considered yet. Sometime after 9, I dragged myself out of bed, shoved my hair in a knot, popped on my glasses with the vintage gold Dior frames, and padded groggily into the suite's living room. Skylar sat curled in one of the plush armchairs with a cup of tea while she paged through a brief. Through the wall of windows waved Central Park, where a wash of green was dotted by the pink and white flowering trees of late spring. Okay, so one more point to New York. It wasn't Lake Michigan on a crisp June day, but it was definitely pretty.
"Morning, sunshine,"
Skylar said, not looking up from her brief.
"Breakfast is over there."
"Coffee," I mumbled, as I patted over to the room service tray on a small dining table. There were 2 plates of food, still covered and warm, containing eggs and sausage. I grimaced. No, thank you. The other plate contained fresh fruit and a box of Fruit Loops. I grinned. My friend knew me so well. "Where's Brandon?" I asked as I sat down at the table and poured my cereal into a spare bowl. Don't judge me. The only good cereal is the sweet kind.
"He got up to run around the park."
Skylar joined me, taking her plate of scrambled eggs. She checked her watch. A very pretty Bulgari that was a push present from Brandon after Jenny was born. Well, that and a trip to Italy, but who was keeping track?
"He'll probably be back any minute. Dinner tonight is when?"
I swallowed a massive bite.
7. Eric said he'd pick me up here at 6.
I rolled my eyes.
Like I need an escort. You guys are all ridiculous.
Skylar narrowed her eyes but didn't respond while she munched on her toast.
"Okay, then,"
she swallowed.
"I was thinking we should go shopping today."
I frowned. "You want to go shopping?" My best friend was many things, but a clothes horse was not one of them. When we were roommates, I'd usually have to choose her outfits for her like she was a freaking toddler whenever she went out on a date. Otherwise, she was more likely to just lounge around in her favorite old jeans and a t-shirt. Since marrying Brandon, her style had grown up, though not without my continued guidance. She preferred simple, elegant pieces, and over the years had increasingly taken advantage of private stylists to supplement her wardrobe of suit separates and the occasional evening gown. But those ugly old jeans, which she was currently wearing, were still her favorites.
"Not for me," she said. "For you. Since you're actually meeting your future in-laws today, you might want to make a good impression."
You sound like my mother, I grumbled, then stared down at the old plaid pajamas and ripped t-shirt I'd worn to bed with a bit of shame. I had some nice things. I loved clothes, even made my own sometimes. Skylar knew this. I had practically sewn the girl's wedding dress together before she and Brandon eloped. Therefore, I resented the insinuation that I didn't know how to dress to meet Eric's stuffy family. "Well, I wasn't going to meet the Countess in my pajamas," I said before reaching across the table to pour myself some coffee. She wasn't royalty, but I couldn't think of Eric's grandmother as anything else.
"I think I can handle it. Black suits for court don't count."
"They aren't all suits."
"It's almost summer on the Upper East Side. You shouldn't be wearing black anything."
I snorted. "Says the one-woman funeral service. Skylar, you have more black in your closet than Wednesday Addams."
"Yeah, but this is different. I'm not trying to make a good impression on a family who probably spends more on clothes each year than most people spend on their mortgages. Think about Jeanette. She never wears black."
Jeanette Chambers, Skylar's estranged mother, was born and bred on Park Avenue. A person who floated in and out of her children's lives and nearly sabotaged Brandon and Skylar's entire relationship in an attempt to extort money from them to save her own fortune. In other words, a terrible person. A graceful, beautiful, eminently stylish, but nonetheless horrific human being. She also, if I recalled correctly, usually looked like springtime incarnate. I grimaced. They can't all be like her. My denial was weak. After hearing Eric's story about Penny, I wasn't sure I believed myself. Skylar nodded.
"Sure they can. They can all be like that. Why do you think I agreed to a big fancy wedding? I wanted to fit the hell in."
"Sky, you eloped in a hospital chapel."
Yes, but we planned a big church wedding.
And you wouldn't shut up about the fact that Brandon bought you a $15,000 dress to wear for 5 hours, I argued back. You yourself thought the whole thing was ridiculous. At least I'm not fighting it. Planning this wedding, even if it is fake, is actually something I'm looking forward to. It's going to be fun to deck myself out in yards of couture. I sighed. Truth? I bought 4 stacks of bridal magazines for the flight back from Chicago, looking for patterns to knock off. There was no way I or my mother could afford a couture wedding dress. But maybe I'd get lucky and one of the houses would want to dress the newest addition to Eric's family. And if not, if I started now, maybe I could sew a knockoff myself. I was scared shitless of almost everything else about this ridiculous arrangement. But the fashion, I could handle that. Skylar shrugged off my points.
It was insanely expensive, but I did like the dress. And by the way, I'm buying yours too. You're not walking down the aisle in something you made on your sewing table. I don't care how talented you are.
I bit my lip. Annoyed she read my mind. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry, Janie, but you don't get to go pretty in pink this time. It's just not going to work.
I stuck out my lip. I resented that. I made way cooler clothes than that ugly pink dress. It's just one dinner, and my style is way better than Molly Ringwald's ever was. Skylar gave me the same look she gave her daughter when Jenny asked to stay up all night.
Do you really think it's going to end with one dinner? You'll meet his family and poof, 6 months later you'll be married?
I paused mid-stir of my coffee. Well,
Jane, you read the style section every week. I know you know what a society wedding really looks like.
I gulped. Shit. Despite paging through bridal shots yesterday, I really hadn't thought about this. But Skylar was right. Engagement parties, rehearsal dinners, 2 and 3 and 4 receptions. The weddings of the rich and famous were gauche, months-long affairs. Maybe ours wouldn't be like that. My mother and I certainly couldn't afford it. But the more Skylar spoke, the more I realized I truly had no idea what kinds of things were going to be expected of me in the months to come.
Do you know if they have any other events planned this summer? Stuff you might be expected to attend?
I cleared my throat. Just a few. Dinner tonight with family and close friends, and another thing out on Long Island in a month or 2. That one is a big barn dance for New York's high society. Skylar arched a thin red brow. I rolled my eyes. Don't be so pleased with yourself, you Cheshire cat. Okay, so there's going to be a party, but you're forgetting one thing.
What's that?
I gestured around my face and body. There was a lot to see. The rainbow pink hair, the ornate glasses, the lips I usually painted red. I'm pretty sure he's asking me to do this because of the shock and awe factor. I don't have to fit in, Eric said.
Eric's a guy, Skylar retorted. He doesn't know what kind of bullshit double standards women deal with or how they talk to each other. It's all very under the nose. But these people have a way of making you feel like nothing without even saying a word. After all, didn't you say that they basically drove his fiancée to her death?
Slowly, I nodded, and sympathy glowed in Skylar's green eyes. She had been in the same place only 5 years ago, learning to maneuver through her husband's world of uptight New Englanders who wanted to keep him for themselves.
Trust me on this, then, she said. It's not lace and satin. It's armor. And it's going to give the vultures one less reason to pick you apart.
She reached out and squeezed my shoulder.
You helped me through this process, remember? I don't think I would have stayed with Brandon if it hadn't been for your perfect combination of sass and confidence. So let me help you, Janie. Let me buy you a couple of dresses, all right?
I opened my mouth to say no, but visions of Eric's judgy-as-fuck family looking down their long Dutch noses stopped me. I was already going to be an oddity. More than likely, his family was already pissed off that the family's black sheep was being handed the keys to the empire. Marrying me was just the cherry on the fuck you sundae. As far as they knew, I wasn't just going to be a blemish on their spotless blonde family tree. I was going to poison the damn thing. Well, if I was going to go about ruining bloodlines, I might as well do it looking fierce as fuck. All right, counselor, I abated. You've just won your case. Skylar grinned triumphantly, but before she could respond, the heavy front door to the suite opened, and a very sweaty Brandon bounded in, his sharp blue eyes landing immediately on Skylar. I swear, the man had built-in radar when it came to his wife. It took him less than a second to reach her. "Brandon," Skylar half-whispered, half-screeched as the man proceeded to bury his face in her neck. Her dismay was clear, but her pleasure was even more evident. Please. She acted all tough, but Sky couldn't get enough of this sort of thing. Should I have felt uncomfortable, watching my friend get accosted by her husband while I enjoyed my morning joe? Maybe. But honestly, you want uncomfortable. Try a blind date in a sex club full of middle-aged, vinyl-clad doms trolling for their next sub. Yes, that once happened. People see spiky hair in a personal ad, and they think you'll do anything. It was uninspiring. Too many assless chaps, not enough chisel, if you catch my drift. "Red," Brandon murmured as he lifted her easily out of her seat. "We have no kids around for 2 whole days. No kids." "Brandon, Jane's here. I was trying to convince her to go shopping." Ah! My eyes? They practically rolled out of my head when, instead of letting her finish her sentence, Brandon basically did his own version of the kiss. That World War II photograph of the soldiers sucking the nurse's face off in the middle of Times Square. Really, though, Skylar was going shopping for a few hours, not embarking on the SS Punch-a-Nazi. "Brandon, Jane is right next to us." Brandon twisted around with a frown. "Oh, hey, Jane. I didn't realize you were up." I raised my mug in salute. Hey, not like I haven't seen it before. After all, I had a front row seat to you rabbits learning each other's love buttons the first time around. Skylar's face flushed the same color as her hair, but Brandon just smirked as he touched his nose to his wife's. "I told you," he informed her in a low, foreboding voice. "This is happening whether she's here or not." Brandon kissed her again, with a growl that gave me shivers. Not because he turned me on the way he clearly did Skylar, but because the implied threat reminded me of someone else who used to growl at me that way. Someone whom I had told in no uncertain terms he was not to look at me like that again. Someone whom I was now supposed to marry. I ignored the pang in my stomach at the thought. That feeling, I'd learned to live with it over the last 5 years. But that didn't mean I liked it. Skylar grinned over Brandon's large shoulder. "Sorry," she mouthed, as he carried her toward their bedroom. Still, her green eyes danced. I grinned right back at her as I got up from the table. She wasn't getting off that easy. "Is Boyo here snipped yet, Sky? Because I'm pretty sure he could get me pregnant over here the way he's looking at you." "Jane!" This time, it was both of their glares that sent me scampering back toward my bedroom. Brandon's staunch refusal to get a vasectomy was a topic of contention between them, and it was way too easy to bug the guy about it. Skylar, after having suffered miserably through one pregnancy, had absolutely refused to carry a second baby. They adopted Louise, their second. I happened to know that my friend had no interest in having a third kid. After all, they were already practically raising her younger siblings alongside their own children. But I was pretty sure Captain America there wanted another. Actually, I was pretty sure he'd knock up Skylar every year if she'd let him. "Sky, just rap on my door when you're ready to go," I called. "What do you think, Brandon? 15 minutes? Or will it only take 10? "Try at least 90, Brandon shouted, chasing me away completely. As much as I loved giving Brandon shit, he was paying my way here. I could at least try to give the guy a break. "What about here?" I looked up and down at the storefront window, not even bothering to mask my disdain. "St. John? Really? Skylar, we're not scheming middle-aged actresses on Days of Our Lives." I looked her over. "Come on, you have money. You don't dress like this." Skylar sighed. We'd been tromping up Madison Avenue for 30 minutes, and my friend had yet to suggest a shop where the patron's average age wasn't at least 65. I tried again. "Maybe we should—" "Don't say it." "Come on, Jeanette knows where to—" "Absolutely not. Jane, we are not inviting my mother to stick her ridiculous and probably fake nose into this situation." We stood there, staring at each other in the middle of the street where a mix of taxis, town cars, and Teslas drove past. "Fine," I said. "Then we'll go straight to the source. One of these broads ought to know what to wear to dinner with Grandma on Park Avenue." I looked around the street, searching for good potential. Immediately, I spied a group of well-manicured women holding disposable coffee cups and pushing strollers that probably cost more than a car payment. "Aha," I said. "The Mommy Brigade." "Jane, stop being a scaredy cat," I snapped before striding right up to the women as they approached us. "Excuse me. Hello, excuse me." Despite being only a few feet away, I had to practically shout before any of them stopped. Like they were connected by some electronic cord, the women all stopped at once, and their faces swiveled together toward me. "Yes?" asked the one closest before she pursed her perfectly plumped lips together. She was tall, but petite, lithe, but still curvy. Her style was effortlessly put together with whites and denim, but the kind that looked like it had never been worn before, and her dark brown hair hung in gentle waves, framing rose-petal skin and possibly enhanced lips. If they were fake, her doctor was the best. Just like everything else about her. The woman's bright blue eyes scanned my outfit, which, as Skylar had pointed out again when we were dressed, was decidedly not Upper East Side. Black cigarette pants, patent red platform sneakers, and a canary yellow sweater that was perfect for the slight nip in the air that morning. Punk with a side of Betty Page, my personal style idol. With my hair plaited down my shoulder in a fishtail braid, and my makeup on point beneath a pair of heart-shaped red glasses, I thought I looked fabulous. Maybe not Park Avenue, but fabulous nonetheless. But to the mean girls of the Upper East Side, I was just a misfit. "I really am Andy Walsh," I murmured to myself. "What?" "We were just wondering where ladies like you shop." Skylar stepped in with a concerned look for me. "My friend has an event tonight that she's shopping for." "Your friend?" asked the woman with another skeptical glance at me. "Have you checked the Village? Maybe Brooklyn?" The women behind her snickered. "Well, the event is up here," Skylar pointed out sharply. "My mother is from here, but we didn't think her taste was the best." I wanted to snort. I knew what she was doing. As much as she hated them, Skylar was offering her bona fides to these haughty bitches. "Oh?" asked Blue Eyes. "And who is your mother?" "Jeanette Chambers," Skylar stated through clenched teeth. "Oh!" The woman's eyes popped open, suddenly as bright as the sky, and her tone changed completely. "Didn't her daughter... So that would make you..." "Skylar Sterling," Skylar admitted, barely audible. Now my eyes flew open. I happened to know my friend hadn't taken Brandon's name legally. She was too fucking independent for that. And she also loved the way Crosby sounded professionally.
Oh.
Suddenly, every one of these women were clamoring across the sidewalk, abandoning their strollers and the children in them, so that it was virtually impossible for other people to pass. They practically fell over themselves trying to shake Skylar's hand. Obviously, Brandon wasn't an unknown entity in New York. Skylar's cheeks were pink, but I recognized her smile as the creepy one she wore when she was uncomfortable. Suddenly, there wasn't much more I loved about my friend besides the fact that she abhorred this world.
So, yeah, she said. We were just wondering where the best shops were. You know, if we're not looking for St. John.
She winked at me. I chuckled.
Oh, gosh, yes, I can give you a bunch of recs, said the blue-eyed leader,
who then introduced herself as Caitlin. 5 minutes later, she and her entire posse had provided Skylar with about 15 recommendations, including names of salespeople. Meanwhile, I hovered on the fringes, trying not to get pushed into the street.
Are you shopping for anything special? Asked Caitlin. What's the event, exactly?
Actually, we're here for my friend's engagement, Skylar said, pulling me into the center of the group. We hear that Celeste, Jane's future grandmother-in-law, is a little picky.
Wait, Celeste DeVries?
All 4 heads swiveled back to me. Caitlin stepped forward. Suddenly, we were back in high school. They were a pack, and she was the ringleader. What did that make me? The lone wolf or prey?
You're not Eric DeVries' fiancée, are you?
She asked with a tight smile, almost as if she couldn't believe she was saying the words as she scanned me again with new care.
Well, she is, Skylar put in firmly. This is Jane Lefferts. We've all been friends since law school, at Harvard.
More pedigree dropping. This time, mine.
You're marrying Eric DeVries.
The woman, Caitlin, said it like it was a foreign language phrase, slow and not quite enunciated correctly. I folded my arms. And no, it wasn't just so I wouldn't tug my multicolored braid self-consciously.
That's right.
Now all 4 pairs of the women's eyes turned to my empty ring finger. I resisted the urge to stick it in my back pocket. So I had thrown his gaudy, boring engagement ring back at him. So what? I agreed to marry him, not wear ugly jewelry.
Well, that's just lovely, said Caitlin.
One of her friends snorted next to her. She smacked her.
I was actually invited to the dinner at Celeste. I'm a close family friend, you see. Nina, his cousin, is one of my very best friends. She was actually maid of honor at my last wedding.
Now I glanced at Caitlin's empty ring finger. Her last marriage must not have lasted long. Vaguely, I wonder how many she'd had.
So, I'll see you there, Janine?
Jane, I supplied.
Jane,
she repeated. Again, like the most basic name in the world was foreign.
Nice to meet you. You too, Skylar.
Her friends just giggled as they turned back to their forgotten kids, a few of them who were starting to squall.
Congratulations,
a few of them stuttered with red cheeks, like they were holding back laughter.
Have fun tonight.
Oh my God, one whispered as they turned away. Did you see her hair? Skylar and I stood there, watching them, and waiting for my ego to reflate. They looked so casual, but every one of those women were wearing items I'd seen in Vogue. Why do I get the feeling that if we go into any of the shops they just named, the salespeople are going to say, "That's very expensive," about everything I look at before telling me to leave? I murmured. I see what you mean now. Armor. Skylar sighed at the reference to the famous scene from Pretty Woman, but didn't argue. I suppose that was exactly the kind of bullshit she wanted to help me avoid anyway. I'm glad, but also not. You still don't have to do this. She looked worried. No, I'm not backing out now. I just need better armor. I cast another look up and down the street, then tossed my coffee into a waste bin. But we're not doing it here. I can costume design with the best of them. But you're right, I need to do this quick and dirty. Let's go to Soho. There are just as many designer shops, but people downtown won't look at me like I'm an alien. Chapter 12. First will come cocktails, Eric said for the 4th time since picking me up in the massive black Rolls-Royce that apparently carted him around now. The car was ridiculous. It made him and me look like cartoon villains. Then hors d'oeuvres, he continued. Then dinner, followed by a light dessert course, and a nightcap afterwards if she's feeling all right. We'll see. Eric, I know. Stop fretting. I am not a fucking barbarian, you know. I've been to enough of these kinds of things at Brandon and Skylar's to handle myself. The car stopped, and we waited as the hulking driver named Tony lumbered around to let us out. Thanks, Smithers, I said. Behind me, Eric snorted. What? I asked. Nothing, he said. Tony, I'll call you when we're ready to go, right? Of course, Mr. DeVries. Look at you, I said as I followed Eric on a literal red carpet toward the entrance of a posh brick building lined with engraved stonework around the base. And don't worry about the forks, you know, he said. Just eat with the ones I use, and you'll be fine. I stopped. Oh my God, can you stop? I'm not a total Neanderthal. Or are you forgetting those bullshit etiquette courses they made us all take during orientation at Harvard? You know they got about half of that wrong, right? My eyes about bugged out of my head. No, I did not. Eric resumed his mask. Hey, it's fine. Like I said, just use the ones I use. Fucking forks, I muttered as we turned back to the door. And try not to say fuck so much. My glare shut him up. Instead, he greeted the doorman as we passed. Hey, Gracie. Evening, Mr. DeVries. The portly gentleman in his dark blue uniform tipped his hat at me like a Frank Capra character. Miss. Gracie, this is Jane, my fiancée, Eric said amiably. She's here to meet grandmother. The doorman emitted a long, low whistle. Good luck to you, miss, if you don't mind me saying. Eric nodded, then turned to me. You're also going to need this. I watched, incredulous, as Eric pulled a familiar velvet box from his jacket pocket. What are you doing? I asked. I told you, I don't want... It's not the same one, he cut in. Look. When he opened it, Gracie the doorman gave another whistle. Very nice, he pronounced. That's some rock you got there, kid. Thanks, Gracie, Eric said before he turned back to me. Come on, put it on so we can go up. She really hates it when people are late, and we should have been here 10 minutes ago. The ring sparkled under the street lamp. The sleek platinum contained rows of tiny diamonds around the finger, and a sharp, marquee-cut, jet-black diamond that looked as much as it could take someone's eye out as join them forever in holy matrimony. Brutal and beautiful all at once. I stared at the ring, then at Eric. It's not even the kind of jewelry I like. That was a lie. It was exactly the kind of ring I would pick out for myself. I just wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of knowing that. Well, I tried to find a rubber and leather engagement ring, but Tiffany's was all out. Eric's mouth twitched like he wanted to laugh, but instead he glanced again up the side of the building, like he expected a camera to be pointed at us from above. He sobered, then stilled me with a glance, Jane, we're going in there, and I'm introducing you as my fiancé. It's going to look strange if you don't have a ring. Just wear it, all right? I opened my mouth to argue, but found I couldn't. Still remembering the look on that girl Caitlin's face when she zeroed in on my bare finger. Hadn't I allowed Skylar to dress me up like a doll all afternoon so I wouldn't feel out of place with these people? If he thought the ring would help, then why not? We both needed this to work. Irritably, I held out my hand. Thank God I got a manicure. Eric slid the ring on with satisfaction I wanted to smack away. His fingers, though, lingered over the shiny red polish that matched my lipstick. It looks good. It did look good. Enough that I had to admire it for a solid minute. Behind us, Gracie the doorman sniffled. Eric turned around. Really, Gracie? You're just so darn beautiful, Gracie responded, as he dabbed his eyes with a stained handkerchief. I love that you let me share the moment with you fine kids. Eric rolled his eyes. Come on, let's go before we need an umbrella to fight the waterworks. He guided me through the gilt lobby of the nicest apartment building I had ever been in. Marble floors, not one but two concierge desks, and a huge chandelier casting a million prisms of light dancing around the walls. It was hard not to stare. This way, Eric murmured as he guided me, hand at my lower back, toward the bank of elevators at the far end. Yet another service representative stood there in a navy waistcoat and white gloves to match Gracie's. Alex, Eric greeted him. She's expecting you, sir, replied Alex as he escorted us into the farthest elevator, waited for the doors to close, and pressed the button for the penthouse. This really is a beautiful piece, I said as we rode up, still admiring my ring. My nerves were back. I had spent exactly 3 hours today getting ready for this dinner, hot rolling my hair into perfect waves that I clasped to one side, steaming out the floaty green chiffon wrap dress that gave me an illusion of curves, trying on shoe after shoe before finally settling on the pair of white pumps that I was still trying to convince myself were more gossip girl than working girl. Eric smirked. Not the kind of jewelry you like, right? Shut up. I shoved him on the shoulder. Where did you get it? It looks vintage. This ring definitely wasn't your average Tiffany's purchase. He shrugged. A dealer helped me out. We rode a few more moments in silence. And it was then that I realized just how much thought Eric had put into this evening. The ring, the escort. He even looked like he had dressed for the occasion. Not just for his grandmother, but also for me. He was in another one of his suits, of course, but this one had a slightly more rock and roll vibe to it. Cut with slim notched lapels and a deep maroon gabardine, combined with a starched white shirt and skinny tie that brought out the dark in his eyes. He had allowed his hair to muss a little more than usual, and hadn't shaved, making him look more like a rake than ever. We actually sort of looked like we belonged? Go ahead, he whispered, noticing me noticing him. Just say it. I bit my lip. You look like a movie theater attendant in that jacket. His lips quirked as the elevator came to a stop. You look nice, too. But before I could reply, the doors opened, and Alex the operator tipped his head, not actually making eye contact with me, as Eric guided me into the landing of a very, very posh apartment. Well, Eric said, here we are. Nothing could have prepared me for the grandeur of this place. It was like walking into a hat box that also served as a preservation center for world-class colonialism. The foyer, lined with green-flowered wallpaper, contained a massive circular table bearing the biggest array of lilies I had ever seen. The light naturally drew the eyes to the domed ceiling, which glowed with gilt molding around a giant chandelier. Gilt, as in gold. This family was so rich that they literally used gold as paint. Holy shit, I murmured as I took it all in. Sir, may I please take your coats? A dry British accent interrupted my staring. Oh, she has a Smithers too, I remarked under my breath before sticking out my hand. Hi, I'm Jane. The butler, I assumed that's what he was, though he was 90 if he was a day, stared at my hand as if I'd offered him a bag of old tissues. Garrett, this is my fiancée, Jane Lefferts, Eric said. Garrett stood up a little taller, but did not take my hand. I took it back, wiping it slightly on my skirt. Eric removed his jacket and helped me with mine as well, then handed them both to Garrett, who very, very slowly stowed them in a coat closet before guiding us down a long, wainscoted hall lined with several pieces of artwork I could have sworn belonged in the Louvre. Sheesh, what crawled up his ass? I muttered as Eric guided me with a hand at my back. About 40 sets of silver, he whispered back. I gulped. He was joking, but just the idea of 40 sets of silver reminded me of a very simple fact. I was not in Kansas anymore. We turned a corner. The freaking apartment was basically a labyrinth, and rounds of voices filtered down the hallway. How many people are supposed to be here tonight? I asked, thinking of Caitlin, what's-her-name. Eric's shoulders tensed. It was only supposed to be her, my mother, my Aunt Violet, and my cousin Nina. Maybe a friend or two. Not the whole damn family. And you haven't seen them in? Almost 10 years. He spoke through clenched teeth, and before I could reply, his hand snatched mine so quickly I started. What are you? We're engaged, Jane, he said with a sharp look. Time to act like it. And then he straightened and pulled me into a room full of pastels and gray summer suits. They were shiny, bright. Every person here gleamed with unnaturally bright teeth and jewelry that reflected in the mirrors mounted over the ceiling. For a moment, I was reminded of Versailles and the Hall of Mirrors. Was this how it had been with the wealthy of France, too? Light bouncing off every surface, sequin, glass, and ring? Was it possible that the rich made their own particular light, even in the dark of night? The chatter quieted immediately when we entered. Oh my God, someone murmured from the back. There were at least 40 people in attendance, 4 or 5 patrician gentlemen and their wives, a smorgasbord of younger folk whom I guessed included Eric's cousins and possibly some friends. Everyone was immaculate, neutral-toned, and oozing entitlement. Eric and I were basically starburst candies next to this crew. Who is this? Like Moses and the Red Sea, the crowd parted in half to reveal a very frail old woman making her way toward us on a walker, while a housekeeper or some kind of assistant carried an oxygen tank with her. Despite her poor health, she was dressed to the nines in an exquisite pink Chanel suit, her gray hair immaculately set in an updo. A wig, I thought, considering what Eric had told me about her condition. Well, if it was a wig, it was a damn nice one. Grandmother, Eric said in an odd, stiff voice. May I introduce Jane Lee Lefferts, my fiancée? Celeste looked me over with beady gray eyes that were the exact same shade as her grandson's. She was withered and small, but I found it hard not to shrink in front of her. She has pink hair, she remarked, among a few other colors. From the back of the crowd, there was an audible giggle.
Why, yes, I do, I replied, trying to make light of it. I can give you the number of my colorist if you like it. It looks like a carnation, Eric. I loathe carnations, Eric sighed.
Jane, this is my grandmother, Celeste.
You may call me Mrs. DeVries, she corrected him. Mrs. DeVries, then, I said, as friendly as I could manage. In return, all I received was a stare like an ice statue's. And she's Oriental.
Ouch. Really? I didn't even know people used the term Oriental anymore unless they were talking about a rug sale. Jane's Korean, grandmother, Eric said, but not as gently as I would have expected.
Well, half that I know of, I joked.
His hand squeezed mine harder. I squeezed back.
Are you adopted, then?
Celeste asked sharply, sending another machete slash through my attempts at humor. The room was now completely silent, as 40 pairs of eyes witnessed my interrogation. I glanced around nervously. None of them would meet my gaze.
No, I'm not, I said. My mother is from Korea, and my father is originally from Ohio. They moved to Chicago after they got married. But your name is Lefferts.
Her brow wrinkled even more as she considered the fact.
Bruce, dear, what kind of name is Lefferts?
A man on the other side of the room shrugged. German, maybe.
It's Dutch, actually, I supplied as helpfully as I could. Just like yours, right? North or south?
I blinked.
I'm sorry? In Chicago? North. I was raised in Evanston, actually.
But Celeste DeVries rolled her old beady eyes and shook her head.
You said your mother was from Korea. I asked North or South Korea.
Oh, I replied.
Right. Sorry. I'm just so used to my mother calling it Korea, so I do too, you know? No, I don't know, Celeste replied. Do you know this, Eric?
Eric only looked blank.
It's 2 separate countries, she turned back to me. And she still hasn't answered the question. South Koreans are allowed in this country. North Koreans are essentially enemies of the state, are they not? So which is it, North or South?
South, ma'am, I said, feeling suddenly like I was on the stand myself. My mother is originally from a small town outside of Seoul, I believe.
You believe? You mean you don't know?
Her knife gaze traveled up my body, taking in my shoes, my dress, my clutch, my hair, everything that I had actually tried, well, relatively so, to normalize for the evening. Then, without saying another word, she turned back to Eric.
Is this really the best you can do?
There was another smattering of laughter from the back of the crowd, but I was too shocked by the conversation to look for the culprits. Maybe he wants her to say these things. Maybe he wants her to end this now. The neurotic voice popped into my head before I could stop it. For once, my father's calm timbre was nowhere to be found. Eric scowled. Grandmother, Jane and I have known each other since law school. Almost 8 years, all right? You wanted me to get married, and this is whom I've chosen. You can deal with it or not.
That hair, she croaked. We can't have that in the style section. What would the Astors think?
Jane can wear her hair however she damn well wants, grandmother, Eric piped up. And if you don't like it, well, we can stop this game right now. By this point, the room had gone completely silent once more, and heads were turning left and right as if they were watching a tennis match. Eric, be nice. A droll female voice spoke up behind Celeste. It belonged to a woman with bobbed blonde hair and 2 rows of neatly strung pearls. She was a remarkably well-preserved woman who, anywhere else, would probably pass for a few years older than me. But in this crowd, that probably meant she was verging on 60.
"I'm just trying to get to know her, that's all," Celeste answered smugly.
She was getting under Eric's skin, and what's more, she liked it.
"Let the poor girl get to know us. We have standards, of course, for being in this family. You, of all people, should know that."
"Oh, I do," he gritted out. "If you recall, that's why I left in the first place." "Eric?" The blonde woman who had just spoken detached herself from a few other similarly Botoxed ladies and joined the 3 of us. A murmur arose as the crowd of family began to chatter, though I noticed glances continued to dart back at our strange quartet. Eric turned to the woman stiffly. "Mom?"
"Mom?"
I jerked my gaze to the woman with new interest. Her gaze met mine, but revealed nothing. No emotion, no gratitude to see her son, no response to me. Nothing. Well, now I knew where Eric had learned the art of the mask. She kissed him awkwardly on each cheek, but Eric just squeezed my hand, making no move to reciprocate his mother's greeting. She stepped back and smiled at me, not quite warmly, but several degrees above the glacial expression of her mother-in-law. "You must be Jane," she said as she air-kissed my cheeks. "Jane, this is my mother, Heather," Eric said. "Dear Grandmama only looks out for us, you must understand," Heather said as she stood back. Next to Eric, it was obvious that they were related. "Nina is around here somewhere with Violet, my sister-in-law. Ah, there she is." She pointed to a girl in the far corner who looked like she could be Eric's sister. The girl waved listlessly but made no move to greet Eric any more than he did her. It was strange, really, how none of this family seemed happy to welcome back its heir. "Now tell us, Jane, what do your parents do?" asked Heather. I did my best to smile. "Well, my mother is a housewife, although she recently went back to working at a salon. She used to do nails, you see, after she was a flight attendant. And my father, he was a psychologist at the VA before he died last year." "Oh dear, I'm so sorry."
"So," Celeste spoke again, "she has no family."
"Well, that's not entirely true," I cut in.
"No manners."
"What? Wait, did I?"
"No class."
"Well, my dad was a psychologist, so we weren't exactly destitute."
"And no style."
I opened my mouth with another smart retort, but this time her sharp eyes zeroed in on me fully. And I was stunned, because I had style. I dripped style, my friends. Sure, maybe it was different than the average Anne Klein-wearing, bar-loving New Englander, but I had lived and breathed fashion since I was a kid. I literally couldn't remember a day after Aunt Flo first visited that I hadn't worn lipstick. Instead, I focused on the here and now. And the here and now was awkward as fuck. Heather stared at her Manhattan like the ice was going to reveal the future. Celeste stared at me like I was going to pull my dress over my head and run around like a banshee. And Eric just stared at everything but us, looking desperately like he wanted to disappear. And me, for once in my life, my bravado deserted me. I just stared at the carpet like Charlie fucking Brown, and the only other noises were hums of light conversation and the clinks of ice in people's glasses.
"Jane?"
A sweet female voice cut through the awkward silence.
"Oh my gosh, Jane, it really is you."
The entire room swiveled again. Celeste's carefully painted eyebrows shot up an inch as Caitlin,
the woman I'd met on the street, emerged from the corner where Eric's cousin stood, dressed tastefully in a blue-sheath dress that I recognized from Calvin Klein, her tawny brown hair cascading over her shoulders in perfect, effortless waves.
"Caitlin," Celeste asked, "do you know this young woman?"
What? Eric looked like he wanted to know the same thing.
"You know Caitlin Calvert?"
"Oh, Celeste, yes," Caitlin said. "We're friends. I mean, we only met today, but my goodness, she has the best street style. I couldn't forget Jade if I tried."
"It's Jane," I tried to say, but my words were swallowed quietly by Celeste's glare. Celeste looked like she could not possibly believe this, but did not say anything. As Caitlin continued talking, the rest of the room seemed to relax and turn back to their conversations.
"Oh my gosh, is this from the new Alice and Olivia collection?" Caitlin asked me. "I saw that, but I couldn't believe anyone would be adventurous enough to wear it."
I tugged self-consciously at my handkerchief skirt, with its layers of chiffon delicately embroidered with flowers. I had loved this dress when Skylar and I found it this afternoon, but even with her compliments, Caitlin made me feel like a sideshow act. Yes," was all I could say. "It is." Eric looked sharply at me, clearly as surprised by my lack of response as I was.
"I love it," Caitlin gushed. "Come on, you'll have to tell me all about how you came up with such unique styling. I just go with what works, you know? Classics, so they say. Come on, I'll introduce you to Eric's cousin."
She turned to Eric with a sweet yet sly expression.
"That is, if Desi here will let me take you away."
Eric blushed. He actually blushed. And immediately I was pissed. Celeste and Heather watched him curiously. Clearly they noticed it too. "Desi?" I asked. "Who's that?" "It's just a nickname," Eric said, before taking a long drink of a martini he accepted from Garrett, who carried none for me.
"When we were little, our nannies used to bring us to the park together. But sometimes, especially when Anna Lucia was sick, Rosa would let us watch TV instead. It was always I Love Lucy reruns. And so when we started to talk, Eric and I started calling each other Desi and Lucy. Everyone used to say we were just like an old married couple, didn't they, Des?"
Caitlin shrugged.
"It just stuck."
Eric chuckled. "It's true. How long did I call you that? Until what? High school?"
"Probably until you met Penny and broke my heart."
Caitlin faux elbowed me in the waist.
"I was his first, you know, at the tender age of 7.
My eyes popped open, and immediately Eric started shaking his head while Caitlin giggled into her drink. "She means first kiss, Jane."
"Oh, ha," I said weakly. Thought that was kind of young.
As Celeste and Heather looked at me with horror, I decided this was now really the most awkward conversation ever. Caitlin tittered.
"Oh, Lord, no. But we definitely had crushes on each other, didn't we, Des? I guess when you've been friends for that long, it's bound to happen."
Eric just offered a tight smile. He didn't hold my hand anymore. Instead, he was more intent on holding his drink. I don't know why that bothered me so much.
Gosh, that takes me back. I haven't thought about those names in so long.
Caitlin reached out to squeeze Eric's arm. And like she was moving in slow motion, all 4 of us watched her smooth, French-tipped fingers toy with his sleeve.
"It's so good to have you back, E. We missed you."
Suddenly, I was suppressing the urge to vomit. I was grateful to Caitlin for saving me from Eric's grandmother, and she had also managed to deflect the crowd of people surrounding us. Truly, I had no reason to be nursing a completely irrational hatred toward the girl. She was nice. Very nice. Too nice.
"Do you think you'll be in New York for good, E?" she was asking.
Stop calling him E. He's not a rave drug circa 1999.
A good long time, Celeste put in. Eric is taking over the company.
Eric shrugged. I'll only assume the chairmanship, provided the board votes me in. So I'll stay as long as it takes me to learn enough of the company to take over grandmother's position, he said. Then maybe Jane and I can return to Boston. You can't possibly be chairman and live in Boston, Heather said, a little too sharply. Come, Eric, that's naive, even for you.
Eric's expression was like cut glass. His mother looked away and took another drink of her cocktail. Well, Caitlin said as she continued to finger his sleeve, I can only hope it's a nice, complicated job. I'm dying to know what's happened since you've been gone. I want to know all there is to know about you now, Desi. Oh, and you too, Jade. She gazed up at Eric like I wasn't even there. And Eric, the bastard, looked right the fuck back. It took the two of them about 5 full seconds to stop. And only when I cleared my throat loud enough to sound like an advertisement for cough medicine. Celeste smiled for the first time, bearing a set of pearly dentures. Oh my, Caitlin jumped, pressing her hand to her heart as if I'd genuinely frightened her. You sound like you need something for your throat. Come on, let's get you a drink, all right? Then I can introduce you to the whole gang. And with that, her hand left Eric's sleeve, and I was whisked away to find a much-needed cocktail while I mingled with my new family. But I couldn't help noticing that every time Caitlin thought I wasn't looking, she would find wherever Eric was standing in the room, and then she would just watch and wait. Chapter 13. At exactly 10 o'clock the next morning, following the horrifically awkward 5-course dinner that lasted until approximately the end of the next ice age, Eric, Skylar, and I were shown into the salon once again to await Celeste for a purely non-social visit. The prenup discussion. Skylar carried her briefcase and was dressed in full lawyer garb, right down to the chic black suit and thick tortoiseshell glasses that were similar to the ones I wore that morning. My clothes, however, were decidedly more casual. A comfortable green crepe jumpsuit I'd sewn myself and black ballet flats fitting for the balmy June day. With my hair tied up in a top knot with tendrils escaping here and there, I looked and felt like a goddamn spring flower, and a fair bit more comfortable than last night. Note to self, your clothes are still better than any designer crap.
You look nice, by the way, Eric told me again as we entered the salon. I like that, whatever that thing is you're wearing.
I turned, making my hoop earrings swing. Will you stop it?
Stop what?
His frown made an adorable crease between his eyebrows, and he shoved his hands into the pockets of his gray pants. With the navy and white gingham shirt, he looked, as ever, like a damn J. Crew ad. Preppy and sexy at the same time. Of course it would be right when my libido woke up for the first time in almost a year that I'd have to spend my days with the off-limits Don Juan of the Upper East Side. Stop being so nice, I said. Last night. And you've been doing it all fucking morning, too. It's annoying. Behind us, Skylar snorted as she started setting out papers on the coffee table. You know, it's not too late to back out, she said dryly. No one has to risk matricide yet. Shut up, Skylar. Eric and I spoke in unison. She just snorted again. Eric rolled his eyes.
It's called being thoughtful. I just figured...
You figured that I can't handle myself with your family, but you said yourself that I was the only one cut out to deal with them, right? Now, did I or did I not survive dinner just fine last night? It hadn't been so bad. I felt a little like a zoo animal, and the passive-aggressive comments about my hair or ethnicity never seemed to stop. But that was nothing a few drinks couldn't cut the edge off of.
And sure, there was the weird sensation that everyone was talking about me behind my back. Or the moments when I was pretty sure Caitlin Calvert wanted to eat Eric instead of the Chilean sea bass in front of her. But it was fine. Small potatoes. Not worth stressing about. I poked Eric hard in the chest, ignoring the way his skin barely gave. Lord, the boy really was as hard as a rock. What did he do to make him like that? Most lawyers I knew were the general consistency of Play-Doh. Eric stepped back, hands held up in surrender. Fine, he said. You want me to be a dick? I will. Good, I said. It makes it easier to remember just why I'm doing this. As we waited, I drifted around the room, which looked a bit different than it had last night. The furniture had been replaced in the center. A settee, a couple of Art Deco-style Davenports, a Chesterfield-style chaise longue next to a bay window. Now that the walls weren't crowded with people, I noticed the art. Was that an original Gustav Klimt? And the smattering of family portraits. Most of them were stiff. The kind you'd hire a professional photographer to take in a studio, except the surroundings were obviously private homes. Of course, a backdrop like this room would be infinitely better than some bland studio. And people as rich as this hired photographers to come to them, not the other way around. Adam Novak did that one, Eric said, coming to stand next to me while Skylar set up. Seriously? The Vogue photographer? I stared at the family picture in which Eric looked about 5. It was in the middle of a blooming rose garden, and hardly anyone was smiling. Celeste DeVries sat in the middle of all of them, preening like the Queen of England. Eric nodded. I figured you'd know who he was, considering how obsessed you are with fashion. I cast him a look, but he continued examining the portraits. Most people, even Skylar, didn't treat my love as fashion as anything other than a hobby. Most people didn't even remember. I peered closer. How old are you here? 6, maybe 7. Aw, I cooed, peering closer. There were a dozen kids in the photo, all of them girls except Eric. I recognized a few from dinner last night. Eric sat in the front, right at the knee of his grandmother, her frail hands drifting just over his head like a halo. His position was clear. If she was the queen, he was the crown prince. It was becoming clearer to me just what he had walked away from at 22. Not just a family, but an entire empire. He had been groomed for the job since he was born. And then, just when it was supposed to happen, walked away completely. I also wondered, considering the somewhat chilly reception we had enjoyed last night, how many of his family members truly thought he was doing them a favor by returning? Your dad, I wondered as I drifted a finger over the picture. What was he like? Eric cocked his head as he looked fondly at the portrait. Well, I didn't know him that well. I was only 10 when he died. It was a sailing accident. He got caught in a storm by our house on Long Island. 10? Holy smokes, I murmured. Eric, I had no idea. Was that because he hadn't told me, or because I hadn't asked? It was disturbing that I couldn't answer that question. He gave me a queer look. What's funny about that is that you've known me for almost 8 years now, Jane. I know, I agreed. There really is a lot we don't know about each other, isn't there? For a second, I thought he might call it all off. Maybe he'd realized what a truly ridiculous venture we were about to begin. It surprised me how much I disliked the possibility. Yes, I agreed slowly. But I'd like to know now. I turned, hopeful. I'd like to know better my betrothed, sir, I said in a mocking tone, but it wasn't a lie. Eric sighed. I didn't see him much, but when I did, we had fun. He used to take me sailing around Long Island during the summers. And if I was still awake when he came home, he'd usually be up for a game of Uno.
The man in the picture looked a lot like Eric now. Handsome, preppy, fair, and blonde. His smile was practically blinding. Magnetic in a JFK Camelot manner, only certain wealthy families from the Northeast emanate. Beside him, the entire family seemed to glow in the sunlight of a summer day. What do you think he would have thought of all of this? I wondered aloud. Knowing his son isn't marrying for love.
Oh, he probably would have found it ironic, Eric said as he gazed at another photo. This one a portrait of just his father.
Ironic? Why?
I received a sharp look. Well, it's not like it was never said, right?
A knock sounded on the door. I groaned. Who in the hell was banging on Sujean's door at 9 a.m.? My cousin was working a 48-hour shift at the hospital, and she never had company. The lump of person next to me snorted, then chuffed like a wildebeest in a nature video.
Hey, what's up?
I just need to check something. Greg? I guessed. He didn't answer. I assumed the name was correct. I also didn't particularly care. The knock turned into a pound.
Jane, I know you're in there.
At the sound of a voice which, after the week before, I was sure I was never going to hear again, I shot out of bed like a cockroach scuttling under the fridge. Holy shit, what was he doing here?
Where are you going?
Snuffled maybe Greg, whose hand had emerged from the blankets like some kind of primeval monster rising from the deep. I watched it traverse the sheets toward me. Mailman, I said as I edged away. He gets feisty if we don't pick up our letters personally.
Jane.
The pounding grew louder.
The mailman knows your name?
It's a very personalized service, I said. Be right back. I tied on the thin pink robe I'd since high school and darted out of the room to the door, patting at my hair, which currently stuck out at all angles. Not exactly the picture of effortless sexual charisma I would prefer this mailman to see. I opened the door to find Eric pacing my cousin's hallway, looking a fair sight from his normally impeccable self. His short blonde hair was standing up on one side, like he'd slept on it funny, and his navy pants and white button-down were a wrinkled mess. He turned when I opened the door.
So you are here.
His eyes narrowed.
I was starting to think you'd found another place to sleep last night.
What are you doing here? I asked, closing the door a bit behind me. Stay in the room, maybe, Greg. Keep your monster in its cave. His gray, sleepless eyes closed for a moment, then reopened looking like bright iron stars.
You,
he said as he approached me.
You're not allowed to end things like that.
I crossed my arms, shooting for defiance, but couldn't quite manage it. Eric!
No.
He stopped pacing.
It's bullshit what you pulled. I'm not some one-night stand with an asshole you picked up at a bar.
I cringed. He didn't know how right he was.
You and I, we're special, he rattled on. And the second I own up to that, you cut and run. Well, I'm calling you on your bullshit, Jane. What gives?
This time, my defiance didn't have to be feigned. What gives? God, this is just like you. You expect me to drop everything to come to your beck and call? Did you forget that you also asked me to stay in Boston? After we had both taken the bar exam in 2 separate states?
Eric groaned. Jesus Christ, is that what this is about? I'll move to Chicago if that's what you want.
No, it's not what I want. And that's the entire fucking point. I would never ask you to give up your career. But you, just like every other man on the planet, think it's completely acceptable to ask that of a woman. Love doesn't mean asking each other to give up anything, Eric. That's the fucking point. I was practically shouting by this point, and I was sure that Sujean's neighbors were going to poke their heads out any second to ask me to kindly shut the hell up. What was it with him? We were either fighting or fucking, wrestling constantly for power neither of us seemed to know what to do with. I couldn't stop, but I knew it wasn't healthy. None of this was healthy. Instead of yelling back, Eric remained quiet, though no less intense. I realized then that for the first time, he really was more interested in talking than maintaining his careful facade of comportment. He looked a mess, and he looked me right in the eye.
"Fine," he said at last. "If you're finally willing to accept that what we are is more than just a way to blow off steam while studying for the bar, then maybe we're actually getting somewhere. That I can work with."
Did I think that? What did more mean? I stood by my previous words. Even if this was something more, what right did that give us to hamper each other's careers? That wasn't the kind of relationship I wanted, even if I had one to begin with. But before I could answer it, the door behind me opened.
Jenna, hun? Do you have a towel or something I can use?"
Eric and I both turned to find the creature from the Lost Lagoon, the lump from the bed, last night's sexual partner, scratching his head like a Shel Silverstein illustration, wearing nothing but his size too small white boxer brief that were just tight enough around the waist to give the guy a muffin top. Hot. I pressed my lips together. I didn't even want to see the look of horrified disdain I knew was plastered all over Eric's face. "Linen closet is in the hallway across from the bathroom. Okay, thanks, bye." I shoved maybe Greg back into the apartment, slammed the door shut, then whirled around to face Eric, who was indeed staring at me with unmitigated disgust.
"Nice, Jane," he said quietly. "Really nice."
I watched for a moment as he turned and slumped his way back down the hallway. And then something about the sight of Eric walking away like that broke me. I sprang into action. "Eric, wait! Hey, will you just hold on a second?" Struggling to keep my robe in place, I jogged after him, giving Mrs. Stewart, Sujean's neighbor, a weak smile as I passed. "Dude, stop!" I grabbed the cuff off his shirt, yanking him back just before he turned down the stairwell. When he turned, his brow was furrowed and his eyes were squeezed tightly shut. "What?" he exploded, boomeranging back at me like he'd been released from a slingshot.
"What do you want from me?"
"A second to listen," I shouted back. "Jesus Christ, Eric, this is not my fault. You don't get to be mad like this because I'm doing what normal grown-ups do. What you do on a nightly basis, I might add. And exercising my right to be a healthy, sexual, human fucking being." He just shook his head and rubbed his neck.
"This is bullshit."
"Oh, is it?" I demanded, poking him in the chest. "Be honest. You're telling me you, of all people, have been celibate for the last week? We broke up."
"And whose decision was that?" he snapped. "I asked you to come meet my family, and you hopped on a plane faster than Usain Bolt."
"Well, who asked you to do that?" I demanded. "We were having a good time. We knew the score. We knew this whole thing had an expiration date. And then you had to go fuck it up by doing something like a big family invite."
"And do you know why?" he shot back. "Do you have any fucking idea why I wanted you to do that? It's because I love you, Jane. I fucking love you. Do you get that? Do you even understand what it means to say that to someone?"
I stumbled forward, suddenly feeling like I'd been punched in the gut. Eric caught me, hands curved around my shoulders as he held me up. All anger drained from his face, and what was left was a mix of fear, hope, and something else. Was that love? Was that what it looked like?
"I love you, pretty girl," he whispered. "I came here to tell you that, and to ask if you... Do you love me, Jane?"
My mouth trembled, unable to open fully or shut at all. Shock. Some inner voice echoed within me. "You're in shock." But I live here. You live in Boston, and..." I stumbled over the excuses we'd recycled all summer. The real reasons I jumped on that plane and broken it off. All the reasons this was never, ever going to work.
Fuck all of that,
Eric said softly, but his hands remained as strong as his gaze. The tenderness he'd only allowed to peek through occasionally this summer was completely unmasked. No filter. And it was blinding.
That shit doesn't matter in the end. It's simple, Jane. I love you. Do you love me too?
I couldn't get my mouth to work, frozen as I was in his thrall. But as soon as my lips regained feeling, the word fell out instinctually. Yes. His eyes brightened.
Yes?
I nodded, slowly at first, then more definitively. Yes. Eric sighed, long and steady. Then he pulled me close and stamped a harsh, torrid kiss on my lips that lasted only a few seconds but would tingle for hours.
Good,
he said as he released me.
Now I have a plane to catch.
My jaw dropped as I stumbled back into the wall. My robe was now hanging half open, and I wrapped it up again. Are you kidding? You're just going to drop that bomb on me and go? What kind of shit is that? The smile reappeared, the one I hated and loved at the same time. Cocky, knowing, and utterly panty-melting.
I have to work, Jane, and so do you, right? Love doesn't mean asking each other to give up our lives, right?
Oh, right. Work. That thing we were supposed to be doing around the clock as newly minted lawyers. My entire reason for breaking up with him to begin with. Shit. Every reason I knew this was doomed from the start raced back into my head.
Hey.
He took my hand again and pulled me close, weaving his fingers with mine.
You're coming this weekend.
It wasn't a request, so I simply nodded. He nodded back.
I'll send you a ticket on my way to the airport. In the meantime,
he gazed back toward my cousin's apartment.
Get that motherfucking swamp monster out of your bed. And in case we're not clear, from now on, no one else is allowed in it from now on. Your bed belongs to me. Just me. Understood, pretty girl?
Like a puppet, I nodded again. How did he always manage to do this? Make me speechless while he commandeered my life? It was almost like I tried to say no to the man just to make him do it more.
Until Friday night, then,
he said with another quick, harsh kiss.
And Jane?
I swallowed. What?
You better be ready to say sorry.
And then he was gone, leaving me in the hallway to ponder exactly what he had in store for my redemption. I played a finger over my lips, like that last kiss was still stamped here. I had flown back to Boston as planned, and Eric had spent the entire weekend forcing me to make up for my mistakes. Making up that it included tying my hands and feet together at one point. Another time it involved handcuffs and a flogger. Lord, that boy had some moves. But it hadn't lasted long. That kiss might have tingled, but the red panties burned. I frowned. Fuck him. Fuck whoever wore those poly-blend monstrosities I found when I returned. And fuck the word love. Whenever Eric's natural charm and prowess distracted me, I needed to remember him for what he really was. A predator. And forget the tenderness I saw that day. Still, I couldn't help looking for traces of it now. Eric didn't look away. But there was only his normal stoic expression that was one part nonchalance, one part cockiness. No tenderness, no kindness. Not an ounce. Ironic, I murmured. Yes, I see that now. Eric sighed and turned back to his pictures.
Anyway, he was a good guy, I think. No matter what the papers said.
The papers? He gave me a look.
Well, you don't head up a company like DVS without receiving some scrutiny. We're probably going to end up on page 6, you know. And Grandmother will make sure the wedding takes up half the Times style section.
I balked. Are you serious? I thought she was joking about my hair.
He nodded, looking annoyed. Oh, I'm dead serious. Nina's a tabloid regular, and so are my second and third cousins. New Yorkers love socialites. It's dumb, but the truth.
I made a mental note to do a little research into DeVries family news coverage. I wasn't sure how I felt about that, having my life plastered all over the papers. I remembered all too well Brandon and Skylar's brief foray with the press when Brandon had flirted with being mayor of Boston. Even now they were sometimes targets of the Boston tabloids, just by virtue of their wealth and Brandon's former notoriety. Skylar hated everything about it, and they'd sued multiple outlets for libel. It hadn't helped much.
Why are you asking about all of this? Eric wondered. You never cared before.
I shrugged my guilt away. I hadn't, had I? Well, I'm about to sign my life away to this family. I should probably know what I'm getting into. He looked at me for an extended minute, to the point where I started to squirm. Sounds echoed from down the hallway, but he continued to watch me even as we returned to the couch.
For the record, he said quietly, I'd never ask you to sign your life away to anyone. Least of all me.
He offered a small smile, one that made me feel strangely warm in the pit of my belly. My mouth dropped as I searched for words to respond. His grandmother entered the room with a creak of wheels as Garrett wheeled her in alongside her ever-present tank of oxygen, followed by a middle-aged man in an unremarkable gray suit. I assumed he was the family lawyer. Eric and I both took seats on the sofa next to Skylar, while Celeste situated herself across the coffee table from us. Eric took my hand companionably in his lap. When I looked up in surprise, he just smiled, but the clear, earnest look in his eyes carried obvious meaning. Just play along.
All right, pretty girl,
Eric murmured, and quickly mouthed, sorry, when he caught my look of faux admonishment.
Force a habit,
he said.
Ready to get married?
Well, Celeste DeVries interrupted before I could answer. She wasn't quite the picture of elegance she had been last night. Her wig was gone, replaced by a light pink Chanel scarf that matched her beautiful suit separates. She took a siphon of oxygen but kept her stiff gaze on me. We shall see about that. Chapter 14. 2 hours later, everyone was about ready to throw the entire deal out the window. Literally every condition that Skylar had added to the standard DeVries prenuptial agreement had been shredded by Celeste and her lawyer, who, as far as I could tell, basically served as a very expensive lapdog to his ailing mistress. Skylar herself had stopped looking like the formidable attorney she was and had transformed into an angry, bespectacled strawberry about 45 minutes ago. Even Eric looked like he wasn't above murdering the old goat. Absolutely not, Celeste stated clearly for the 10th time in her sharp yet quavering voice. Her eyes pinioned Eric while she sucked on her oxygen. I see no reason why the family should have to sacrifice millions simply because you decided to take a ride on the Yangtze River. Her lawyer shook his head and buried it in his hands. He looked like he needed a stiff drink. I think that's in China, Mrs. DeVries, I corrected her, not Korea. Skylar looked at me quizzically. She knew my knowledge of Asian geography was close to zip. I shrugged. I liked the book Ping when I was a kid. Now everyone looked at me as if I was crazy. What? I asked. Cute yellow duck? Gets lost on the big bad Yangtze River? Spends the night out before he goes home and gets a spanking for being naughty? Of course, my eyes meet Eric's right on the word spanking. And of course, his lips twitched in that delicious way. They had been for the last 2 hours. It was tempting. And annoying. Jane, Skylar whispered. One look at her disapproving face,
and I knew every dirty thought I had was scribbled over mine. And by Eric's raised brow, he could see it too. I cleared my throat.
"Why don't you have a better lawyer?" Celeste demanded.
Skylar pressed her lips together. Eric rolled his eyes. "For the 20th time, grandmother, I am a lawyer. Jane's a lawyer too, and Skylar and I are majority stakeholders from the same firm. I trust her to do this right."
"Well, perhaps you should reevaluate that, Eric," said the old goat as she shoved the papers back toward him. "Considering the way she managed to finagle herself into the sterling fortune without any kind of proper arrangement, it's clear she's an expert in the art of extortion."
The old woman's sharp eyes narrowed at Skylar.
"I assure you, Missy, that won't fly around here. My Eric's got a whole family to protect him against the likes of you."
Skylar's bright green eyes looked like they were about to spout flames. Eric groaned, and I just covered my face, trying not to laugh. "I think maybe we should take a break," I said, reaching over Eric's lap to touch Skylar's knee. "Okay, Missy?" For whatever reason, I hadn't been terribly annoyed by the proceedings. Maybe I should have been. After all, I was the one being framed as a gold digger. But the longer I sat with Celeste, the more I, felt kind of sorry for her. She weighed maybe 85 pounds soaking wet, was clearly in a lot of pain, if the etched lines over her forehead were any indication, and genuinely seemed to want to protect Eric's interests when she was gone. The way she had forced him back into the last months of her life was awful, yes. But I wasn't sure I blamed her. She was dying. She was grasping for what little control she had left. And in the moments when he turned away, that mask of imperiousness dropped a little. Fondness crept into those beady eyes. Somewhere in that icy, Chanel-clad heart of hers, Celeste DeVries really did love her grandson.
"It's a privilege to marry into this family," Celeste continued as if I hadn't said a word. "I don't believe one needs a reward for doing so. $20 million, Eric. Really?"
"Jane and I never planned to get married," Eric said. "She's changing her whole life trajectory to make this happen on your timeline. Of course she should be compensated for it." Celeste looked up at him with irritation.
"You never wanted to marry? Well then, perhaps you should be reconsidering your choice. I can think of at least 5 other girls you've known your entire life who would be more appropriate choices."
And there it was. She'd been dancing around it all day, especially after suggesting it multiple times the night before. I was in no way good enough for Celeste DeVries. After all, wasn't that why Eric had asked me to begin with? Eric yanked on his tie. "I don't want to have this argument again." "A break," I said again, this time louder. "I think I need some air. Mrs. DeVries, do you mind if I explore your balcony?" She waved her hand at me, like I wasn't even worth the excess oxygen needed to respond. Well, fine. Maybe to her, I wasn't. "Petrie?" I said, causing Eric to look up with narrowed eyes. "Don't," he mouthed at me. I just smirked. "Come on, show me the view." Celeste sat back in her chair, waving Garrett over to help her out of the room while Eric and I stood up. Skylar also excused herself to use the bathroom, and Eric and I walked out onto the balcony that encircled the entire apartment. Once again, it was a beautiful late spring day in New York. Below us, Central Park waved, and I leaned over the balustrade to watch a bunch of people flying kites by a pond. "You need to stop sparring with her," I said. "For one, I think she likes it." "Correction," Eric replied as he gazed out at the view. The top of the Met shone like a giant diamond below us. "She loves it. Grandmother always gets off on putting people in their place." "Then we should go. This isn't working. She wants to see you married before she dies, and if it really has to be me..." "It does," I preened. Eric rolled his eyes.
So then maybe we put our cards on the table and walk away until she relents. It might take the full 6 months, but at the end she'll cave. Granny lust is a powerful thing.
Eric chuckled. Maybe. But I don't like doing this without knowing you're getting your due. This is a lot I'm asking of you. It's fucking medieval.
I traced a finger around the carved stone railing. Medieval would be if I brought a dowry. Unfortunately, all I have is $800 in my savings account and a lot of student loan debt. She thinks I'm a social climber, and she resents me for it.
She thinks you're a phase.
Well, I am. Eric watched me carefully while I toyed with a loose strand of my hair.
What is that supposed to mean?
He asked. I shrugged. This has an expiration date. Maybe she knows it. 5 years. The irony is that she laid the terms, right? Now she hates them because she can't tell if we're serious or not. I looked up to find him still staring a hole through me. What? As soon as this is over, it's straight to the courthouse, right? And then you'll be free to bang whomever you want. Well, you'll still be free to do that anyway, but in 5 years you can do it openly. Eric opened and closed his mouth several times.
Jesus, Jane.
What? He darted a glance through the window to where his grandmother had returned and was now sifting through the papers on the coffee table. She glanced up, and her face softened as it landed on him, then hardened on me. Eric leaned in and kissed me. Oh my God, what are you doing? I shoved him away by reflex. I said no funny business.
You said no pretty girl bullshit, he corrected me. This is not that.
How do you figure? He tipped his head like I should know the answer.
You're right. She thinks this is transactional and she's looking for more. Jane, you didn't touch me at all last night. Other than, squeezing my hand off in the beginning.
I scowled. Was I supposed to? I didn't realize play acting was part of the bargain. He rolled his eyes.
When did you ever have to act with me?
I pressed my lips together. He had a point. The guy might piss me off like no other, but I never faked it once with him. In any way. And that was saying something. Still, I said, you can't just go around kissing me whenever you want, you caveman. You want something, you ask for it. It's called consent. Eric's exhaled forcefully.
You always have to make things so goddamn difficult.
I'm pretty sure you brought this shitty situation to the table, Petrie. He looked up.
Don't call me that.
I smirked. Then don't be an idiot. He sighed again.
Fine. Jane, my grandmother is going to look up again in about another 2 seconds. When she does, will you please let me kiss you so she thinks we like each other enough to get married? And so she'll agree to the goddamn papers and give me access to my trust so we can get the fuck out of here?
I paused. Are you serious? He set his jaw.
As a heart attack.
I bit my lip. Fine. 5 seconds. No more. And keep your hands to yourself. Eric sighed again.
Incorrigible woman,
he muttered to himself. I'm sorry, what was that? In response, I was suddenly yanked to him by the waist.
Jane,
he said.
Shut up.
And before I could come back with a slick retort, he kissed me again. And this time, I didn't fight it. His mouth fit to mine easily, forcefully, like he had been intending to match those puzzle pieces together all day. I sank into it, my body melting into the strong hands that held my waist. My lips opened, welcoming his tongue as it licked, twisted, twirled around mine. My hand slid into the short hair at the base of his neck, urging him deeper, while his hands knotted the fabric of my jumpsuit. I didn't know how long it lasted, but it was a lot more than 5 seconds. When he finally released me, one of his hands traveled up my side and cupped my face. I froze, caught in the unexpected tenderness as Eric's eyes traveled over my face, his thumb lightly brushing my cheekbone.
We stared at each other for a good 5 seconds before he swallowed and stepped back. I took a deep breath. I told you to watch your hands, I said, somewhat more breathlessly than I intended. The right side of Eric's mouth quirked as he patted his hair back into place. I kept them above the belt. He glanced inside. She saw. Reality slammed down like a sledgehammer. You totally took advantage of me, I said. You liked it. You're an asshole, he shrugged. Maybe. We stared at each other for a solid 30 seconds. This time, Eric looked away first. Come on, Lefferts, he said, taking my hand in his. She's watching us now, too. Let's go inside and finish this. We walked back inside, where Skylar and the other lawyer were now bent over the document, listening to Mrs. DeVries rattle on about money. I don't care how in love they might be, she said in a way that made her doubt clear, though I did notice her curious glance as we sat down. $20 million is far too much. No, it's not enough, Eric put in. It's 20 for the marriage. Another 20 if she gets pregnant. I gasped. That was an addition I hadn't known about. Pregnant? You don't plan to have children? The sharp edge of Celeste's voice had returned. I honestly don't. We hadn't really. I looked at Skylar, who seemed to be trying not to laugh. I scowled. This wasn't funny. If it happens, it happens, Eric said, pulling my hand into his lap. His thumb brushed over my knuckles, toying with my new ring. Celeste's eyes zeroed in on the jewelry. Eric turned to me with a soft expression. You deserve it, Jane. 40 million, Eric. Celeste still sounded like she was about to choke. Are you out of your mind? I figure I'm exactly as sane as it takes to require someone to get married for money in this day and age. I didn't know what to say. Neither did Skylar or the other lawyer, both of whom were now furiously writing on their copies of the prenups. Honestly, I would have offered her 5 times that if I had to, Eric continued. It still would have been cheaper than bankrupting the rest of the family out of pettiness. He didn't shout, but his words cut nonetheless. Eric almost never shouted. I could remember only a few times, and yes, they were directed at me, that I'd ever seen him really lose his temper. Of the two of us, I was always the one with the sparks. This was how rich people were, I was starting to learn. Speak softly and carry a big money-filled stick. And another thing, Eric continued, in that same low, controlled voice, though his eyes flashed. We're not cattle. I understand why you insist on this marriage happening right this damn second. I understand you're in poor health and you'd like this family to continue patrilineally. It's antiquated and idiotic, but I get it. Now see here. But if it's going to happen, it happens because Jane and I choose to make it happen. He squeezed my hand. Consent, right? I didn't know what to say. As of last week, Eric and I had agreed not to touch each other that way. We had agreed this needed to be purely business. Now he was standing up for my right to choose, kissing me on balconies and caressing my hand. It wasn't fair. The hottest thing in the world isn't watching a man sweat or work out or get all hot and bothered. It's not his abs or his pecs or whatever the hell else women oogle on romance covers. What makes superheroes so sexy is that they fight for other people. After spending 2 hours watching Eric fight his grandmother over me, followed by that kiss, yeah, it was doing it for me. Big time. Ovarian whiplash, plain and simple. If you're also doing this for the company, Celeste said, trying a new tactic, you'll consider what a potential loss it will take when its new chairman marries someone like My head shut up at last.
Like what?
Celeste looked at me like she had just realized I was there.
Like you, dear.
We stared at each other for a long time. I tried not to look away first. Mrs. DeVries, I said carefully, holding up my hand when Eric tried to speak.
I've been listening to you crap all over me for the last 2 hours. Yes, I said crap. In a room full of priceless antiques and art. I'm aware that my very presence here violates your sense of grace and elegance. Every word out of my mouth disgusts you.
Mrs. DeVries opened her mouth but didn't argue.
But maybe, I said, maybe I'm doing this for him too. I'm not just some girl he grabbed off the street or one of those socialite chicks dying to sink their French tips into him. I've known Eric a long time, and I appreciated him well before I knew about any of this. So consider for a moment that maybe I wasn't intending to get married either, but I'm doing it to help. Because, well, I care about him. Very much.
I hadn't realized how true the words were until I said them. Maybe, somewhere deep down, some of those old feelings still existed for this man who drove me crazy. Maybe somewhere, I didn't hate him as much as I thought.
I think you need to consider his happiness before your own here, I concluded. If that's even possible.
Celeste narrowed her eyes, gripping the arms of her wheelchair tightly.
Eric, she said, the family isn't going to pay millions so you can wed your little geisha.
My jaw dropped completely.
His what?
This time she looked straight at me.
I have a reputation, my dear. What do they say? I call them like I see them.
Grandmother.
Mrs. DeVries, that is totally out of line, Schuyler put in. Stop, 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 I cried out, finally standing up.
I brushed down my pants, let the fabric settle, then glared at the diminutive old orc. My sympathy for her had evaporated. She really was awful.
First of all,
I said through clenched teeth,
get your fucking cultural references right, lady. Geisha are Japanese, and I'm half Korean. Second of all, I continued, I might not be rich, but I'm a catch. I'm from a good family, I'm a decent person, I'm smart as fuck, and cute as a damn button. Eric was lucky to find me, and you should be so lucky to invite someone like me into this shit show of a family. Third,
I took a deep breath. I was running out of steam, but her tightly coiled face was ramping it right back up again.
If you weren't so determined to wrench your grandson out like a stud horse, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation.
Jane, Eric cut in, gesturing across his mouth that I needed to shut the hell up. Unfortunately, I was on a roll.
Why don't you just do what the European royalty did, Mrs. DeVries? I've seen the family pictures. Eric's got enough extended family lying around that a few of them might want to procreate to produce the perfect child for you. Then you could just cut him out of the equation, right? Jane?
This time it was Schuyler who was yanking on my sweater.
Or maybe, I rattled on, you could just go full Egyptian. With technology today, you could grab a little of Eric's sperm, Nina's eggs, and voila, perfect DeVries baby in one shot, am I right? All you need is a surrogate. Jane!
Together, Eric and Schuyler both yanked me out of my fury, bringing me back to a place of sanity. Slowly, I realized that I just recommended incest to my future grandmother-in-law. In her own home. Oh, dear Lord. I turned and found Eric staring at me in horror. I clapped a hand over my mouth.
Oh, God, I said. Eric, I turned to Celeste. I'm really so sorry. You ungrateful little wretch, she coughed,
then hacked, then pressed her oxygen mask to her reddened face, gasping for breath. Behind her, Garrett the butler shot daggers at me. Her lawyer looked like he wanted to disappear.
Eric, I started again, I'm so sorry.
Just don't, he said as he stood up. He looked angry, but also exhausted. Well, that's what you get, I wanted to say. I knew it was a shitty outburst, but what did he really expect? He chose me, of all people. I need a break, he said, as if we hadn't just taken a few minutes. I need some space. He swiped his coat off the chair and headed for the exit, turning in the doorway. Grandmother, this is the deal. If you don't sign off, there will be no wedding, no church, no dynasty. And I'll be happy to tell Mom, Nina, Violet, and all the others that the reason they're all losing their inheritances is because you are too racist and stubborn to grant Jane the same exact prenuptial compensation that every other person who is married into this family has received. My jaw dropped. I had no idea this deal was so common. Now, Eric, please, Celeste started. Please nothing, he said quietly. And to me, his gaze was cold, withering. I'll see you later. And then he left. Chapter 15. I raced outside, but of course he was gone. I couldn't believe he had just taken off like that, left me and Skylar in the lion's den without him. Seriously, what kind of dick move was that? Skylar and the lawyer stayed behind while I dodged around the maze of an apartment, hoping to catch him before the elevator door shut, and then had to jog down 43 flights of stairs. But Eric, the monkey, had slipped away by the time I made it all the way down. 2310 41st. That's 23rd Street and 41st Avenue. I turned around to find Gracie, the kindly doorman, leaning casually against the bricks. Aren't you hot in that thing? I asked, gesturing toward the full uniform and hat he was wearing despite the fact that it was at least 75 degrees outside. Gracie shrugged. You get used to it. Anyway, the address. That's where young Mr. DeVries dashed off to. I don't know what it is, but it's in Queensbridge. I nodded and turned in the direction where I thought the subway was. But the second the words registered, I spun back around on my heel. Wait a second. Isn't Queensbridge a housing project? Didn't Nas rap about it? Gracie gave a lopsided smile. He knew exactly what I was thinking. I guess so. Lily White, Upper East Side Eric was hanging out where hip-hop was born? There had to be a mistake. Well, to be fair, that area is really more Long Island City now. Skylar's dry voice interrupted us as she stepped out of the building. Hipster Central. Eric probably goes there for the $5 coffee. She gave me a long look. Thanks for abandoning me up there, by the way. I hung my head. Sorry, Sky, I know, she interrupted, and the irritation on her face disappeared. You couldn't have known either. I turned. Known about what? The rumors. Brandon said people have been whispering about the DeVries procreating with their cousins for the last, hundreds of years. They're probably a little sensitive about it. I blanched. Seriously? I'm actually marrying into an incest factory? Skylar chuckled and shrugged. No more than, say, Meghan Markle. It really is like the old European royalty, like you said. Limited gene pool. But they broke out of it eventually. Slowly but surely. The British press hate Meghan Markle, I scowled. And so do half the royals. Skylar rubbed my shoulder. You can still back out, of course. But you should also know that the second you two walked out, Celeste asked her lawyer to transfer Eric's trust into his name. You got what you wanted. The prenup. All of it. I'll draw up the final papers today. I shook my head. Then what the hell was all of that for? Why did the old miser have to put us through that entire song and dance? Skylar shrugged. I wonder if she's feeling, I don't know, powerless maybe. After you two left, she practically collapsed into her chair, and as soon as she gave her lawyer instructions, her butler rolled her into her bedroom. She's not well. She's desperate. That almost made me feel bad for her all over again. Almost. Well, I did feel bad for the incest cracks. Shit, I muttered. Looks like I'll have a mea culpa to make. Listen, Brandon and I have to get back to Boston tonight, but the hotel room is yours for the week if you need it, while you find a place or figure out where you're living. I'd assumed with Eric, but what are you going to do now? I need to find Eric. Skylar nodded, as if that was what she expected, and pulled a piece of paper out of her briefcase. Okay, well, the Grande Dame asked me to give you your schedule for the next few months, as a condition for the prenup. I frowned. My schedule? It was a calendar of social events for the summer season, including an engagement party for me and Eric. What the hell is a white party? I wondered as I looked over the paper. I'm guessing a party where everyone wears white? It's at their estate in the Hamptons, so maybe that should include swimsuits? I don't know. You'd better be coming to these too. God, there's more. Galas, benefits, luncheons. Mama Vader had my entire life booked from here until doomsday. I looked up. She was never going to say no. Look at this shit. She's got me tied up like a victim on railroad tracks. Skylar, I can't do any of this crap. I have to study for the New York State Bar for the next 2 months. Skylar just rolled her eyes. Jane, be real. You're not going to have time to study for that. This wedding isn't just a marriage, you know. It's a public relations coup at the moment, where corporations like this are facing serious public discord. I wouldn't be surprised if Celeste conducts some kind of nefarious takeover of the board while the shareholders are too interested in the wedding to care. She smirked. Pink hair or not? I pondered this for a moment. Now I really needed to talk to Eric. This couldn't wait while he went pouting around the city. I signed on for a fake marriage, not a fake life. This could not happen. Okay, so, Long Island City, I said. Can I take the subway? Skylar nodded and checked her watch. Better grab a cab, though. It'll take you forever to get there from here at this hour. She handed me a 50. Just take it, Jane. Thanks, I said. After all, I was kind of strapped. 30 minutes later, I paid the cabbie and stepped out onto a fairly nondescript street just on the other side of the city. From here, Manhattan rose tall, almost close enough to touch. This was Queens, but only just. I looked around the block. Yeah, Skylar was right. Other than the familiar-looking tenement housing, hey, I used to watch MTV, rising over the heads of the smaller apartment buildings and warehouses, this pretty much was hipster central. I could throw a rock and hit a guy in skinny jeans or a flannel shirt. I looked up at the building that matched the address Gracie had given me and frowned. Queensbridge Boulders, read the nondescript signage on the doors. Rock climbing, I wondered. Seriously? I put my hand on the door and pushed inside. It was hard to call a place like this a gym. Really, it was a giant warehouse that jumped about 100 feet toward the sky and took up about a full city block. Massive, really, by most large city standards. The air looked smoky, like I'd walked into a fog bank. And from the tops of about 20 different walls hung multicolored ropes from which actual people dangled like marionettes, while others scaled 20, 30, even 40-foot walls like monkeys. Take, one man shouted as he lost his footing. My breath flew to my chest as he dropped a solid 5 feet before the person holding onto the other end of the rope yanked it taut, catching the man by his harness at the other end. His foot slammed against the wall while he dangled from left to right, swinging like a pendulum. Jesus fucking Christ, I murmured. Who in their right mind would do this? How's it going? I turned to the right, toward a guy with chin-length brown hair and a patchy brown beard. He looked like an extra from Lord of the Rings, but I couldn't deny the gun show. 1 and 2, practically splitting the seams of his holy t-shirt. Okay, so maybe playing Spider-Man did a body good. I approached the desk and nodded toward the rest of the room. What's with the smoke? The guy's face screwed up in confusion. Smoke? Oh, that's chalk residue. It sort of gets into the air. We use it so our hands don't slip on the holds. I glanced over my shoulder and caught one of the climbers dipping her hands into a bag on the ground. She rubbed them together, and a cloud of white powder emerged, then settled to the ground. I see, I said. I'm sure it's great for the upper respiratory tract, too, huh? What? I shook my head and turned back to the receptionist. Never mind. He looked me over, as if he'd just realized I'd walked in this way. Yeah. I wasn't exactly a hobbit's dream girl. Well, I wasn't here to climb walls anyway. I was here to chew out a certain stuck-up Upper East Sider having a temper tantrum. So, can I help you with something? He asked. Quick one, this guy. I leaned over the counter and knocked my ringed fingers on the granite. The black diamond was particularly loud. Do you happen to know Eric DeVries? Tall guy. Blonde, handsome in an irritating, debonair kind of way. Constant stick up his ass. I was told he was here today. Immediately, the receptionist's face brightened. Eric. Oh yeah, he joined last week. Came in about 30 minutes ago. I think he's upstairs in the bouldering area. You can head up there to find him, unless you're planning to climb too. He looked me over doubtfully. I glared right back. No, my jumpsuit isn't exactly made for strenuous exercise. Thank you and fuck off. Thanks, Frodo, I said. I'll head on up. I made my way through the gym, trying and failing not to notice the way most of the men in there were extremely well built. Okay, maybe I could get on board with this sport. Especially the way those cute little harnesses they wore framed their packages just right. Maybe I did need to give rock climbing a try sometime. Take. I jumped as another person came flying off a wall, this time dropping almost 20 feet before the rope caught them. Yeah, fuck that. I'd take my exercise in the form of window shopping, like God intended. I found my way upstairs and entered another large, airy space, bordered by climbing walls and covered with a floor that was basically made of sponge. It was like walking on a firm waterbed. These walls, however, were no more than about 20 feet high, and people were scrambling up them without ropes, without anything to stop them from hitting the ground. And every so often, a person would lunge for one particular hold, their bodies swinging through the air like a damn chimpanzee. Multiple times they missed, and their bodies would hit the ground with a loud slap on the vinyl, where they would lie, recovering, for several more seconds before moving out of the way for the next climber to give it a try. Psychos, I murmured. Everyone in this gym was certifiable. Yeah, Eric. Get it, man, do it. I turned around to find a few people watching a blonde man scaling a severely overhung wall on the far side of the gym. I moved closer. Sure enough, this psycho was Eric. God, he's good, muttered one lady climber to another male spectator. I know, said the guy. Did you see him flash that V10? I've been working that problem for over a month. Eric gave a loud grunt as he managed to wedge a rubber-guarded toe into a crack in the wall. I watched, transfixed, as he looked up the wall, where his fingers were crimped onto non-existent holds at a 45-degree overhang while his legs dangled, then found equally small holds to balance on. Clothed in nothing but a pair of flimsy athletic shorts, every single muscle was cast in high relief. Every single one. My mouth was suddenly very, very wet. Come on, Eric, cheered a few of the other people. Finish it. He pulled slightly on the holds, and every muscle in both of his arms looked like they were cut from stone, while his toes found a couple of other nubs. Then, with a cry that sounded like a wild creature's, he pushed off everything all at once and jumped up the freaking wall to grab a hold at the top.
His body swung wildly, but fought for control as he slapped his left hand over the right and held on with another yell. "Yeah!" cheered the climbers next to me, and several others who had been watching erupted into light applause as Eric dropped at least 20 feet to the ground and rolled onto his back, breathing hard. I waited a few minutes until he had been congratulated by his audience, and then, as the small crowd dispersed back into the gym, I approached where he lay. "Whoa, go Spider-Man!" I cheered. His eyes were closed, and his fair face was flushed, sweat pouring down his forehead. Then his eyes flashed open, and what was there was pure vitriol. It was like a shot in the chest, a punch in the stomach. Lord, I had never seen him look at me with that kind of hatred before. Hatred, I suppose I had earned. He closed his eyes again, and the mask resumed. "Jane." I couldn't help myself. "Petrie." His eyes opened, irritation gleaming. Eric sat up as he massaged his neck. I winced sympathetically. Whipping his head against the mat, even if it was padded, would probably mean a nasty headache in about an hour. "What are you doing here?" I sank to my haunches next to him. I felt ridiculous, out of place. Every person in here was dressed in completely no-nonsense garb. REI pants, shorts, or leggings. Chalk-covered t-shirts that looked like they'd been picked up at the Goodwill. And of course, those silly little elf shoes that apparently helped them scale walls. Meanwhile, here I was, in bright green and black, hair like birthday streamers, face full of my favorite makeup, including cherry red lipstick. It was my usual look, but I felt more like an alien in this gym than I had last night. "I came to look for you, of course," I said, tapping on my bottom lip as I looked around. "Nice digs you got here. But what's the point, if you don't mind me asking? All that effort to scale a wall to nowhere? I don't get it." Eric opened his mouth as if he wanted to argue. Isn't that what I wanted too, deep down? But something else completely came out. "Do you have to wear that lipstick all the fucking time?" he demanded. At first, my jaw fell at his harsh tone, but a split second later, set lips spread into a smile. I shouldn't have felt so cocky, but god damn did I love it when he lost his cool. There was something so fucking satisfying about breaking through that apathy. About seeing him care. Besides, I was mad too. I didn't particularly care for being ditched. So instead of making peace, I leaned over him, smacking my lips in a way that made his silvery eyes dilate. "You used to like my lipstick," I purred. "If I recall correctly, Petri dish, you liked licking it off." Eric's nostrils flared as he swallowed hard. Good Lord, what was I doing? Tempting fate? Why? I was the one who barred any of this crap with him, and here I was, goading him with everything I had. And yet, I couldn't stop. It was addictive, watching him unravel this way. It was sadistic, the pleasure it gave me. The power. And then, before I could take the words back, his left hand snaked behind my head, taking a harsh handful of hair and suspending me there above him. He didn't hold me totally still, but I couldn't escape either. God damn if I didn't love it. "Don't start something you can't finish," Eric said between gritted teeth. My self-assured smirk wavered. "Oh, and what are you going to do about it?" Behind us, another climber fell, but neither of us moved. His grip tightened, right on the edge of a pinch and legitimate pain. Right where he knew I liked it. Eric squeezed until my lips fell open, dropping all bravado, and my eyes widened, half in fear, half in anticipation. All in lust. Just the way he liked it, the bastard. Fuck.
Jane, you know exactly what I would do, he said as he twisted my head, so I was now looking up at him. It was a subtle move, but established him firmly as the one in control. I was trapped, but I wasn't exactly trying to get away either. In fact, I was pretty sure that if I could see my own eyes, they'd be dilated too. His eyes were still pinned to my lips. I couldn't help it. I licked them. Do you remember that night after the concert at Great Scott? He asked in a voice that shook. I remembered. Of course I fucking remembered. That was the night we hooked up. Really hooked up, after graduating law school. That night was burned into my memory forever. Sure, we had a brief thing during our first year of law school, but it wasn't until that summer, when we were both studying for the bar and running interference in Brandon and Skylar's relationship, that things really picked up. Yeah, I'll remember that night for the rest of my life. You teased me that night too, didn't you, Jane? Eric reminded me. He twisted my hair a little more. I sucked in a breath. Did I? Our mouths were maybe an inch apart. At this point, I was staring too, unable to keep my gaze off that plump lower lip of his. So soft. So fucking suckable. You were dancing, he reminded me as his grip softened a bit. His fingers dug into the back of my head, massaging lightly, replacing that pinch of pain with a soothing rub. Again, my response was innate. I practically purred. It felt good. Too good to move away. To every song, shaking that sweet ass of yours, shimming your tits in every guy's face who wanted to look, drinking way, way more than you should. Please, like you weren't? I countered, though my voice was breathy and light. Challenge him. Always challenge him. He tightened his grip again, pulling my hair into a tight knot. My eyes flew open as my thick frames tipped off kilter. I was doing just fine, thanks, keeping you out of trouble, Eric growled. But then you really fucked up, Lefferts. Do you remember? Do you remember what you did? A tiny muscle in the side of my neck fluttered, and Eric's eyes zeroed in on the spot. Slowly, the tip of his tongue traced the outline of his mouth. I had to physically restrain myself from yanking him down to lick it. Fucking hell, Jane, what are you doing? But I couldn't stop. That was the problem. I could never stop with him. What did you do, Jane? Eric shook my head a bit when I didn't answer immediately. Tell me, now. I spilled the beer, I stammered. That's right. You spilled the fucking beer. And where did you spill it? All over my shirt. My voice was breathy, barely above a whisper, barely recognizable. That's right, Eric said again. All over your shirt. I could see everything, and so could everyone else. Your bra, your navel, your perfect round breasts, and those tight nipples that you love pinched. You made such a fucking mess, like a bad little girl. I mewed like a goddamn kitten. And then, because I couldn't not look, I glanced down and saw, to my simultaneous delight and horror, that Eric was sitting there with a full-mast hard-on, barely concealed by the bend of his leg. Most of the people in the gym were too focused on what they were doing, and we were in the back, somewhat sheltered by the overhanging walls. But if anyone cared to look, they'd have seen him standing to attention, right here in the middle of the floor, and me, of course, practically salivating over it. But did I move away? Like I should have? Like I told him I wanted? Not a fucking inch. Be honest,
Eric said, his deep voice low, right next to my ear, so that only I could hear him. Shivers ran down my spine.
Did you do it on purpose?
No! His eyes closed when I stuttered again. He remembered, too. He remembered that I only did that when he was undoing me. When my lust and desire were too much to take, and I started to lose the capacity to do anything else but him. Eric jerked my head again, slightly, so that no one else would notice, but hard enough that I mewed again at the welcome pinch. Oh, this motherfucker.
You're lying,
he said through his teeth.
Aren't you?
He jerked my head again. Yes, I admitted, more of a breath than a word. Yes, I am. Was I? Did it even matter?
And you lied then too, didn't you?
Another minuscule nod.
And what did I do?
Eric asked. My hair, wound tight around his fist, hurt a little, but I didn't even try to fight it.
What did I do, Jane?
My voice was little more than a whisper. You punished me. He licked his lips again. I didn't want to do anything else but kiss them.
You were asking for it then,
he said as he leaned over me and drifted his other fingers around my jaw.
Are you asking for it now?
The muscle in my neck fluttered against his calloused fingertips. I was honestly scared of what I would say. My eyes drifted up and down his body, taking in his shirtless chest, biceps, forearms, one fully flexed from the grip in my hair. Lord, he had already been reasonably fit, but 5 years of doing this had made Eric into a work of art. I watched, transfixed as a drop of sweat traveled from his neck over a perfectly sculpted pectoral muscle, catching in the light smattering of hair over his chest. Fuck me. I sucked hard on my bottom lip. What was I doing? But the word came out anyway, as if my body were answering because my mind had stopped working. Yes. For a moment, it was as if the entire fucking gym faded away. I could see the future, each individual movement laid out, scene by scene, on a still reel of frames. Flip me on my back, rip off my clothes, drag me downstairs, use the ropes hanging from the ceiling to suspend me just the right height, tease me a little, then feed me his dick, one beautiful inch at a time.
Give you something for that smart mouth,
he'd say. Make me moan until he'd be shouting right along with me. Then clip me back up and fuck me hard enough against the wall that we'd both forget our names. Just like last week. Just like always. Thwack. A body slammed onto the crash pad next to us, yanking me out of my fantasy and back into reality. Eric's hand released my hair, and I fell back to my elbows, looking dazed as he scooted away, glaring at the intruder.
Sorry, man.
The climber picked himself up with a curious, friendly glance at me, then lumbered off to find another problem to try. Eric shook his head, wiping his palms over his shorts as I got myself back together. I wiped the newly formed sweat off my own brow. Holy shit. What had just happened? Eric looked at me hard, then picked himself off the ground.
Give me 10 minutes to shower and change, he said. And then you can tell me what the hell you are really doing here, besides trying to drive me crazy.
Chapter 16. I waited in the lounge area by the front of the gym for about 20 minutes while Eric showered. When he reappeared, he wasn't dressed in the uptight pants or suit he wore to the office, or his grandmother's, but in simple jeans, a plain white t-shirt, and Adidas shoes. New muscles aside, he looked much more like the younger man I had met in Boston 8 years ago.
He pushed a hand through his still wet hair as he approached. His mask was firmly in place. "I'm hungry," he said. "Do you mind stopping for a falafel on the way back to the city?" I shook my head, unsure of where he was at. "No, I don't mind." I followed him down the street and stood patiently with him while he ordered. "You want anything?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, I'm not hungry." He shrugged, picked up his food, and ate it right there next to the shop window. "That's better," he said once he was finished. We started walking down the block while he took an occasional drink from his water bottle. "So, Eric DeVries gets hangry," I remarked. "I'll remember that the next time you throw a tantrum." I received another blistering look, but this one was tinged with humor. "It might have helped, but I think it was the part where you suggested I procreate with my family that tipped me over the edge." He took a long sip of water. "So, you want to tell me why you're here?" I frowned. "Your doorman gave me the address. I wanted to say, well, your grandmother agreed to the terms." "You could have told me later." "Well, I mean, I also came to apologize, I guess." He stopped again. "You came to apologize." My mouth screwed up. "What? I can apologize. Like this. I apologize." His face didn't move. "For what?" Well, implying that your family was a bunch of inbreeds, for one. I had no idea that was even a rumor, you know. I mean, I guess it makes sense, what with this country's obsession with eugenics, but still. "That's enough." He started walking again. I didn't immediately continue, absorbed for the moment by the way he filled out his jeans. "Stop staring at my ass, Jane," he shouted without even turning around. I snapped back to the present. How did he always know? I caught up to him, practically having to jog to keep up with his pace. "You know, you could apologize to me, too." "Me? Apologize for what?" "Well, for abandoning me to your grandmother, for one. I realize you warned me about wolves, but I didn't realize you'd be feeding me to them." He stopped again and whirled around, almost smacking a passerby with his gym bag. "Are you serious?" I folded my arms across my chest. "Well, yeah. Yeah, I am. It's not like you were exactly defending me in there. Your grandmother sat there and basically called me your comfort woman. Can you blame me for losing my temper after that?" His brows screwed up in confusion. I sighed impatiently. "Korean women were forced to be prostitutes called comfort women to the Japanese army during World War II, I said, filling him in. I mean, she said geisha, but if we're going to use racist Asian sex work jibes, she could at least be accurate." Eric expelled a long breath. "Look," I continued, "you can't do that. You can't just leave me to be attacked by your family and then get angry when I defend myself. I'm sorry I compared your family to the brother-uncle ancients, but she basically called me a whore, Eric. What was I supposed to do?" "She's old," he said lamely. "You're supposed to take it, like everyone else." "No, I'm supposed to get married. I promised to be your wife, not a shadow of myself. If staying quiet and perfect on the Upper East Side is what you're expecting, then maybe this arrangement really is a bad idea." He took a handful of his hair and yanked thoughtfully. "That's not what I want." "Oh, no? Then why does Skylar think I'm going to have to stop being a lawyer?" At that, he looked genuinely shocked. "What? When did she say that?" "After you screamed out of the building. I mentioned I didn't have time for this psycho schedule." I pulled the now folded piece of paper out of my purse and handed it to him. "Look at that. It's like a Jane Austen novel this summer, like we're characters from Downton Abbey about to embark on the season." Eric scanned the engagement. "Jesus Christ." "She's RSVP'd us for all of them," I pointed out. "All of them. Your grand re-entry to society or whatever. Now, me, I was planning to study for the bar this summer and apply for some jobs around town. But I can't do that if we have to play Matthew and Mary Crawley." I snorted as a thought occurred to me. You know, they were cousins too. But Eric wasn't paying attention anymore. He was still looking through the list of events. She knew I'd never budge, he murmured, more to himself than to me. He looked up with some curious satisfaction. She had this typed before we even came over. It's on company letterhead. I nodded. That's what I thought. We had to endure all of that bullshit this morning for nothing. It was a power play. More to show us both who's in charge. But more importantly, this is a confirmation. Maybe even more than a prenup. He tucked the sheet into his gym bag, then turned to me. All traces of anger were gone. The mask now tinged with hope. I thought. I don't want you to not work, Jane. And I'm sorry about leaving you there. But you might consider taking this time off, like Skylar said. It'll make it easier if you build some allies in my family. I frowned. Eric, I have to work. I have bills to pay. My student loan payments each month would pay the mortgage on a 4-bedroom house in Iowa. He paused again, right next to the subway entrance. The roar of the train below us sounded, and he shuttled me to the side as passengers started to emerge from the stop. Your loans aren't a factor anymore. I frowned. What do you mean? I paid them off last week, as soon as you agreed to all of this. My mouth dropped. What? Now he was the one who couldn't meet my gaze. It seemed like the right thing to do. Eric, holy shit. Okay. Well, I guess we can take that out of the prenuptial agreement or whatever. My hands were flapping around like wings. I had no idea what to do with them. After attending Northwestern and then Harvard, I owed the equivalent of a country house mortgage. My goal had been to work for another 5 years in public service so the loans would hopefully be forgiven. But who knew if I'd be able to get another job like that quickly? Now it wasn't even an option. Consider the next 6 months a break, Eric said. A chance for both of us to reevaluate what we want. And next spring, if you still want to retake the bar in New York or Massachusetts, you can. We'll pay for you to take a class and do it right. In the meantime, you can decide if you still want to work at the DA's office again, or if you still even want to be a lawyer, or if you want to do something else. And there it was. That crazy ability of his to read my mind. He looked over my clothes, which he knew I'd made myself, and his hand fluttered out, almost as if he wanted to touch the green fabric. But instead of grabbing that, he took my hand instead and pulled me toward the train entrance. Come on, he said. I want to show you something else. We took the F train back into Manhattan and got off at 63rd and Lexington, about 20 blocks south of his grandmother's building. But instead of walking there like I expected, Eric steered me toward the entrance to Central Park. Are you okay to walk? Eric asked, gesturing at my shoes. I looked down at my black ballet flats. Oh, sure. I could walk miles in these. I loved fashion, but I hated uncomfortable footwear. It was a pet peeve of mine to wear bloody shoes. He nodded. They're nice. It's a weird feeling when a cute boy takes a moment to compliment your footwear. It's even weirder when it's someone who was 10 seconds from taking you less than an hour ago. Weird, but good. I followed Eric into the park, and we meandered a bit, walking past some of the more recognizable elements. In all my visits to New York, I was usually too busy being entertained by Skylar's family or shopping to do the touristy stuff like walking by the lake or checking out the famous fountain. Eric narrated the landmarks, and like a good tourist, I took pictures. More than once, when he pointed out things for me to see, I caught him watching me instead. You're so funny, I remarked, as he bought a pretzel and tipped the vendor about 4 times its worth. You have all this money, but you never use it. What do you mean? Well, for instance, coming here in a subway car that smelled like pee and sweat when you could easily call Smithers, your driver. Eric snorted. Should I ride around in a limousine like a Frank Capra bad guy? Live in a tower made of gold and sniff at the hoi polloi? I shoved him in the shoulder.
You know what I mean. $2 pretzels instead of a $10 baguette. The closet full of custom-tailored suits that were definitely not from the Men's Warehouse came to mind. His ridiculously picky taste for fine coffee and liquor. Unless we were out with friends at Cleo's, the local dive bar where Harvard law students hung out, I didn't think I ever saw Eric drink the cheap crap. But those were a few idiosyncrasies. They weren't how he lived his entire life. I didn't think. Eric shrugged.
If it's good enough for everyone else, it's good enough for me.
It wasn't a bad argument, and I couldn't say I didn't like it.
Besides, he said, I have my weaknesses.
Oh, God, don't remind me, I said. Do you remember when I got you Dunkin' Donuts coffee that one morning? He chuckled.
Oh, yes.
Hey! I entered the apartment and closed the door with my hip. Stop the presses! Literally! Eric turned around holding his fancy steel kettle in his hand. Behind him, his intricate coffee apparatus was set up on the counter, complete with beans ground and laid in a coffee filter over a glass container that looked more like it belonged in a laboratory than a kitchen counter.
This isn't a French press, he corrected me. It's a Chemex.
I rolled my eyes. It sounded like lab equipment, too.
What's that?
He asked as he walked around the counter, holding his kettle. For a second, I didn't speak. Skylar was gone for the weekend, so Eric and I had the apartment to ourselves for once. Our study materials were strewn all over his normally impeccably clean living room. Clothes were rumpled on the floor and, well, everywhere. Remnants of last night's reunion. And now he was standing in the middle of the kitchen in nothing but his boxers, his lean body filling things out way too well for a Saturday morning.
Earth to Jane,
he said, snapping his fingers.
Hello?
I blinked. Oh, sorry. Jesus, do you really have to walk around like that? It's distracting. He smiled. That stupid, lazy smile that transformed his face from something close to ordinary to utterly heart-stopping. Lord, the man could work a grin.
Is that so?
He asked. Then his eyes lit on the white bag and coffee tray in my hands.
What do you have there?
I set the coffee and donuts on the counter. Thought I'd save you the trouble this morning. That damn coffee contraption takes you about 30 minutes, and I'm sorry, but no Joe is worth turning gray while I wait. I picked up my black coffee and pushed his towards him. I even put half and half in there, just the way you like it. Eric replaced his kettle on its electric heater, then picked up the disposable coffee cup dubiously. I watched as he held it up to his long nose, sniffed, then cautiously took a sip. He stood there for a moment, swishing it around in his mouth. For fuck's sake, Petrie, it's cheap coffee, not a fine Bordeaux, I said. He set the coffee back down and pushed it toward me.
That it's not. Thanks, but I'm good.
He turned his back to his setup on the opposite counter. I stared at the cup. Are you serious? He nodded over his shoulder.
It was really nice of you, Jane, but that's crap. Toss it out. I'll make you one too.
I gawked at him. Excuse me, I bought you a gift. Don't waste your time with your science experiment, Eric. Just be a gentleman and drink the fucking coffee.
I'm sorry, but no. I'll have a donut, though. Those look good.
No coffee, no fucking donuts. I knew I was being irrational, but for some reason it really pissed me off that he would choose his fancy fucking coffee over my gift. It wasn't much, of course. The entire meal had cost me maybe $5. But that wasn't the point. I had climbed out of bed, with legs that were barely working after last night's workout, by the way, made the walk of shame down to the Haymarket tea stop, and stood in line with every other hungover college student in Boston to pick up breakfast for this man. And this was the thanks I got? Eric ignored me with a kiss on my cheek, then reached into the bag, pulled out an old-fashioned, and took a bite.
You know, Eric said with a mouthful of donut. Next time you should just go to Mike's. It's just down the block, and their pastries are about twice as good. Coffee still sucks, but at least we'd have fresh sfogliatelli.
That was it. All at once, I dropped my arm across the counter and swooped both cups of coffee, the donut, the napkins, and the tray into the trash at the end. How about you, Mike, and your fucking pastries and fucking coffee? Go fuck yourselves, I said emphatically.
Jane, come on. You're being ridiculous.
I looked up. Eric still stood there, shirtless and delicious, holding his half-eaten, equally delicious old-fashioned. Defiantly, I walked up, plucked the donut out of his fingers, then marched over to the trash and proceeded to rip the stupid thing to shreds and dump it in the bin with the rest of the stuff I'd bought.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said as I dusted my hands off.